Ask questions and shut up and listen. The customer will tell you how to sell them, but you have to listen. You have got to build the stage, put the customer on the stage, let them be a star, let them tell you about their pain, expose and close. Understand, you've got to ask the right questions. So I listened to all these different recordings with Sarah, and hundreds of thousands of hours they've calculated. And the number one problem that most salespeople have, they sell it, but then they buy it back. What do I mean by that? They sell the product and they talk themselves out to sell because they can't shut up, right? They can't understand it's not about you, it's about the customer. It's about their needs. Focus on their needs, you'll be successful. But what these salespeople do that cause them to fail is they don't focus on any needs. They come in, my company's the best, my product's the best, we're the best, this is the best, blah, 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 blah. Not like, Mr. Jones, look in your window, you got condensation in your glass there. We can fix that. You also got friendly siding. You guys know what friendly siding is? It's waving at you. All right? We can fix that for you as well. We can save your energy bills. We can make your home quieter. Right? The things that matter to the customer. It's that skill. Number 4, habits. Stephen Covey wrote a book, 7 Habits of Highly Successful Salespeople. Time blocking and routines. Weekly reviews and tracking. You have to hold yourself accountable. I train 20,000 salespeople a year, live or virtually. I'm on the road 280 days a year, and I always hear excuses why people can't be successful. You know who's to blame? Look in the mirror. When you get back to your room or you get back home, wherever you get today, that's who to blame. Because you're not investing in your skills. You're not investing in the processes. Right? You got to invite AI into your castle to learn how to go from brick to gold. I get credit as being one of the founders of the AI for the home improvement industry because it didn't really exist. So I brought AI into this industry over 3.5 years ago. Before that, I brought the first website in the industry in 1996. I brought the first YouTube testimonial in 2005. I brought remote virtual selling into the industry when it didn't exist. Because I am not afraid to challenge the unknown. You're going to hear from companies today that will absolutely help you change your business using AI. Channel automation. Vic Sun is a complete genius. He's going to show you how to generate better leads. Lil Vincent, my good friend Vincent Sun from Rise, he's going to lay out a process for you that's going to streamline your entire workflow. Listen to these guys. I know you're tired. I know you're hungover. It's Wisconsin, you have to be, it's mandatory. But go that extra mile today. Reach out. Go that little extra difference between grit to find your goal. You have to embrace AI. AI till you die. I think that's the phrase that came up, Vince. Not coming so many I forget, but AI till you die, right? Because listen, it's scary. I just read today that my good friend opened the first ever virtual showroom in Cleveland, Ohio, that you can get a code, go in, the showroom's open 24 hours a day, go in at your own convenience, press buttons and get explanation and have avatar interaction about a product. Do you ever think that would happen? I was riding over here, let me tell you crazy, I was riding over here with this Chinese guy. Me and Cody were coming over here, and he was telling me that they're building robots, female robots in China because there's a shortage of women. I said, can I order 3? That saved me about $70,000 a year. Figure that one out. Think about that one a second. So, a couple other things. If you're not telling your company story, you will fail. If you're not telling your personal story, you're cheating. everyone else. You know what telling your story does? You want me to break it down in hillbilly science, because I am from Tennessee. Not that smart, but I'll work you. Here's hillbilly science. When you tell your story, you give everybody else the right to tell their story. Did you ever think of that? Because how many times have you been talking to somebody and they're like, they're just waiting for me to shut up so they can start talking, right? Everybody wants to be a star. They want to tell their story. Here's my story. And I'm going to tell you, the more humanistic that you can become in today's world is going to make you successful. Talk about your pain. Be honest. Be genuine. I have a very, very humbling story from grit. I'll tell you my story. Those of you may know, may not know. I got hit by a car when I was 6 years old. I was in a body cast till I was 9. This story may offend some people, but I deal with my pain by talking and sharing with people, because I want you to know if I can do it, you can do it. I told I never walk again. I was in a body cast in a living room for almost 3 years. You want some more sad stories? My mother was a prostitute. I laid in that bed while she did what she did in the next room for 3 years. Told I would never walk again. I would never be able to go out and accomplish anything. See, I felt like the world and God had more in plan for me. So, told me never walk again. So I'll never forget, I got out of the body cast that first day. I had like 3 inches of dead skin on my legs, and I stood up and I fell flat on my face. But next week I walked 2 feet. And the next week I walked 6 feet. And the next year, I did something the doctor told me I was crazy. I said, I want to run a 5K race. You're not going to run a 5K race, kid. You can barely walk. So I'm going to finish. 3.5 hours to go 3.2 miles, but I finished. Because my grit was I could have anything I wanted if I believed or not. I sold Grit magazine door to door when I was 10 years old. I started selling shoes, Mason shoes, when I was 12, and I knocked on the door of a home improvement guy, and the rest is history. But I was more focused on the journey because I was drawn to struggle. Like the movie Rocky. How many people seen the movie Rocky, right? That most important part of that movie, I went back and watched the movie, like I hadn't watched it like a lot of years. I'm like, man, this movie's really not good except for the fight scenes. But the part that stuck in my heart, that changed my life, was round 14. You got the greatest fighter in the world, Apollo Creed, and an unknown that nobody knows something about, a guy named Rocky Balboa from the streets of Philadelphia. He's in the ring, and Apollo is beating him down. He beats him down. He knocks him down once, knocks him down twice. His coach is saying, Rocky, stay down. Don't get back up. Apollo's saying, stay down. Don't get back up. What Rocky did? He gets back up. And Apollo's shaking his head. He knocks him down again. And he keeps getting back up because it wasn't about winning for Rocky. It was about going the distance. And that was what this business of never me is about, going the distance. You can go the distance with your business. You can go the distance with your success if you believe, if you want it. There is nothing, everything that holds you back makes you stronger. Listen to Wendy's story. That story is inspiring. There's somebody that lives, eats, and breathes this business 24 hours a day. Why? Because that's what we do. That's the grit that turns the goal. Reflection exercise. You got to stop from time to time and replay the call. Replay the call. What am I doing that's good? What am I doing that just really is not moving the needle? You have to sit back and reflect. You have to constantly check yourself, your own assessment. Look at your daily routines. You have to have all these rules I violate. You can't drink a lot. You need a lot of sleep. And you need exercise. I got to work on all 3 of those. But the point of it is, you have to invest in yourself. There are companies out there who wake up every day, they may be hungry, they're trying to take food out of your family's mouth. You ever think of it like that? I'm going to war. You don't want me to go to war against you because I love some war. I will fight. You're gonna have to get a restraining order to get me out of the house. Because if I believe, if 8 people sit on that couch, 8 people are alive. Because I believe that I can change people's lives with the products that I sell, that I offer. So here's the roadmap. Weekly challenges, mindset, skill building, right? Systems, execution, accountability, whatever the cycle is, whatever that time frame is, you got to go through these processes. You have to invest in yourself to be better. You have to believe. You know, you're going to be, this is such an honor for me because following me is probably one of the smartest men in this industry, Brian Gottlieb. He's going to tell you how to go beyond the him. He's going to talk about things that are really going to help you be successful. Listen, these things are fun. We always have a lot of fun. But what matters is what you do out there in the street when you leave tomorrow. That's what matters. Tools and resources. There's so many things out there, right? Coaching sessions. Dominic and his team will help change your industry. They'll help change your business. You know, what's funny, back in the old days when I started, no one ever coached and trained you because nobody wanted you to get into a business that was protected. Guys were making $3,000 commission in 1983 when minimum wage was $1.65. The only way you got into business when I grew up was somebody had to die or go to jail. That's the only way you got into it, because protected business. But now you got people who are here to help you, help give you everything you need. All the technology you're going to hear about today. Listen to Channel Automation. Listen to Rise. Listen to all these guys. They're going to give you the tools to be successful. Right? So let's bring it all together. Expected results, ROI. Increase win rates. Improve rep. Culture, continuous improvement. You have the key within to unlock your own success. Call to action. Challenge the people on your team. Start your journey from grit to gold. So, grit to gold is very important to me. One, because the book, believe it or not, Grit to Gold, will be out in August. That you can, shameless plug, purchase on Amazon and other formats, Grit to Gold. Hey, there we go. There's my theme song right there. I can hear it in the monitor. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but anyway. So let's pull this together. You have a chance to make a difference. If I give you any information at all today, if I said anything that triggered anything in your mind, is that you can be whatever you want to be. Your journey from grit to gold will be successful if you follow the process, if you follow the system, if you believe that you can achieve, you can do anything that you want to do. But that has to start today. I need you to jump first and build the airplane on the way down. I don't need you to talk about it. I need you to be about it. Right? A hungry dog always runs fast. So, I'm going to leave you with this. Your journey from grit to gold is what you decide to be. Paul Burleson, I'm out of here.
There he is. All right. Paul Burleson, one more round.
You got it.
Your jacket's still up here.
Second excited. I was trying to find the bar. Sorry.
All right. All right. There we are. How's everybody feeling? So one more time. How's everybody feeling? All right, so what we're gonna do today, we are going to get to our breakout session. So if you're going to the Spanish sales training room, we're gonna break out to the Spanish sales training room. Wendy, what step are you covering right now? Major close, button up? Button up. So you're gonna finish out the closing sequence and the button up. Obviously, closing the sale is not getting into the finish line. Closing the sale is not getting into the end zone. Closing the sale at best is getting into the goal line, and truly punching it in for a touchdown is doing what? Buttoning up that sale, tying up any and all loose ends. How much money do you make on a cancellation? Right, so pen to paper is one thing, but we want to make sure we're tying up any and all loose ends, so you're going to learn a proven format on how to retain more sales. Also, we have our Profits for Sanity breakout session. It's an absolute honor and privilege. We got a lineup today that's absolutely going to blow your mind. We're going to be kicking off the Profits for Sanity breakout with the best-selling author and a great mentor to most of the industry at this point. His name is Brian Gottlieb. Who's heard of Brian Gottlieb? So let's give him a round of applause while we're all in here. So a lot of people know Brian Gottlieb was the founder, president, leader of Tundraland. We worked at Matt City. We literally had the rivalry of all time here in the state of Wisconsin. And it was the best thing that could have happened to both of us. It's something that we're both really grateful for. And for him to be willing to come and speak at one of my events, it's an honor and privilege. If you haven't read his book, Beyond the Hammer, raise your hand if you read his book, Beyond the Hammer. Those of you who read the book, what do you think? Amazing. If you haven't read his book, Beyond the Hammer, make sure you talk to him, make sure you get it. It is available on Audible, I believe. Download it, listen to it over and over, and more important, implement what he teaches. So if you are in the leadership role and you want to hear directly from the man, the myth, the legend, Brian Gottlieb, make sure you join us in the Profits for Sanity breakout for his masterful presentation. You will not regret it. I did want to say at about 11:15 today, I'm going to be coming back in the sales room. I'm going to welcome everybody, and we're going to play some Closers Jeopardy right before lunch. So Closers Jeopardy is going to be an opportunity to recap everything we've learned in this camp and also qualify for additional points. Wendy, last Closers camp, she was the world's fastest button pusher, I think. We got that award for her. Yeah. So you're literally going to see a question on the screen. You got to buzz in on your smartphone or your tablet. And the first to buzz in gets the first shot at answering the question. So you can tabulate a lot of points as long as you know what you're doing. But here's the caveat. If you buzz in and you get the wrong answer, you get negative points. So do not buzz in unless you know the answer. Otherwise, you're going to destroy yourself. Okay? All right. So what we're going to do, leaders, owners, executives, please join us in the breakout session. We'll take a good 10 minutes to make the transition. Let's go to the Spanish sales training room. Let's go to rock and roll, and then we'll come back and reconvene in here at 11:15 for Closers Jeopardy. Who's excited? All right. We'll see you on the other side. And as always, yes, you are a closer. You need to leverage the 15 minutes.
Didn't think like it's whatever. You know what? It's because you didn't answer. Well, I wasn't, you know.
You went fishing. Oh. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, you hook one of them, pull out the bottom and you're gonna use it. What's up, everybody? How we doing? Fantastic, we made it to day 3. Who's hungover? Show hands, anybody? Oh, no way. We're all hydrated, went to sleep on time. Well done. So last night you guys had some studying to do. Who feels like they can do qualification front to back? Should be everybody. I want a couple volunteers. We're gonna do 3. 100 points apiece. All right. We're gonna do bridge. It's the whole thing right through bridge, 6 questions, explanation of the promotion. We'll do IVR afterwards, all right? Because we haven't even studied that yet, dude. You guys are getting ahead of me here. All right, we got, you guys pick one of you from this table, one of you from this table. In the back. All right. We're gonna go one at a time. Let's start back here. We'll go right to left here. Come on up. Let's give a round of applause. We got a mic up here. Yes, we do. The canvas background coming in strong. Just talk about your name, introduce yourself.
I'm Colton, and I'm a canvasser for Big Dog Griffin.
And I have a problem. All right, starting with the bridge.
Dan, do you got any questions for me before I leave?
I think you answered everything. It's fun up here, isn't it? You good?
Yeah, so the investment's gonna be good for 30 days. Does that sound like a fair window for you to get back to me within
Oh, for sure, Dan, can you call me?
1 week? Okay. Just so you know, even if you don't get back to me in the week, I'm still gonna give you a call. I know you're busy. So I'm pretty interested in getting this all done, don't you?
Yeah, we're gonna do something soon.
Okay, okay. Well, glad you're interested. We're gonna put our top north gate shingle on your roof. How does it make you feel?
I mean, it's a roof, you know, but I'm gonna be happy with them.
So now we got everything figured out. It's just the investment that's holding us back, correct?
Yeah, it's a lot more than I expected.
Okay, yeah. When do you want this done? When are you looking?
Well, we wanna get it done this year, for sure.
Yeah, you mentioned your roof was about 20 years old, correct? Yeah, so even if you wait longer than 20 years, you know, they're doing this to my dad too. They're cutting homeowners insurance.
Yeah.
Have you known that?
Yep.
Yeah, so that's gonna be a big problem. You know, just to get this moving forward a little quicker, we offer some promotions. Is that something you'd be interested in at all?
Yeah, well, what do you have?
Okay, so our company offers a few different promotions just to save you a substantial amount of money. And we take a no as graciously we take a yes. So we just want your rough idea on how much we can save you and what you're willing to do.
What can you do? How's it work? Here we go, guys.
Come on.
At this point. At this point, what do we know? There's a spider here, we know that. What else do we know?
He's buying.
Am I a buying friend? Does he know that I wanna get it done soon? Confirmation on the product. Comfortable with the company? He also creates some urgency there, which I like. Sometimes you go off the cuff. Yeah, you go longer than 20 years. Never know what's gonna happen. Is it isolated down to money yet? That's the one thing. I always wanna be like, sounds like the only thing that really stopped us from getting the project going is the money, yeah?
Sure. And without cutting quality, we can just cut back doing some business.
Say it again. Without cutting quality,
Without cutting quality, we'll cut the cost of business.
how do we do that? The only way we can save you money on this project without sacrificing quality, which we never do, is by reducing our cost of doing business. So how do we reduce cost of doing business? Promotions, right? So we want to make sure that they're interested in the promo and they understand that we're not going to cut corners, but we do have a promotion that's time sensitive, right? Let me explain. That's the whole point of qualification, guys. Funnel it down to money, tee up the major close. Now, we have not learned the major close yet, and we've got a brand new sales rep here. So after we go through the major close today, you're gonna understand why we see this stuff. So stick around with all our group. I appreciate it. Let's get 100 points out of it. All right, who's next? Good. You guys are gonna rate them at the end here. Who did it best? All right, Nick. Yeah.
All right, then, that's all I have for you. Any additional questions for me before I get out of here?
No, I like to see these packing up some measure today. Now you answered everything.
Okay, great. Now, remember, that proposal with that total investment is good for a full 30 days. You think you'll be able to get back to me within 30 days, something?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Okay, I know you're busy. Of course, I've been busy, right? It's that time of year. Just to make sure that I'm ready for you when you do call. About how long should I expect to wait to hear from you?
You know, we got one more guy coming out and my wife and I are probably gonna take about a week to look at everything over, so I'd say probably 2 weeks max.
Okay, 2 weeks, that soon. Sounds like you guys are pretty serious about getting this done then.
Yeah, we put it off a long time.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. So, you know, I really got the feeling, Dan, you know, talking with you, that you really love the solution that we had with your windows. And you really liked how we were gonna install a lifetime replacement grade window. Is that still correct?
Yeah, I think it's sweet.
It's really sweet. And, you know, based on what I heard from you earlier, it's not really a matter of if, but when, and it's something you guys are planning on doing in the very near future.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, yeah, I totally agree with you. I think that's the best choice. And something that you said earlier is that Border is absolutely who you prefer to handle this project if and when you do move forward with it.
Yeah, I was impressed with your credentials. You guys really know what you're doing.
Thank you for saying so. Yeah, it's something we're really proud of as well. So it sounds like the only thing that stopped us from moving forward with this evening is the investment. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, man, I had no idea it was gonna cost as much. It makes sense, but it's something we gotta talk about for sure.
Yeah, no, it is a big investment, one we don't take lightly, and obviously I know you guys don't either. So Dan, if I could save you a substantial amount on this project, you'd want to hear about that, wouldn't you?
Hell yeah.
Okay, perfect. So remember earlier when I told you that there were some additional promotions that we'd go over? Okay, great. Well, I'm gonna go over that with you now.
Sure.
Okay? So now, listen, I always say this, I show this to every customer, it's not for every customer.
Okay.
Okay? And the only way that we could reduce the price on the project without cutting any quality, which of course we would absolutely never do, is by finding ways that we can maximize our efficiency and, you know, get you a full solution that is going to be much more cost effective and saving time.
Sure.
Okay?
Okay.
So perfect. So I'm gonna tell you about that now.
Sounds wonderful. How about that, guys? I wanna know what stood out, because I wanna hear from Butch too, but real quick feedback, what'd you notice? So smooth. Done it a few times, yeah, it's not his first time. Authentic, was there any pressure? None whatsoever, that's a tough act to follow, right now, Butch?
You got it.
You didn't hear the yes or no? We got a stickler up front, he's right.
Now, Dan, before I, do you have any more questions for me?
No, Butch, I think you answered everything.
Great, and as I said earlier, that price is good for 30 days, you'll be getting that reviewed in 30 days, won't you?
Oh, yeah.
And just so I don't miss the call, can I be expecting you?
You know, we actually move pretty quick on this stuff. I gotta talk to my wife about it, but I'd imagine early next week.
Early next week?
Yeah.
Well, you're really serious about getting these windows done, aren't you?
Yeah, we usually move quick.
I got the feeling you really fell in love with our exclusive Unishield window, didn't you?
Yeah, it's pretty cool, man.
Well, it sounds like from gathering everything today, it's not a matter of if, but when we get this project together, are we still the company you see do this? And that window that's gonna perform in your house 365?
Yeah, man, you guys are at the top of the list.
Excellent. It sounds like, Dan, the only thing stopping us from getting on our busy work schedule is the money. It's the money, isn't it?
It's always the
Right, well, if there's a way I could save you a substantial amount of money on this project, you wanna know about it, wouldn't you?
Yes, I would.
Well, remember earlier when I said I'd let you know about any promotions we had running? Oh, I wasn't gonna do this, this isn't for everybody, but we do have ones running in 30 days.
Okay.
The company just rolled out this promotion to save you a substantial amount of money on this project without reducing quality, which is something that we would never do. So I'm gonna go over the details with you, and you can give me a simple yes or no, and that price is still gonna hold for 30 days. Fair enough?
Sounds great.
Now, as I go through these details, I'm gonna give you a simple yes or a simple no. I'll take the no as simple, as graciously as I take the yes. Just know I'll go to my car and cry.
Fair enough, all right, it's getting ready to go. Well, that's tough. That's tough, that's pretty damn good too. What stood out to you?
You brought back up exclusivity.
Brought back up the exclusive factor, I love it, yeah, our exclusive Unishield window. Anything else? Just count at the end, yeah. Get you chuckling. No pressure. I've heard that from pretty much everybody here. That is the secret. If you want to execute qualification well, you want to tee up the major close where they're not on guard. Have you guys ever tee up the major close and you see people bristle? They sit back and get defensive. That means they know it's coming and you screwed up. We don't want to telegraph our punch. Have you ever had anybody where you start to roll out the major close and go, why didn't you just lead with this? How come you didn't tell me this earlier? Why do we do all this friggin' dog and pony show?
Not more of it.
It's not for everybody. We didn't get permission to deliver it to you until you told me what your timeline was. As soon as you said you're gonna make a decision in a week or two, you kicked that door open. It seemed like maybe you'd be interested in this. You don't have to do anything you're not ready to, but I figured I'd make you aware of it. You guys seem like you're perfectly primed and qualified for it. That's why it's called qualification. So how many of you guys feel like this is a beneficial step in the process? All right, who did it best? Pretty good, dude. All right, let's hear some noise if you think Mick did it best. All right, how about Bush? Roll it loud. I'm not throwing Colton under the bus, Colton's first time up here, we gotta give him another round of applause, man. What do we think, guys? I think loudest cheers were for Butch. Well done. Alright, so the way I wanna point this thing out. Is we're gonna do 200 points for first place, 150 for second place, 100 points for third place.
Yeah.
Right on, alright, well done, you guys put in the work on that night. Now, once you guys have gone through qualification. These guys are ready to hear the major close, the promotion that we're here to give them. Why do we call it the major close? Because it's majorly important. Have you seen my videos? It's crucial that we do this. This is the whole thing. Now, is there ever a scenario where you should be at an appointment and you do not deliver the major close?
Yeah, like I activate.
Right. Yeah, they're dragging you out in handcuffs. You're like, yeah, one more promotion is showing. That's how serious this is. You cannot let people talk you out of this. You miss 100% of the shots you do not take. Has there ever been anybody in this room who's talked to a homeowner who says, I swear to God, if you give me a same day promotion, I'm gonna throw you out of this house, and then they bought?
Yes.
Hell yes. Why? Because the last guy who did it sucked. And they don't like same day sales gimmicks. So we have to make sure that this part is dialed in tight. The point of this promotion is very simple. It is not a sales gimmick. Why do we offer it? It's all based on efficiency. They're saving us money because they're saving us time, so we just return the favor. There are a couple people I've heard who do this really well. My boy Kevin over at New York Sash always says that we don't do this out of altruism. When he talks to homeowners, he's like, this is not altruism, this is business. There are a lot of people who come out and they'll give you a price of 50 grand, but if you do it right now, we can do it for 35. They somehow whack 15 grand off the total. That's gimmicky bullshit. But it does cost us money to come back out a second time, right? So the way I always deliver the major close to homeowners is once I've teed it up with the qualification, I'd be like, so guys, I'm gonna explain this promotion to you real simply. I wanna make sure that you guys understand why we do it. So on any given week, I work 3 appointments every single day. And I work 6 days a week, Monday through Saturday. My entire territory is the state of Wisconsin. I'm driving all over the place, right? 80,000 miles a year, and there are 50 guys like me out here doing this. Now, you can imagine with us being that busy, we're generating a lot of business, a lot of freaking jobs are getting done. But just keep in mind that half the people we talk to are just kicking tires on this project. They're in the preliminary stages. And so they decide to hold off. That's why we give you a 30-day price. On the other half, they're ready to move forward relatively soon. And a lot of those folks tell us they love our products and our company. They're comfortable with, the monthly investment. They want to get the project started. Now, homeowner to homeowner, I just want you to know, I do not care what camp you fall into. I'll take your business whenever you want to give it to me, but you have to understand that from the company's perspective, the people who decide to move forward with us on the initial visit are incredibly valuable. Because if I don't have to come back out here a second time, I can see more prospective clients and I can generate more business, right? Time is money. Does that make sense, everybody?
Yeah.
If you say that to a homeowner, are they gonna understand why we offer it? Now, at that point, this should not be where we start to discount massively in order to get them to roll over and buy. How big should your initial visit reward be? 6, 7, 8%. It should be a non-round number under 10%. Mine was always 7.2. For those of you who have seen the training, you know that. 7.2% was big enough to move the needle no matter how big the job was. It was 10 grand, it's $720. It's 20 grand, it's $1,440. Is $1,440 a lot of money? Hell yeah. For most of the people we talk to, that is a lot of money. And if they're gonna do this next week anyway, if you're a homeowner and you're looking at this project and everything is looking good, it checks all the boxes, you wanna get it done soon, would you wanna save almost $1,500? I would. So I wanna lay it out to the homeowner in a way that it makes sense. We're not dropping thousands and thousands of dollars off here. But it costs us a certain amount of money to come back out. It's an opportunity cost. So if you guys are ready to move forward, if we check every box, you guys want to rip the Band-Aid off and get this started, all we do is we take that opportunity cost that we save and we apply it to your job in the form of a discount. Here's what that looks like. And then I write down the total savings and I circle it and I slide it over to them. No percentages, I don't tell them we take X% off. Why do we want to avoid that? It's not a real number. They can start to ask questions. We take 7.2% off. How'd you come up with that? I don't want to say that. Do they even care about the percentage? What do they care about? How much they're saving. So there's two things that we have to accomplish here. One, we have to deliver this message in a way that is easy for them to understand. It is a justifiable discount. It makes sense. And two, they have to understand that it is time sensitive. This thing leaves when I do. Is everybody here capable of doing that? Why would you not do it?
Okay, anyway,
Say it again.
pay anyway,
One more time.
they're gonna pay anyway.
They're gonna pay anyway, but as a sales rep, why would you never, is there any scenario you can think of where you would not deliver the IVR?
Buy a finance terms.
They bought earlier, hell yeah. They bought a retail. Why the hell, I'm not even here anymore. Wrote up the paperwork and left. Has anybody ever talked to you out of delivering the IVR? Because they have for me in my career. Yeah. How did that happen? Yep. Did they buy a retail? Right, so as long as we give them a time sensitive promotion. We can move the needle on. They're basically, if they're saying, we don't even want to hear about that, that's crap. They want the best price they can get. They just don't want to feel the pressure that's usually associated with this discount. But I don't want to leave the house without attempting to close the deal. We know if there's no urgency, there's no chance they're gonna buy, or a very low chance. So whatever you have to do, you gotta create a sense of urgency. Have you ever had anybody who you lay out the IVR and they go, yeah, I know for a fact I can probably back next week and get this price.
Oh.
What do you do in that situation?
Just ask one word, how? Why or something? Yeah, I wish I could, but if I have to drive to another appointment, I'm giving you this as an opportunity cost, the money's just not there. If I do, are you gonna sign?
That's a good question. How would you follow it up? If I do honor this later, are you gonna sign? If so, why? And the way I used to do it is a version of the liar close. I'd just be like, well, let's just go down that hypothetical path. Let's say, hypothetically, you call me back tomorrow or next week. And you're like, hey, Dan, I'm ready to move forward, but only if you can give me that discount that you offered me on day one. And I'm like, yeah, no problem, man. I was lying about that. I was just trying to twist your arm and do it. How do you feel? I lied to you, you caught me. If I'm willing to lie about that, what else am I lying about? Are we even gonna install the roof? Are we gonna install it the way I said we would? If you catch somebody in a lie, are they a liar once or a liar always? We say that about trust. It's hard to gain, very easy to lose. Now listen, this is not the reason that you buy this. This discount should not be the reason you buy this. In fact, if you're not 100% confident and comfortable right now, I suggest we do nothing. But you need to understand that when I leave here this afternoon, even though I'm happy to come back out here, we have to charge you the opportunity cost because you're costing us other business. But you can believe me when I tell you this, because as I said yesterday, I get paid on commissions, so the more you spend, the more I make. I don't give a shit when you do this. See you next week. You have to be totally indifferent and ready to walk out the door. You have to be able to deliver this in a way that is justifiable. If they don't believe you, you're screwed. And I've gone round and round with people on this. How many times do you sit at the table, you explain the IVR, they get mad, you use the takeaway and back off. Then you re-enter the conversation, you explain it another way. And they're like, well, that makes sense, but we don't want to do it. You're like, don't do it, and you back off. Around and around you go. I had a little old lady one time, I was talking to her about windows. And she was like, I don't want to do it tonight. I was like, don't do it tonight. She was like, but I want that price. I was like, welcome to the family. She's like, "But I wanna do it on my terms." I'm like, "No problem, just sign this paper that says I explained the IVR and decline it." But I want that price. I was like, am I in a freaking time loop here? What is happening? It's an Abbott Costello routine. We did that for like 15 minutes. Round and round that went. You guys ever have that feeling like your head's about to explode when you're closing? Just wanna shake the shit out of it. Does this not make sense to you? But you gotta maintain your composure, control those destructive emotions. It's just human behavior. Even if it's logical, they're feeling like they're in a vice, so you always have to be the thermostat, not the thermometer. Every time they show any sort of pushback, use a takeaway. Pivot out of the closing sequence. This is another reason why it's so freaking important to do the qualification step before you do this. Because now I'm just following their lead. Some people skip qualification and they just go right from retail closing into the major close. Now, I'll tell you, I have told a lot of you guys the story already, but I had a customer where if I hadn't qualified him, I never would have sold. So I sat there talking to this guy, went through the retail closing sequence, then we dipped out of the conversation, we were talking about something else for about 15 minutes, he was a psychology professor, so he's sharp. And I had a feeling he knew what I was doing, so I got into the bridge to qualification, I was like, dude, this has been a really fun appointment. I don't usually get to have this level of intellectual conversation with our clients. I just wanna see if you have any other questions for me before I get out of here, 'cause otherwise I'm gonna sit here all day chatting you up and I got another appointment to get to. And he goes, you know what, Dan, let's just write it up. I was like, awesome, so I pulled out the paperwork, I started writing up at retail. And he goes, you know why I'm buying? You guys ever have customers tell you why they buy? Is that the greatest shit in the world? Hey, here's what you're really good at. Like, thanks, and most people just tell me I suck all day. Say that again? Yeah, they tell you you're a great salesman, they don't buy. What a left-handed compliment that is. Yeah, you were such a great husband. Can you just sign these papers? Some of you guys are laughing with a little scorn. I can hear it. I've been there. Well, this guy goes, you know why I'm buying? He goes, it's because you didn't give me a buy it now price. I hate when people do that shit. I was like, oh my God, thank you. Qualification. That's like the next words out of my mouth. We got a boot. Sell to your retail, sir. I was like, yeah, I hate when people do that too. Sons of bitches, are always trying to twist your arm. We have to qualify when we get into major close. We have to make sure that they understand what it is, why we do it, and we have to be granite. There is no scenario where they go, hey, listen, can you hold this till the end of the day? How many times do they say that? I'll call you back by the end of the day. Yeah, ask for Mr. Blue. I'll be holding my breath. It's not gonna happen. I got a guy in 2017, man. He told me he was gonna call me back, just moving some money around. I'm still waiting for the phone call. They don't call back ever. If they can make a decision tonight or tomorrow or next week, can they make the decision right now? Is it better for them to do that? That's the way I look at it. Think long, think wrong. Yeah.
Real quick, great story. I went to go buy me and my wife pulled up to this place, they sell mattresses. And me and my wife had talked about buying a mattress. We haven't solidified anything or anything like that, but we talked about buying a mattress. We're pretty sure we're buying a mattress. So I walk in and I start talking to the salesman and he looks at me and goes, there's the price. I said, okay. He said, but there's the price right there. If you sign it right now, you can walk back out to your car. I said, really? He said, no. So you walk back out to your car because that's not the price. Because that's the price right now. Shit, I'm buying a mattress anyway. Shit. So I went ahead and signed it up, bought it, walked out to my car. My wife looked at me and said, did you buy a mattress? We're not buying a mattress right now. Did you really buy a mattress? I was like, well, I thought we were buying a mattress. She goes, well, hell no, not today. I said, well, I already bought it. So what does that tell you? That stuff works.
It works, man.
He
Urgency.
signed it right then. I would walk out of the car and he had not sold the mattress.
Yeah.
He sold that mattress. This is that.
I love it. Don't you love salespeople too? Action threshold so low. I just thought the same way. I'm like, yeah, twist my arm. All right. Yeah.
So that, not to be like, kind of sunny right there, but that tells me he's a good salesperson.
Yeah.
The reason is because I saw my people that are salespeople that won't listen to you or buy. Because they weren't good.
Right.
So they're so upset that they couldn't sell anybody, they won't buy from a good salesperson. So like I bought a car one time and I told the lady, you know, they put you in the finance room and then they shut the door and whatever happens in there happens. And she goes, she's like, I just want to go over the options with you. I said, I just want the vehicle. I don't want to pay that's no problem. So this and just keep going. I was like, okay, I'm gonna buy something. I don't care what it is, but I chose to buy from her because I appreciated her salesmanship.
Yeah.
So that's what good salespeople do. So if you run into somebody that's a salesperson, they don't want you to go over anything, they don't sell.
They can't sell. They don't understand the dynamics of objection handling and plowing through the conversation. It's just natural behavior for people, you know, we get hit between 3,000 and 10,000 times a day for our attention and our money in America. We're always being jabbed. There's a reason we have over $1 trillion in credit card debt in this country, because this shit's effective. They wear you down, right? Targeted marketing these days is ridiculous. They'll show you the same shit every day over and over again, and you look at it and go, yeah, no. And then 2 days later, you're like, it's actually pretty cool. 5 days later, it's like, your package has been delivered. Son of a bitch. They got me again. It's like they know me. So we have to be persistent. Don't let them talk you out of doing this stuff, guys. I'm telling you, it works. The sale happens 82% of the time. It happens after the fourth no. Now with this closing sequence, how many no's have we gotten out of the way at this point? At least 4. Now we're at the IVR, there's a promotion on the table, it's time sensitive, we've got commitments from these people over and over again. For those of you who are really good closers, how many deals do you write right here? Yeah,
Probably
80%. 80%. How many of you really like closing? I know I asked this the other day. Everybody here is like, I live for the fight. Some people do. It's my least favorite part of the job, but I've gotten to see it as more and more enjoyable the more I've done it. But I want them to want to buy it. I like selling better than closing. So the vast majority of my deals happen at IVR, but the way I did IVR, I just delivered it to you. Because of my style, I usually roll it right into a porch light close. So how many of you guys use a porch light close? Yeah. Pretty effective, right? Why is it such an effective close? Pressure relief, gives them time to breathe, gives them time to talk about it. We know they're gonna say one of 3 things at this point. What are they?
Yes, no, I don't think about it.
Yes, no, or I gotta think about it. It's usually, yes, let's get started, or some version of, I need more bids, I have to think about it, I need to sleep on it, I need to talk to my financial advisor. I gotta pray on it, I gotta talk to the dog, whatever the hell it is. They come up with some BS. So what's the best way to overcome any objection? Bring it up first, to leave, pack your shit, get the hell out of there, I don't want these people. We wanna leave the house, so if I know that one of the options is, I gotta think about it, which we hear all the time. I'm just gonna beat them to the punch. To be like, listen guys, this is a huge investment, I know you take it seriously, this is something you're probably gonna have to discuss, and I don't know about you. But when my wife and I are looking at an investment of this magnitude, we wanna talk about it, and we don't wanna talk about it in front of the sales guy. But I'll tell you what, I can take all my stuff out of my car anyway. I missed a call from my wife, she doesn't usually call me during the day. I'm gonna make sure everything's cool at home, why don't you guys take some time, discuss the offer that's on the table, see if it makes sense for you. Once you talk it through, just put the porch light on, give me a wave, I'll come back and I'll answer any questions you have. Now, at any point, did I ask permission to do this? Hey, would you guys like some time to think about this? That's a no, I don't want to hear. So I'm not giving them a choice. In closing, throughout the entire process, you have to have control over the entire scenario, but right now, you've told them how to vet a contractor. You've told them what to look for in a product. You told them how to pay for the damn thing. Now we're gonna tell them how to buy it. Well, I'm doing this, why don't you guys do this? Talk it over, see if it makes sense. Was there any pressure the way I delivered that? Huge pressure relief valve. Have you ever done that? People go, thanks, that's actually really helpful. It's the best. I had one customer who thanked me for saying it the way I did. She was like, yeah, we had a guy who was like, I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. This is an exploding offer. When I'm done with the smoke, this deal disappears. I was like, wow, that guy goes, get him on the phone, see if we can hire him, she can train this shit. Good Lord. Unbelievable. So we want to make sure that we give them the space they need to talk about it. Now, is there ever a scenario where you should not leave the house? a troop of howler monkeys, did you guys hear that?
Yeah.
Okay, it wasn't just me. Wild hogs, yeah, Madison, notorious. So when should we now leave the table? After we deliver the IVR, I should say, is there ever a scenario where you don't want to porch light? A couple, yeah,
If you have one of the couple that are clearly like not bought in at this point, and you were only like, if they're not both just kind of on the fence. She will take that. if you need it.
yeah, for sure, yep,
Exactly. Back off that, I had a couple that thought about it in the garage so loud that I could hear it.
yeah,
She absolutely did not wanna buy it, it was super awkward and.
yeah.
That's when you go in there and say, you guys should just do it anyway, because she's mad at you no matter what.
Right, listen, buddy,
Yeah. If they start using pet names, big buying sign, usually you're gonna need to mediate that though, because neither of them wants to admit they want it to the other.
exactly, yeah.
Ping pong.
We can then ping pong, how's the ping pong clothes go?
Well, it's corny, but.
Yes, it is,
I hate it.
I hate it, I never use this shit, it doesn't work.
You are a fabulous couple. I love what I see out of you two, man. I love what I'm seeing at, you know, the relationship is about communication and kind of working off of each other, so. Josh, do you mind if I ask Devin a question?
Yeah, sure.
Devin, if you felt like Josh saw this investment was gonna really, increase your health of your home. Get rid of the ecosystem in your attic, put you in a position where you guys can both breathe easier, do you feel like if he wanted to do this movement, you'd be happy with that?
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Do you mind if I ask
Yeah.
your husband? Yeah. Josh, if you felt like Devin was concerned about, you know, your child's coughing and saw this as a solution to that. And could really improve you guys' life, not just right now, but for a long time, do you feel like you'd be happy to make sure that you have to? Yeah, absolutely. Sounds like we already got that figured out. Don't think you guys made a decision, you just gotta say it all out. Yeah, that's good. Take care of it.
Nice, round of applause. Basically, we are mediating the conversation between these two people. So John, let me ask Mary a question quickly here. Mary, if you knew that John was 100% comfortable and confident with the solution, he was ready to move forward, would you be confident as well? Yeah, fantastic. John, same question. You knew Mary was on board, she wanted to get this done, we had everything she was looking for. Would you feel the same way? Yeah, well, it sounds like you guys answered your own hesitation. Now, this is where Rick Grasso was pretty slick. If you guys use some paper docs, he used to take the finance doc and he'd slide it over to Mary, and then he'd reach over and he'd shake John's hand. John sees Mary filling out a finance doc, Mary sees John shaking hands, and I guess we're doing this. Pretty good. Highly effective closing, you're in that scenario, but those are the ones where you don't want to leave the table, because otherwise they're gonna ping pong back and forth. Honey, what do you think? Well, I don't know, what do you think? I don't know, what do you wanna do?
I still need to think about Dan.
We still need to, I think we should talk about it, they'll talk each other out of it, because nobody wants to make the decision, because if it goes wrong. That's the sort of stuff that'll create a marital fight. 20 years later, you're king, you remember when you bought that roof, you know? Nobody wants to be in that spot, so they hedge their bet. So you are the agent of influence, assume the sale. Sounds like you guys already made a decision on this. I think it was a good one based on what we found. We're gonna do a beautiful job for you. I see your driver's license, we'll get this started. Now, do you want it in both your names? You do it in one of your names. I always want to move on to the next step quickly. As soon as you hear the answer you want, hang up, right? Move on to the next step. That's ping pong close. I prefer porch light when I can get it, which is pretty much all the time. I'll tell you, the vast majority of my deals happen after IVR porch light. Come back in and they're like, we're gonna do it. Or you walk back in and they go, I got one question.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah. What is it? Can we use our credit card for the deposit? Get those boys back, make them up. That's what happens. They come back, when you come back in the house and start asking questions, you're in good shape. Are there any other sub-step clothes that you guys use regularly, right off the rip, before I jump in them? Yeah, what do you use?
So, it's kind of weird, but we kind of go, mind if I ask you a question, what do you think it would cost for from any other company with standard overhead. Not us, but another. You know, but they guess. An even higher number than they thought we would be.
We got another confirmation.
Yeah, and then, oh,
Don't say them out.
Yeah,
I see that, she does that to everybody.
Yeah, I imagine it gets everyone. So when I work with them on this, I try to find ways to make a statement where they're gonna gas even higher than they're about to gas, like that. And then when they're at, like, they say 32,000, we slide the price to like 22. Because that's what your demo should be, 10 grand more than what your price is, your retail. And then the initial thing is you're gonna have either people go, oh my God, you duped me, all the prices, all the price conditioning, all the resources you showed me are completely fake. I don't know what to, you know, you get that, but like, they feel stupid because they trusted you with price conditioning and then you were just way under. So now they're like sketched out, so they say, isn't it nice to do business with a company lower it? And so they feel like it's already a discount.
Yeah.
And I go, I told you it's a discount, I wasn't lying. And they go, Katie, let me go argue with my wife in the garage.
Yeah, I actually sell most of my deals after that first slide across the table before I even get to financing for October. Because of the way we price condition and explain that low overhead discount.
But Katie, you're only a 68% closer.
Correct. I mean, I could probably get to 80% with this.
That's right. Get that thing up to 80. Can you guys imagine people
So you do me a favor, does everyone know who she is? Can you stand up, introduce yourself and tell them what you're doing, like your performance?
Oh, so I started, what was it, a year and a half ago? Yeah, I trained out of Starbucks. Before that, I was an attorney for 10 years and then I did marketing for about 5. But I'm obsessed with my closing rate. Like, I don't really give a shit if I walk away with like $1,800 in sale, it's a sale.
That's right.
So like, he told me from the beginning that he was at like 72%. I was like, okay, I just have to beat you. So that's always been my goal. I don't focus on the number, it just comes to me. But also, I think like the biggest key is authenticity. People, you know, I'll pitch with a Doberman draped across my lap for 2 hours. I'll pitch with a cat in my lap, sneezing while you hear tissues, or with your kid in your lap, my lap, playing with my hair. Like, people feel that vibe and they trust me, and so that's how I end up having the rate that I have. And
That's in your ouch.
I know what I'm bad at talking about.
Yeah.
So.
Somebody else pat her on the back. Come on.
So Kate, I'll just say, so Katie, I met her, we were at our first home show, and she was standing at the booth next to us. She had rainbow pigtails, and I didn't know what she looked like at first, and I could just hear this killer next to me. That's a kitchen company, but she's taking all my leads. And I'm the one doing the event, and finally I'm like, I'm gonna, if you can't get him join them, I'm gonna post this woman. And my business partner comes over, and he goes, she has purple hair. I was like,
Sweet.
I don't care if she has no face, she's perfect. So I approached her, and the way I got her was like, I will never mansplain to you ever. And then she talked, at the time, she talked to my fiance, and my fiance, she was like, is he a good boss? She goes, he doesn't mansplain to me. And then, so when I hired her, I did not tell her we were new. We didn't have an office yet, and I trained her out at Starbucks. And she finished her first year at 71% closing rate. And then
Come on.
And then I was like, I have to train on another product, siding. She's like, I don't want to, I want to close. I said, okay, but if you close siding, so.
Why have you had her years?
So, yeah, I trained her on siding, and admittedly, her closing rate dropped pretty big right off the bat. And then she got a hang of it, and then she kept climbing. She's just been fighting to try to get back to that 70% or something on siding and windows. So she, and we did the analytics. She has sold, we sell triple pane, we sell the Krypton. She sold our most elite options, all but 5 total jobs in her career.
No, that's not possible, because nobody wants to buy that stuff. We ain't for the middle. It's the importance of top-down selling, especially when you're looking at the art of closing. Sell the best products because you believe in them. And if people can't afford them, or they decide for whatever reason they're not worthy of the best, that's fine. Cause you have way more rope when you're closing them. How many of you guys pitch the top end product and then product drop and close? Yeah. They don't wanna pay for the triple pain. Listen, if you guys are comfortable doing it, if it's too much money for you on the front end, you're only gonna be here 2 or 3 years, you're not gonna experience the massive ROI of triple pane, I understand. Let's get you into dual pane windows instead, we can save you a substantial amount of money. You can sell the dual pane at a higher profit margin, but it looks like a perceived discount. Is that helpful?
Yeah.
Should do that all the freaking time, how many of you guys sell partial projects when you're closing? The line I love best there, even though it was all really good, was I don't give a shit if I leave with $1,800. Scratch paper every day. They're the highest closers I've ever worked with tell me we start to feel gross if we go more than one lead without writing a deal. But if I leave the house without a sale at my 10 o'clock, I have to sell my 2 o'clock or I'm gonna feel weird. When I started working, our sales director's name was Tom Rice and he was a lunatic. Yeah, window works. He had a little bit of a problem with the nose candy. And it showed. But he was a monster. He was very demonstrative. He just screamed at us in our sales meetings every Monday morning. When I started working there, I talked to the veteran reps and I'm like, what's the best advice you can give somebody who's a total greenhorn to this system? They go, 1 sale a day keeps Tom Rice away. I was like, cool. They're like, you only want that dude thinking about you and be stroking your chin. That's it. And they were right. So I was hard in the fires working at that sales organization. That was the expectation was you drop off paperwork every freaking day if you want us to give you these leads, they're expensive. So I took on that same mentality. One of the best sales of my entire career, I started by pitching roofing, siding, windows, doors on this house. Started off laying off over $100,000 ticket. So it was 5 hours sit. I left there with a $6,200 patio door. Sweating my ass off. Jesus Christ. Best sale of my career. Back then, that was almost at retail for that door. It was profitable. So I ended up putting about $800 in my pocket. And some of the guys were like, man, it's a tiny little ticket. Anybody ever had one of those marathons where you walk out with something and you're like, I am the greatest salesperson alive? Holy shit, that was me. Is it okay making $800 in 5 hours? Yeah. Not many people on the planet do that. And that was a bad day. So we talk about gratitude, we talk about being persistent and having perseverance. This is what we're talking about. Bad days in this industry are better than bad days in pretty much any other line of work. And you can develop this mentality where it's like, I don't get out of bed for less than $1,000. That's what we used to say at Van City. I don't get out of bed for less than $1,000. I'm driving all over the freaking place. I don't see my kid or my wife ever. I need to make some money. Well, this is where the rubber meets the road, is the closing sequence. So deliver the major close, get into sub-step closing. When somebody tells you the price is too high, do we start dropping our price? Hell no, what do we do?
It should be, shouldn't it?
Yeah. Cost more than you guys expected, I get that. Now, how many of you have ever done a $50,000 close, a $67,000 close? How's it go?
Well, Dan, I appreciate you telling me that. Obviously, I understand that this is a rather sizable investment for just about any, right? I certainly didn't want it. I certainly don't wake up every morning saying, hey, I want to spend $20,000, $30,000 on a roof. Now, that's a different thing. So the good news is, I'm still here, right? I mean, if I show up at your door today.
Yeah, Mike can mention. Well, yeah,
Yeah.
runs in the family, I'll sneak up my.
Yeah, Dan, the good news is I'm still here. I mean, if I showed up today and told you, hey, Dan, your new roofing ain't gonna cost you a penny more than $50,000, I'll conclude you would close the door.
Yeah, you've been out here a while ago.
Yeah, very quick, right? On the other day, let's say I said, hey, Dan, you are our millionth customer, and you can get this entire roof done for only $1,000. I mean, how fast would you go grab your pen and sign your checkbook?
Well, yeah, obviously we agreed to buy it.
Yeah, absolutely. So I mean, once again, we know we gotta do better than 50,000. You know I can't do as good as 1,000. I mean, Dan, how close are we?
Nice, give him a round of applause. Now, I see that close up a little bit differently. I'd be like, listen, guys, this is straight from Dominic. I'd be like, You guys can tell me no, can't you?
Yeah.
Yes, you can say yes too, you just did, either way is fine. So there's a little humor to get him going. Now, I've done everything I can for you on price, if I could have done more, I would have, all my cards are on the table here. We're at 35 grand for this thing, I'm just curious. Hypothetically, we just heard the $50,000 portion of this. If you've gone through all that, then at the end of that, I just be like, hypothetically. If you could name your number on this, it was comfortable for your budget, what would that number be? So I've already told them I can't do anything else on the price, is that true? I can. Because from this moment on, if I do any more discounting, we're going higher authority. I have all kinds of leverage to adjust the scope of work within the project, I can do all that. But we are at bedrock price for this. Unless we're changing scope, I'm out of ideas. Unless I can go to my manager, but I have to get permission to do that, so this is a cool thing about substep closing. You're like a chess player, you're 5 moves ahead, I'm using one close to tee up another close, to tee up another close. So I start with the $50,000 close to draw an offer out of it. Well, we're at 35, what would have been a number that would have been more comfortable for you? I'm using past tense language, they come back and say, we didn't want to spend more than 20. You guys ever have somebody say that to you? Yeah. We did not want to spend more than 20, like. Well, 20 is a decent budget, I mean, obviously you guys are serious about getting this done, $20,000 is a lot of money, and the good news is, I know for a fact you can get this done for 20 grand, so let's talk about that. You give them a little bit of hope, it's where you crush their dreams. So we rolled this close from $50,000 close, we get the offer out, and we still have to build $35,000 worth of value. What do we have to do? We only need 15 grand now, they're at 20 out of 35, we have to gap sell 15,000, the easiest way to gap sell is to take shit away. So now I roll it into what's called a total offer concept, or a Titanic close. Or I'd be like, one of the easiest ways that we can save you guys thousands of dollars on this. Is instead of having our trained, certified, licensed and insured installers, drug tested background check, all 9 yards. We go get day laborers from Home Depot. They charge about 1/3 of the hourly rate. I don't have to insure them. Now you guys have to sign a waiver because it's gonna void your warranty. And I take out an umbrella policy because they're not skilled, they're working up high. But that can save you thousands of dollars on labor. Is that the one offer that's on the table for me? Is that an option that you guys would actually consider? Yeah. Yeah, great, thanks, have a nice day. The vast majority of people, when I go, no, we don't want that, or when I got pretty regularly, people would be like, are you being serious? And I'd be like, guys, I'm trying to fit this into your budget. So right off the bat, it's like slapping them with like, are you being serious? I just told you you're getting this for 35 grand, and you're like, I'll give you half, you know? Okay, then I'll give you half of a roof. Sound good? So they go, no, we don't want that. They're like, thank God, we know the importance of the contractor. Well, here's another way we can save you a bunch of money. I know you guys said you wanted that awesome synthetic underlayment, the 6 feet of ice, water shield, proper ventilation, using all the right secondary materials, the starter strips, the whole 9 yards. Instead of using starter strips, we get 3 tabs and flip them over. Now we're avoiding the manufacturer's warranty once again, but they cost about half of what starter strips cost, which is why the vast majority of contractors use them. And if we're using those, we can only do 1 course of ice and water shield. We're not gonna get you 1 foot inside the warm wall, which is not gonna make code, but we're not pulling a permit on this anyway, you know? You guys see the problem here? If we start plugging links out of the chain, is it a chain anymore? I can gut this thing down to the studs for you. We could do this for 1/3 of the price. I see it all the time. It just depends on how much risk you are comfortable. John Mary, how much risk are you guys comfortable with? So you do a total offer concept and you hand it back to them that way in the form of risk. How many of you guys are risk averse? Anybody here jump out of airplanes? Yeah, like we do. Pretty crazy ass salespeople. Unless that shit's going down, not jumping, you have to kick me out of a perfectly good airplane, dude. They were built for a reason. I don't have feathers, you know? So most people are more risk averse, and if you can package this idea up and hand it to them in a way that's easy for them to digest, all you're trying to do is drag them through the phases, you know, the different stages of grief, so that they come to the last one, which is acceptance. Because right now, They are in between denial and bargaining. We have to get them through denial, and I wanna make a more realistic offer. So when I do total offer concept, after I have done $50,000 close, it's a polite way of saying, no. We can't do it. What's more important to you guys? Spending more than you wanted to get what you need? Or trying to get this thing done the right way for 20 grand? And I usually pull out, I have a little Venn diagram that I would pull out. It says cheap, fast, good. And I just slide it over to them and be like, pick two. Cheap and good? Thanks. It's not gonna be fast. I'm not saying those guys don't exist. You can find an old contractor, an old dog who's been doing this for 40 years, knows his shit. He comes out, he still has the connections with his old suppliers, he gets all the material really cheap. He's still got his certification, he has no overhead. And he actually takes care of this stuff where you have a warranty, but how many of those guys exist and how long do you want to shop for this? Cheap and good, you cannot do fast. You're gonna talk to 1,000 people hoping to find that guy. I'm not gonna say anything's impossible, go ahead.
Rick Grosso said something a couple years ago. Can you do it for us? It's basically like reselling the product, but letting it on.
So, Rick Grosso, a couple years ago, did this thing that I thought was brilliant and like stuck with me is when he was like, why don't you get them to give the price of each additional option you have? Like, hey, I understand completely, why don't we go over each option and you tell me what you're willing to remove? And then he'll actually go, what do you think, going from double pay to triple pay, what do you think that costs me? What do you think that costs? And then builds that price and writes it down. It was 1,500 a window less than you thought it was supposed to be. Yeah, can you do that for us?
Yeah, we used to have a TOC form where we would have all of the different points of differentiation in our product. And then we would ask the homeowner, we'd be like, so listen, you guys said we did that heat lamp presentation, you were blown away. Because you love having, that silver, zinc, titanium, multi-coat layer of low E on the glass. Because obviously it's an investment, it's gonna save you a bunch of money. We could do these windows without that, we could take it out, but how much do you think it costs to actually put that on each window? How much does that actually add to the cost? And have them tell you, like, it's gotta be a couple $100. Yeah, man. You know how they do that? Softcoat low E is called MSVD, magnetron sputter vacuum deposition. That means that they have all of these big expensive machines where they apply multiple different layers of metal in a vacuum chamber with a big magnet once the glass is already cooled. Does that sound cheap to you? Sounds pretty friggin' expensive to me. Once again, thank God for nerds. I never would have figured that shit out. Very expensive to do that process. It's also silver, it's zinc, it's titanium, or those cheap metals. We're not using aluminum here. So when you start to break it down that way, it sounds expensive. Well, is it worth it? You saw what that technology does. The shit's not free, but are you willing to invest in your home? We're a home improvement company, not a home keep it the same company. Right? Figure that one out. We want to improve. I'm sorry, go ahead.
One thing I'd like to do after I do a total offer concept, which you said with the line of, after I go over, maybe you don't want to take away, you definitely still want the home inside the frame. I like to say, would you agree it's worth it to invest more in your plan than less you should have?
Yeah, for sure. You get what you pay for, right? If we take the foam out of these windows, we can drop them to $1,250 even. We take the low E off, we can drop it down to $1,000 even. How far down the rabbit hole do you want to go? You just told me that, like a chain, every link's important. How many chains you guys, or how many links you want to take out? It's not even worth doing the project. If you guys want to start ripping this window apart, you may as well keep the shit you have. I didn't say it was gonna be an easy conversation, but I told you I was gonna lie to you. Have I lied to you one time? Friends tell friends the hard truth. This is what it comes. You guys are taking it. Go ahead.
I like to use a little bit of Chris Voss here as well at the end of that. It's just, hey, if you were the one selling this window and you had to make sure you have properly licensed installers, properly insured, great product, put in this technology, make sure you can keep a quality product. You don't want to sacrifice quality, which you've told me several times that you are unwilling to do. How would you possibly find a way to do this profitably and not go out of business for a year and lose your warranty?
Good. So you would make it their problem. It's a great point to bring up. If they want to buy it, but they don't want to pay for it, whose problem is that? Mine or theirs? It's their problem. It's all of our problem all the time as consumers. Man, that thing's awesome. How much? Oh. How much do I want it? Well, that's the job of the salesperson. We have to get them to want it. If they want it, this is a conversation we should get used to having. That's why I'd be like, listen, guys, if I could do this for half the price, what do you think I would? I get paid commission here. But put yourself in my shoes. How am I supposed to do that? Hit the ball right back to them. I told you earlier, without sacrificing quality, this is the price. That's right. Save up. Just remember that the price goes up between 12 and 15% annually, so just save fast. Right?
Rick used to say, you know what they say about rich people? They're the only ones that can afford to buy cheap because they can do it over and over.
That's right. Hell yeah, I wish I had cheap window money. That's a good line. That's the whole premise here. I would tell them, I'd be like, listen, I didn't tell you I was gonna give you great news. I was told you I was gonna bring you the news. That's it. Don't shoot the messenger. This is what it costs to do it the right way. You guys said you want to do it the right way. It seemed like you were being sincere, were you? Well, I'll tell you what, I can't do anything about the price, but what I can do is give you my personal guarantee that if you trust me with your home, you guys will love this. It's gonna last forever. We're gonna do a beautiful job for you. What do you say? Yes, sir.
Another one, this is actually one my dad taught me.
Is, hey, you said you want to do it for $20,000. $20,000 cheap?
Nope.
My dad always used to say, if you can't do it cheap, you may as well do it right.
That's right. Can't do it cheap, you may as well do it right. I only want to do it once, because guys, let's be real for a second. What is the only thing that sucks worse than replacing windows? Replacing replacement windows. And just so you guys have an idea, that's 40% of our business. The story I used to tell all the time at this moment is, I'd be like, listen guys, when I was in Mad City, there's two things that I can tell you about this. We installed almost 80,000 windows in 2021, 78,000. Of the windows that we tore out and threw in the dumpster, 37% of them were 5 years older than we were. People are still making payments on this shit as we were ripping it out of their house and throwing it in the landfill. Now, not only is that a financial disaster for this homeowner, because most of these people that we work with, they're middle-class people, right? A lot of blue-collar workers are making 60, 70 grand a year. You can't afford to do this shit twice. So I want to make it relatable for them. I want you guys to imagine that you go cheap on this. And 2 to 3 years from now, I'm sitting at your table with you again. And we are tearing out these garbage windows that, even though they were cheap, are cheap windows cheap? $400 or $500 a unit? If you guys are in the position to light $5,000 on fire, if you had 10 windows, I applaud you, I guess. But if I'm going that route, I'm not gonna pay $5 grand to downgrade my house. Take that money, go down to Mexico for 2 weeks, man, it goes a long way. Have fun with it. If you're gonna do the project, do it. Sorry, that's I hate go up there. So we gotta have this conversation, which is back and forth, but you are just a concrete wall, and all their objections is smashing into you and falling to pieces. Because you're trained. You know how these conversations go. They're the same every single freaking time. So my cadence was always IVR right into the porch light. If I got an objection, I would roll it into a $50,000 close to try to draw an offer out of them. Roll it into a total offer concept, because after I get to that point, I'd be like, guys, I want to help you, but obviously we can't do this for 20,000. Now, if the budget's 20,000, we can split this project up if we're doing something that can be split up. Obviously, not gonna do that with a roof. We'll do the front half this time. Not gonna do that. With windows, I'll be like, why don't we do $20,000 for the windows now? I can price freeze the second half of the project for a year for me. We can go that route. If they come back and they say they want to do the whole thing at once, what I'm trying to do is draw a more realistic offer out of them. So how many times have you guys done a TOC? Has anybody ever done that one here? TOC? Yeah. When you do that, do you ever get through the end of it and they offer you more money? That's the beautiful part of that close. You draw a more realistic offer. So I've had people who are like, well, I guess we can stretch it to 25 today and that's it. So one close of $5 grand just materialized. Is that helpful? Okay.
Do the porch light. Well, start your car at the same time.
Yeah, there you go. All right, have a nice day, folks. Yeah. I was getting ready to go. You guys said you weren't ready, I believe you. You gotta be willing to leave.
You go broker at the end, if it's like your last, you know how you obviously can do the, hey, I gotta ask you. Let's scale from 1 to 10. But do you ever do the like, so one of the things that's worked for me, right?
Do we have Michael, where is this already?
Like, how close was I? Is that what you know,
The broker.
Oh, the broker, yeah, we were talking yesterday about being a broker, so I hate being a salesperson, like I don't like the position, so I put myself into like a broker, so I'm like, look, I wanna do the best I can for you, but you gotta help me help you, sort of thing. But one of the things that I haven't really figured out how to teach is, I was bringing it to Katie yesterday, I think, it was, do you mind if I ask you a question? Just like realistically, if we were just cut this whole conversation out. Logically, when do you think the company has spent the least amount of money on our efforts to start your business? Do you think it's the first time I've stepped out here or the second or third time I drive out here? First time, obviously. So look, just be real with me. If you really want the product, if you really want what we can offer you. Doesn't it make sense that the best price I can give you to call the owner is while I'm here rather than the second time you ask? Doesn't that make sense to you?
Yeah.
So if you really want it, just help me help you, and I'll go back for you.
I did a version of that called the yes, no, maybe close. Because I wanted to simplify it, where I would just be like, listen, guys. If the answer is no, I'm fine with it. I'm not here to twist your arm. If it's too much money, if you're not ready to do it, then we're not for everybody right off the rip. You can tell me no. If the answer is yes, let's get the paperwork started. Kick ass, Adolph will do a great job for you. But guys, if the answer is maybe, let's keep talking. I've got nothing but time for you this afternoon. But the only thing that would be crazy would be if you guys called me back tomorrow to spend more money on this. That would be nuts. And I have to charge you more if I come back out here because it costs the company money. Let's just talk till we get to yes or no. I'm planning, it's your home. This is your project.
Yeah. No, it's okay. You're good. All right,
That's
perfect.
no maybe close.
Yeah.
Pretty straightforward, yeah. Is it combative at all? Yeah. Yeah. It is when you got it in a Boston crab. See, you're not snow. That's the way I like to do it because I'm always willing to walk out the door.
Super. Okay.
And you use that late night FM DJ voice to calm them down.
Oh, that's cool. Awesome.
Because I think Brianna was talking about this, speaking at certain hertz ratings, you can calm their autonomic nervous system. Go ahead.
Yesterday, I was telling you, like, I buy all kinds of shit. The way that you calmly talk through things, and I try to do that, and I'm good at it until I get to the closing, and then I can hear it in my voice, where I start to get a little. Just moving.
Yeah, you can still pour there.
Yeah. You can do better than the closer. Here's what you do. You go to the pound and you ask where they keep the most aggressive dogs, most violent, and then you just go in there with them and you gotta get real calm so they don't eat you. Like, hey, buddy. I grew up with aggressive dogs, so this is literally the same tonality that I was using when I was growing up with these insane border collies. And every time I would, they get all riled up and they come after you. And I would just be like, hey, what's going on? Every time I'm talking to a homeowner in Wisconsin, they're like, huh, you got that crazy ass dog energy. It's what you gotta do. So that late night FM DJ was something Chris Voss talks about all the time. We've actually checked a lot of the analytics on this through Serial to see rate of speech. So the best closers out there, they slow down their words per minute when they get into the closing sequence, and their patience score increases. So your patience goes up to over 1 second when you're closing effectively. You get comfortable with dynamic silence, and you talk slower. Your inflection is downward. Even when I ask questions when I'm closing, there's a downward inflection. So guys, that doesn't seem like something that's going to do, is it? It's a statement. If they say, actually, it's still on the table, they're admitting they're stupid. How many people admit they're stupid out loud? Anybody? The American people want to feel right. They want to feel special. They want to feel smart, and they are lazy. You tell me where the lie is. You guys work with homeowners all the time. So if I can make this seem like the smart definitive solution for them, and they are confident in me, they're gonna buy it. And that's why I'm not closing out. I always slow down. The cadence is all no big deal. There was a guy that I saw do this when I was a window works. He had a southern drawl, but he poured out real thick when he was closing. Really doesn't need it, folks. It's just like, oh, dude, it's like syrup coming out of your mouth right now. That's what it sounds like. Hey, yo. And people will buy all the time. They'd be like, you made this so easy. And they start to match your tonality and your pacing because it's a mirror. If you're in lockstep with people, if you guys ever want to test this out, if you want to see if you have good rapport with people, you guys ever sit in a living room where they're on one couch, you're on the other? If you want to see if you're in rapport, just cross your ankles and watch them. If they cross their ankles, they start to mirror your body language. It's incredible. You smile, they smile. You laugh, they laugh. You are controlling the entire flow of that room. You're holding court. That's what the job is. So closing is acting. Because you guys, when I started doing this, my heart was beating out of my chest, but I was talking this way with people all the time. Because it worked. Dominic always says you're like a duck on the water, right? You're floating around all smooth. Under the surface, your little feet are paddling like hell. But they can't see this shit. They can't see it. You gotta develop that poker face. And you gotta have scripts. So like I said, my cadence is the same every time. I'm gonna go through retail closing qualification, major close, into a porch light. Bounce right out of that, get into $50,000 close, total offer concept, try to draw out an offer. Build the offer back up, at which point I will either go partial project, product drop, or roll it into a higher authority close. At this point, we are 5 no's into sub-step closing. If you have to do more than 5 sub-step closes, it is very hard to walk out with that deal, yeah?
Just curious what your counter is when people are like, oh, you don't have to come.
Oh, good one, yeah.
I can just sign all the time.
You don't have, yeah, send me the DocuSign, no big deal, right? You don't have to come back up. Anybody in here hear that one? All the time. Can we have a pre-programmed response with it? I got 2 of them for you. I appreciate that. You know what? You're right. We do have the technology where we can DocuSign it. There's 2 reasons why our company does not do that. One of them is company policy, because we have seen so many scopes of work to get screwed up after we leave the house. We're not there anymore. We can't double check measurements. Like when we write up the scope of work, you and I are gonna walk through this entire house one more time, make sure we cross all our T's, dot all our I's, because it's not on the scope, it never happened. The second one, personally, I don't trust technology. So a lot of this is personal information. I'm not gonna be sharing your social security number or the internet. We're not doing that. We do this in your home. But the third reason has nothing to do with us. It's actually a consumer protection law. You have 3 days, anytime you purchase anything in your home, in which you can cancel outright without penalty or change anything you want within the scope of work. That's for in-home purchases. Now, there's actually a company in Illinois when I was working there. They used to have people, they would run the appointment at the homeowner's house, they'd measure everything. And they would have the homeowner follow them back to the showroom. They'd be like, all right, we got the measurements, talk to you about the company. Why don't you head back to the showroom? We'll take a look at some options and you guys can go through and pick exactly what you want. And then when they got back to the showroom, they would fill out the paperwork there. Now it's a retail sale at their building. It's no longer an in-home sale. And in the state of Illinois at the time, that was a loophole, it was a legal loophole. It was no longer an in-home purchase, so they avoided their 3-day right of rescission by doing that. Now they amended that law, but that company was doing that for 18 months, screwing people over. Why do you guys have the 3-day right of rescission? High pressure salespeople. Kirby.
About $2,000 maximum, they couldn't even let.
Yeah. It's to give you time. If you made an impulse decision and you regret it, it's to give you time to change your mind without penalty. And it's important. And this rolls us right into our button-up conversation. Because we talk about this in the button-up stage. Right? But I always want to let them know, like, I will take your business anytime, but if and when you decide to pull the trigger on this, I'm going to come back and we're going to do it in person. Because I want to look you in the eye when we're going through all this, make sure all your questions are answered, make sure I can double check the scope of work, screw any of that up. And most importantly, I want to make sure that you guys are not giving away any of the rights that you have given you when you're purchasing some of this in your home. I've had buyer's remorse before. So that's how I handle it. Then the next day when they're like, hey, we're ready to go, you send them the documents. Tactics versus reality, two different things. You can still do documents. But I wanna have some believable reason that I can overcome that objection and move on to the next thing. With that one, I like to stick and move. So she's like, here's why we do it, line in the sand, like, if you work with us, we do it this way, here's why, let's move on. I hope that helps, give it a shot, see what works for you, that one worked for me. Now, once we get through the closing sequence, there are a whole bunch of more sub-step closes in here, guys, in the book, but we're trying to cram 2 weeks of training in 3 days, so. You guys can discover the rest of these on your own. The last one I will bring up before we get into button up is the higher authority close. How many of you guys use higher authority? Yeah. Why do we do it? Because it works. Sometimes you need help. Sometimes people just know that if you call your boss, they'll get a better price. Customers are, some of them are savvy, they're hip to the game. So they're waiting for that one more discount. And I think seasoned veterans have had something like this happen. I had a customer where I was sitting there talking to him about a shower. This is in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin. We were talking for hours. He was an old baseball coach, so we really hit it off. He was also an old baseball coach, so he was a gruff asshole. He's giving me like mechanical techniques. Hey man, like I'm not throwing sliders anymore. Anyway. By the time I was at the closing sequence, he was like, yeah, dude, listen, we're not buying anything today. I know the whole game here. We're just not doing it. I'm like, hey, it's no problem, man. Come take your business anytime. You're old as shit. The clock's ticking, but if you want to wait on the shower conversion, if you just call me when you break your hip, you know. So I went through everything I could and I was like, hey, last thing I gotta do before I get out of here, it's company policy. I know that you guys are not gonna take advantage of this, but I'm gonna call my boss and just make sure that I've done everything I can to earn your business on this before I get out. So I pick up the phone and I called our head of production. He didn't answer the phone. You guys ever heard that happen? Call for higher authority and yeah, that's fun, goes to voicemail. Call my manager, same thing. Ended up calling the owner, Nate Richmond. And I'm like, hey man, sorry to bother you, but I'm sitting out here in the gym, we're looking at the shower system. We always use their first name when we call them for higher authority. Never do we say, hey, I'm out here at my 2 o'clock. Out here with shit. No other names we call. We've got this wonderful project we're looking to do. He's doing a tub to shower conversion, getting a little bit older, played sports his whole life, so his joints are shot, he's losing his balance, and he needs to do this. Loves our solution, loves our company. Numbers just more than he expected, and I've done everything I can for him, but I wanted to touch base with you to see if there's any way we can apply some marketing dollars to this job. He does live in a great neighborhood. I think that we can generate a lot more business if we were able to earn his business on this. What can you do for me? So then Nate's like, hey, is it cash or finance? I'm like, cash. He's like, how far off are we? I'm like, quite a bit. Like I said, man, I wouldn't be calling you if I could have done any more for him, but I just don't have the authority to do it. So is there anything else we can do for it? And he goes, let me see. He comes back and he ended up knocking like $264.78 off of it. It took us from just over 10 to just under 10. Psychology of numbers, guys. Very important. And by taking that amount off, which is like, you know, whatever that is, percentage of the job, I'm talking about 2%, 2.5% of the job. The guy looks at his wife and he goes, I knew you had one more job. They bought. I'm like, come on, man. $264. I was dead in the water. I thought I had no chance of closing that deal. But you don't know what you don't know. A lot of sales reps won't pick up the phone and call. So do the higher authority close, you know? I mean, these leads are expensive. There's no shame in calling in for help. You guys get paid commission if you sell it no matter what, right? Take the freaking assist. You get paid some commission. You get paid a mini. I've written house deals that count towards my volume bonus. I always, you know, I've had those conversations with Dominic. I'd be like, this is where we are. If we can do this, I know where it puts my numbers. I'm willing to write it up as a house deal that counts towards my volume. Can you do that for me? Oh boy, he's sneak attack at somebody. So do the higher authority close every time you can't close it on your own. If you write one more deal a month doing that, is it worth it? That's the point. Now, once you guys have closed these deals, you put pen to paper. We gotta button them up. So you guys heard me talk about the 3-day right of rescission. Do you talk about that at every appointment? Perfect, we wanna talk about it in a way that it prevents them from canceling. To be like, guys, we got all the other documentation signed, this last one I'm gonna go over with is the most important document here. For two reasons, one, it's your consumer rights, just so you know, anytime you purchase anything in your home in the state of Wisconsin, you got 3 business days in which you can cancel outright without penalty. Or change anything you want in the agreement. So it's important for you guys to know that. The second reason it's important is for me. I get graded on a lot of metrics in this business, but this one's actually pretty crucial, they're strict about it. So they watch our cancellation like a hawk. And the reason's very simple, a few years back, we had a rep who was out there and he was writing all kinds of business in the area, but his cancellation rate was through the roof. And we started to get some bad reviews on him online. Why do you think that was happening? High pressure. So you gotta understand, as a representative from the company, I'm out here, I'm the face of the franchise talking to you guys. This is what I say at home, I'm the face of the franchise. I am the person who's introducing you to our company. And if you were the owner of this company and you had a representative who was out there misrepresenting the values of this company, strong arming people into agreements they were not comfortable signing, what would you do? Fire them. And that's what they did. But they never wanted to deal with that again because they took a hit. It was a PR hit. So they ended up implementing a policy where if we get more than 2 cancellations per quarter, they put us on probation, we're gonna end up losing our jobs. They take this very seriously. That's why we are so highly rated everywhere you look. It's because customer satisfaction comes first and foremost. So guys, I'm gonna say something to you that you'll probably never hear another sales rep say for the rest of your life. Are you completely sure that you guys wanna do this? Is there any part of this you're uncomfortable with? Because if you're uncomfortable, I'd rather tear up the paperwork right now. Calibrated no question, right? So we get confirmation no, no, Dan, listen. If we were ready to do this, there's no way we'd be doing it. I'd be like, awesome, I got that feeling from you, I just wanted to make sure that you guys were making a comfortable decision. Now listen, I know you guys could have bought this from anybody. I'm just curious, why did you feel so comfortable moving forward with me this afternoon? So we go right from confirmation, no, it's definitive, we're gonna be doing this with you right now, it's our choice, to then getting them to sell the job back to us. You guys do that? Why do people tell you they bought? You made it easy, what a compliment. No pressure. You had to color green.
We're gonna do it anyway. And show it to everybody else.
Oh man, what a compliment. You actually explained it, it says you're head and shoulders above everybody else, we were gonna do it anyway. What a lesson that is, right? They didn't call you because they're lonely, they called you because they want to buy something and you help them. It's huge. Now, what does that do for us as salespeople? You deal with rejection all day long. Is it okay to get a pat on the back? Every once in a while, Jesus Christ. Give me my flowers, man. You got a lot of plates spinning up here. I'm glad you noticed. Hell yeah, get that pat on the back. The reinforcement's great. One of the things I love the most about this job is that we get to help people. If they tell you that you help them, it just helps you get out of bed the next morning. Let's go do it again. Is this job easy? Hell no, it's not easy. So take your flowers the same way you take your lumps. Now, the other benefit here is if they sell it back to you, they tell you all the benefits that they cannot wait to experience when they get this job in. They're already future facing, right? It's done. Is there any thought of cancellation at this point? Hell no, they're starting to envision it. And I would just be like, now we get into the Tom Petty zone of the whole process, guys. The waiting's the hardest part. So here's what's gonna happen next, and then I tell them next steps. In 3 days, we're gonna have a site inspector come out, double check the measurements. He's gonna submit that to the project director, whoever's running this particular project for you. And they're gonna triple check everything before we put the order in. We'd rather triple check on the front end, otherwise it's like, yeah, we cut it 3 times, it's still too short. We don't wanna deal with that.
Speaking of triple checking, I triple checked the PSI on this t-shirt cannon. It is the highest it's been the entire event. Let's welcome to stage Bella Friday. Let's give her a round of applause. This is a t-shirt cannon moment brought to you by Green Sky and Bella Friday. So who wants a t-shirt? Who wants a t-shirt? Come on now. This side of the room? You want a t-shirt? Lady. How about this side of the room? Here we go, Bella Friday, t-shirt cannon moment. Oh, that was great. That was great. I was watching that. And I'm fine. There we go. Let's give a round of applause. All right.
I've always wanted to do that. That's the great kind. Wanted to shoot somebody with a cannon in the face. Think about it in traffic every day. So when we go through that button, we get them to sell the job back to us. They're stoked about it, right? It was great. This military moment brought to you by Grease Guy. It's awesome. Finance or die. That's right. Get them to sell the job back to you. They're gonna tell you what they like about it. They're gonna tell you how excited they are. It's now their decision. That's the whole thing. I want to leave that house with these people feeling like they're the ones who made the choice. They have logically justified that decision to themselves. The last two things we're gonna break down here in this little truncated version of button up is killing the saboteur. That's a big one. So how do you guys kill the saboteur? Yeah.
Hey, Dan, I know you're really excited to get this started, and I appreciate you giving us the trust. Who's the first person you can tell about this?
I'm gonna tell my mom.
She liked to hear about everything, huh?
Yeah, she's a big wet blanket though.
And what's the first thing you think she's gonna ask you about it?
How much we did?
You're gonna be happy about it?
Well, it's none of her business, we'll be honest.
No, you're absolutely right, but hey, I know if there's anything I do, I mean, heck, if I showed up here earlier today and I said, hey, Dan, your shopping cost $35,000. Would you have just slammed the door? Maybe you smack me in the face first.
Yeah, I mean,
Exactly. And of course, being your mom, I can't imagine she thinks too differently. Now, obviously, you decided to trust us because of everything you've seen while we were doing here. You know, you talked about, you know, how this is gonna change your quality of life, how you know this is gonna last you forever, how this is gonna be a worthy investment for the home. And I'm sure you still feel that way, true?
oh yeah, we're stoked.
Without all the information that you've had here today, would you still feel that way?
No, we couldn't have made a decision until we saw what you had to show us.
Absolutely, and whether it be your mom, whether it be your pastor, whether it be your brother, your dog, anybody, of course, they're gonna be in the same position, and they're right for that, they're saying that, you know, they feel that way because they care about you.
Yeah.
Of course, I mean, but you knowing what you know now, do you think that's gonna be a factor in what you decide to do going forward?
No, not at all.
Absolutely, and hey, if they have any questions, honestly, give them my card, I'd be glad to take a look at their shell as well.
Nice, give them a round of applause, it's good. None of their business. This is your house, this is your money, you guys are making a choice. You don't have to talk to your kids about it, it's none of their freaking business. You gotta talk to your financial advisor. Come on now, what are they gonna tell you? Don't do it. Why? Because you're digging into their pockets. They make more money with your money. They don't want you to spend it. You guys told me you need to get this thing done. I used to have a lot of people who would tell me they gotta talk to their financial advisor. How many of you guys in here actually have a financial advisor? A few. So this is a high earning class of people in here, and only a handful of you guys have financial advisors. But it's amazing how many people out in the world tell us they have to talk to their financial advisor. You guys ever hear the expression buyers are liars? It's usually a smoke screen objection. Call them right now. Put them on speaker. That's your mom. Hang on. That financial advisor is somebody who can't kill the deal if they actually have one. And I've had this experience before, because you've been to my training, you've already heard my story about it. What I want to do is empower the homeowner to make their own decision with their money. So if they're gonna talk to somebody else who can kill the deal, I just feel like, well, that's good that you have somebody who you trust to talk to about this stuff, you know, we're moving along. Well, let's just say that you call them up and you tell them like, hey, Jay, I'm talking to this company to put a shower in, I need it, because I'm getting old, I gotta step in and out of this thing, and every time I step over the tub threshold, I feel like I'm, you know, taking my life in my hands. You tell them that you're comfortable with the product, the company, and the affordability aspect of it, and you wanna move the money around to get this thing done, and they say no. If that happens, what are you gonna do? So I want them to have the thought process, I want them to go through this hypothetical situation. And I wanna take their control away from them hypothetically. Do people like seeing their control on other people? No, they don't. So when I would do that, people would be like, well, honestly, I'd probably just do it anyway. I'd be like, well, yeah, it's your money. That's if he still has it, right? And it's gone. So I wanna make sure that these guys are in a position of power. If this saboteur is gonna kill my deal, I'm not even gonna let it get that far. But you told me earlier that you have to get this done. You still feel that way? Yeah, you told me that you want us to do it, we have everything you want. Yeah? Do you feel like it's financially comfortable for you? Yeah. Well, sounds like you answer your own hesitations here. All we need for the deposit is this much. You can have a check or credit card. You can talk to your financial advisor later and move the shit around if you want to, or what's easier is we can just hook you up with one of our incredible unsecured finance plans. We talked about, and that way, you guys can deal with that conversation down the line. If you got your money invested, keep it where it is. Keep it earning money for you. We can give you a year at no interest, no payment. That way you're making money the whole time. I don't like tying up all of my liquid assets in a home improvement project. I want to use somebody else's money. Especially at 0%. If it's free, I'll take 3. So that's why we want to button them up. Now, how many of you guys do a follow-up call the next day? Yeah? If you're anything like me, you will forget immediately when you walk out of the house. So if you tell somebody you're gonna do a follow-up call, put it in your calendar with a reminder immediately. What time do you usually call and what are some of the things you guys ask?
I actually set up a follow-up call.
You got a mic in your hand,
I actually set up the follow-up call while I'm there. I say, hey, I know a lot of times questions come up overnight that you just couldn't possibly think of while I'm here. When's a good time to reach you just on that buddy to during work or something?
We get off at 5.
Awesome, cool. I'll call you, let's call it 5:30, so you have a little bit of time to settle in. Just make sure you don't have any questions. If you have some questions, obviously I'd be happy to help you at that time.
Sounds good.
When I call them, I just say, hey, I'm calling just as promised, see if you have any questions that came up overnight. And they'll usually bring you go from there.
This is another stage where you are taking control of the communication. You guys look at all of the 10 million complaints to the Better Business Bureau last year in the home improvement industry. Guess how many of them were based on poor communication? A zillion. It's 10 million in one. It's all shitty communication with people. They misrepresented the timeline, they lied about the scope of work, it was an estimate, they moved the goalposts. It's always about bad communication on the front end. So I want to make sure that I am controlling that as well. Hey, it's very normal that one of you guys will have questions that need to be answered between now and tomorrow morning. And I want to make sure I don't leave you in the lurch. They're doorknob questions. So if one of you wakes up in a cold sweat, 2 o'clock in the morning, oh shit, I forgot to ask him this. Just write it down, I'll call you tomorrow. And then call them. They usually don't even answer the phone. Yes, sir.
Hi. When I leave the house, this is what I do. When I leave the house, and obviously I'm supposed to be open for talking to somebody. I always stop, send them a text. Thank you for having me out there today. I really appreciate you guys having me out there today. I understand that you're gonna be talking to your wife, your husband today. You guys are gonna be going over this. Just to let you know, I'm gonna be up tonight. We like to play Call of Duty at night. I'm usually up pretty late. So, if you guys have any questions or anything like that, hey, feel free to give me a call or a text and I'll follow up with you tomorrow. Thanks. And I'll give a call a lot of fun.
It's awesome. Round of applause there. All right. This is the thing that I think a lot of sales reps forget. We are not salespeople. We are in the customer service business. This is about relationships. People who go the extra mile for you are the people whose number you put on your fridge for the rest of your freaking life, right? That person, like, we call, he hauls. That's how it goes. I want to be that guy for everybody. I told you guys the other day, I got a call from somebody in Madison. I haven't worked in this state in 4 years. Hey, you talked to me about a shower not too long ago. You still doing that? That's what we want. I want to book a business. Do you guys get paid more on self-chats? So did I. Are they better leads for you? You're going in warm. There's no competition. You show up and they're like, hey, we're making lunch. You hungry? I love those leads. You can shatter a window in their freaking dining room, cut your hand open, and still walk out and take a lead. So I want to make sure that I'm getting as many of those as I possibly can, and that comes from customer service. And I gotta be honest with you guys, customer service takes no skill. It is all effort. That is one of the things where, like, there are salespeople who are more skilled than I am, for sure. But when it comes to the details of the customer service, the effort I put in, I will go up against anybody. Because I know how important it is for me as a consumer, and I know the sort of responses I've gotten over the years from people. Like, it's white glove treatment. You sold us on that, and that's what you provided. How many of you actually show up on install day? If you have the ability to do it, do it. I ran a ton of appointments in Mad City, and we just didn't have time a lot. When I was at Window Works, I used to show up with a bottle of Food Clicquot, put a little bow on it. If they spent more than 20 grand, I'm showing up at their house on install day. Hey guys, what's going on? It's install day. You guys taking me, Jerry? I'm walking with a bottle of champagne. They never thought they were gonna see me again. You start doing that, that's the shit that they remember, and they will tell their friends and family. That sales guy was awesome. He showed up to celebrate with us the day it was going in, make sure the job was going just the way he said. He brought the crew lunch and he brought us a bottle of champagne. It's investing, guys. This is, you have to treat this like it's your business. Because it is. You got a lot of freedom in this business. I like repeat customers. How many of you guys get repeat customers? A lot of that happens because of the way you button up the deal. So button it up. Send them a thank you card. Send them a gift basket. Do something to make them feel special. How's everybody feeling? All right. Now, there's a lot more stuff we can go into here. If you want to do a deeper dive in this, obviously jump into our monthly course that I do. We spread this out over 2 weeks. We do a much deeper dive. It's 2 hours a day, every day. But compressing this into 3 days is challenging. I just want to thank you guys for showing up to do this. So let's give everybody in here a round of applause. I think we're pretty good on time. You're down.
Could everybody please give themselves 100 points under punctuality? Who's in this room right now?
Yes.
Who's ready to play Closers Jeopardy? Closers Jeopardy. So what you're gonna need for this next segment is a tablet or a smartphone. And I can reset that here, so it should be good. Yeah. We are coming with Closers Jeopardy. I will be your host, Dominic Caminata. Caminata nowhere. So I don't know if I shared the story, but I was a very big athlete in high school. I was actually a star running back. And to this day, I have most of the rushing records in our school for yards per carry, yards in the season, yards in my 4-year career. And what's a good average yards per carry for a running back in the NFL? Or if you get 4 yards per carry, that's your average. Where are you going to end up?
Whole thing.
So now this is why I'm such a big fan of setting big, hairy, audacious goals. Every time I was given the football, can anyone guess what my goal was? To find the end zone. Find the end zone. One way or the other, I'm going to find my way to the end zone. That was my goal every time I got the football. Who thinks that I hit that goal? No, I did not. That would have been crazy. But because my goal was so significant, I ended up falling short at 7.9 yards per carry for 4 years. That was my average. Can I get a round of applause? But the reason why I started talking about the story is that was one of the big cheers that my cheerleading squad had, is coming out of nowhere. So it was a lot of fun. And then I did skydiving. They're like, Dom, coming out of the sky. Coming out everywhere. So Hakuna Matata Caminata. What does Hakuna Matata mean? No worries. All right. You know what Dominic means? The name Dominic, does anyone know? It means belonging to God. Is that pretty powerful? That's the name Dominic means. So it's something I think about quite often. So we're gonna get Closers Jeopardy going. We're gonna put it up on the screen. There's gonna be a QR code that you're gonna scan on your cell phone or tablet. And it's gonna allow you to sign in. And when you sign in, it's gonna ask you for a code. You can see it's 0512. And when you log in, you're gonna have to pick your character, your avatar. There's a few different options to choose from. And make sure you know who you are. That avatar, that character, essentially when I put a question up on the screen, the first person to hit that buzzer, you're gonna have a little buzzer, a little button on your cell phone or your tablet, you're gonna hit that buzzer. The first person to do that is gonna get a chance to answer the question correctly. Now keep in mind, if you get it wrong, the destroyer has to. I was wondering if anyone was gonna pick that one. So Sean is destroyer. Oh yeah, that goes without saying, please put your name on there. Along with your avatar, put your actual name. We'll see how the destroyer does. It's gonna be interesting. But when you buzz in, you get a chance to answer the question. Do not buzz in unless you know the answer, because you're just gonna crush yourself. It's like on Jeopardy where they get all these questions wrong, they lose all their money. You don't want to lose your opportunity to win Closers Scan. Look at that. You got Dan the Man. I like that they're picking some of those options. Next time I'll do more grocery related avatars to choose from. So go ahead, we got people trickling in. Make sure we give everyone an opportunity, 8 out of 100, so I got 100 slots here, so we got more than enough to accommodate everybody. So the goal of this Closers Jeopardy is to give everyone in the room one final opportunity to really recap what it is that we just got done learning over the last 3 days. I just want to confirm, did we learn anything over the last 3 days? Who feels it was worth their time to travel to Madison, Wisconsin for Closers Camp 2025? Okay? Can I get a hell yeah? All right. So I really appreciate it. Again, I will never not be grateful for people like yourself that are willing to travel across the world, across the country, from different countries, to invest in your education. So it means the world to us. You know, it'd be really weird being on the stage all by myself talking to an empty room. So it's amazing to actually have hungry, ambitious sales warriors that are looking to take their game to the next level. Okay, do we have a secondary mic that we can run around for this? Let's get another handheld, and then I'm gonna ask Kiana, she's gonna be the mic runner. So before you actually, oh, it's up here, sorry, Kiana, my bad. Before you actually answer the questions, make sure you have a mic in your hand, because I wanna make sure everyone can hear you loud and clear and tell you how smart you are, or how, oh, that sucks, you just got it wrong. All right, so we got 37. How many will we wait on? Raise your hand if you're signed in. Okay, still waiting on a few people. Yes. What's up? Punishment. Can we get some Jeopardy music going in the background, please? Let's get some Jeopardy music playing. Let's get the mood. There we go. Now it's for real. All right, I'm gonna give everyone about 30 seconds to get signed in. 30 seconds. Closers Jeopardy. We're gonna ignite the greatness within everybody. All right, I'm gonna begin the game. Who's not logged in yet? Raise your hand. Okay, scan the QR code, enter the 4-digit PIN, pick your avatar, put your name, get logged in. 52 out of 100. I know there's not 100 people in here. I'd like to see some of the vintage shirts sprinkled in. You see how terrible that logo was, our first logo? I designed that on, I think, Microsoft Paint. It was terrible. It's terrible. But I was kind of going for that university vibe, and I'm like, I want to build sales warriors, and we got to have more of a warrior mentality. Does anyone ever watch the movie 300? Yeah. Right? You said, what is your profession? that was horrible. Yeah, what is your profession? Because I find that not enough people look at sales as a true, serious profession. And what I admire about the Spartans is they made it their personal mission to be the absolute best in the world at what it is that they do. Which, what were they great at? Combat, right? Fighting, self-defense, all that stuff. Their whole life was dedicated to be the most badass warriors in the history of humanity, right? Now, of course, we're not here to actually harm anyone, but I want you to make it your personal mission to strive to be the best or the greatest at what it is that you do, whatever that is. If you're a leader, be the best possible freaking leader you can be. If you're a salesperson, be the #1 salesperson you can possibly be, right? Start investing in yourself. Take this seriously. It'll change your life very quickly. A little bit goes a long way. One last thing before we start this game. Being twice as good at sales and making twice as much money has nothing to do with being twice as good, technically, and driving twice as far or even working twice as hard. All it requires is getting a little bit better at all the critical areas of selling. A little bit better, baby steps, one step at a time. What happens if I try to do too many things at once? Yeah, you get overwhelmed, you get discouraged, nothing's working, you don't believe in it, and then you start digressing, going back to your old habits. So as you go back, obviously a lot of information is like drinking from a fire hose, being here for 3 days, right? We're just hammering you with information. But make sure when you go back, I started incorporating one little thing at a time. One little thing, one little step. Obviously, I'm sure Dan would say, hey, maybe you should start getting really good at that survey. That'd be a good place to start. There have been people we've worked with, someone in this room, just by incorporating the needs assessment and getting better at the discovery, their closing rate went up exponentially. That's where it gets really exciting, right? Because you start incorporating some of these gold nuggets, and you start seeing the results. What does that get you excited to continue doing? Continue to grow and learn and sharpen the axe. Never stop improving. School is never out for the closer. Look at all those avatars. It's pretty awesome. All right, here we go. Who's ready? Got some energy in the room. Cue the music. Let's get some background music. It doesn't have to be the Jeopardy, but let's get some background music going. Okay. Imagine listening to this for like an hour straight. Like, why did everybody hang themselves after closure scans? Okay. All right. We're going to start with the 11 steps category. So these questions are based on the 11 steps of the sale. You're going to get points comparable to the value on the screen. So if it says 100, guess how many points you get? If it says 200, guess how many points you get? 300. Yeah, 400. Yeah, thank you. All right, so here we go. So again, I'm going to Kiana going around. Make sure you get a mic in your hand before you answer the question. And if you get it right, she'll give you the points on your Closers Jeopardy category. Okay, here we go. This step in the sales process includes a Grosso Sales Warrior morning routine. What is that step? Okay, who buzzed in? Dan the Man. Dan the Man buzzed in. Let's give Dan the Man the mic. Trenton. Where's Trenton? Okay, come up front, Trenton. Let's give Trenton a hand. Round of applause. Which step in the sales process incorporates the Grosso Sales Warrior morning routine?
Preparation.
Hell yeah, preparation. Let's give him a high five. Excellent job. That is correct. 100 points for Trenton. So if you want to keep up, you gotta buzz fast, man. I'm telling you, as soon as you see that thing, boom, you gotta buzz in. You gotta have confidence. All right, next question. 11 steps for 200. The points are getting real. After the company story, what are the trial closes or questions we ask to get the prospects committed to doing business with you or your company? Pumpkin. Daniel Weaver. Daniel Weaver, up front here. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Daniel Weaver with Universal Windows Direct.
Let's give him a hand. All right, Daniel Weaver. So can you give me the trial close questions or the major commitment after the company's story to get them committed to working with you?
Well, after going over our company, first off, do you have any more questions for me?
No, you're very thorough. We appreciate all the information.
Awesome, appreciate that. Well, if and when you do this project, is Universal Windows the type of quality company you like to see performing on your home here?
Yeah, I'm really impressed with everything you got going on.
I'm sure you can see why thousands of people around also trust us to work on their home. And, I tell you what, if I can, build you a project that you not only like but love and also fit into your budget, would there be any reason I couldn't ask for your business?
No, no reason at all.
Sounds good.
Well, how do you do? Give him a round of applause. So the only thing I'm gonna give you credit for that. So 200 points, Daniel Weaver, excellent job. I would never say type. We're not the type. We are. Right? Don't say we're the type of company. Right? That's not a strong enough commitment. Now, I want to say something. Now, occasionally when I get resistance to that question, like sometimes when I ask that major commitment at the end, we can design a solution you love and exceed your expectations on affordability. So far, would we ever in the right to ask your business? Okay, when I get resistance to a qualifying question, what do I need to do? Re-ask the question. Where a lot of salespeople fail is they move on without getting the commitment. They bypass it. How can I re-ask that now? Let's say he did say that. We're not going to make a decision today, or it depends on the price. Go ahead.
Okay, as long as it's those metrics, would it be okay for me to ask your business within the next 30 days?
Yeah, that's a good option there, right? You say, hey, I can appreciate how you feel, and I really appreciate sharing that with me. Let me ask a question, putting that aside. So far, are we definitely a company you would trust your home? When you get the work done, we definitely a company you want for your home. So make sure you're getting a commitment on your company. Why is it so important that I get them committed to my company? I'm talking like sincerely committed. Right. If they don't trust you, they're not fully committed to your company, more often than not, that's going to translate into an objection I can't overcome reactively later on. Have you ever been in the close and like, whoa, we want to get some references and we still got to do more research on your company and see some of the, you got some jobs, maybe go drive by and check out your work. That's all smoke screens for uncertainty. They don't trust you yet. Right, they're still looking for more third-party social proof as to what you're saying to be true. All right, let's go ahead and move on. 11 steps for 300. This step in the sales process typically involves a kill book or a kill kit. Kill book or a kill kit. Brontosaurus, we got Slope Daddy. Slope Daddy. Slope Daddy. Let's give him a hand. Introduce yourself. Round of applause. Come on, let's get it better.
Thank you, Sloper. Your choice on agreements.
Love it. All right, so this step in the process typically involves a kill book or a kill kit. What is it?
Evolution.
Let's see if you're right. Ding, ding, ding. Evolution's correct. Excellent job. Give us 300 points. So you can see as the questions get more difficult, the points get higher, right? Next question for 400. This step in the sales process concludes with the 4 pre-closes. This step in the sales process concludes with the 4 pre-closes. Destroyer, yeah, Sean, let's get him. Give him the mic. Where's Sean at? Go ahead and stand up. Again, Sean, this step concludes with the 4 pre-closes.
What is product presentation?
Ooh, let's see if he's right. Yeah, he's right. Ding, 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 ding. Nice job. Now, why do we call them pre-closes? Why is it called a pre-close? Because we deliver it prior to what? And what's really the goal of pre-closes? Funnel all objections down to one thing only, and teeing up the assumptive close, right? So 400 points for Sean. Last in this category, these are the 4 steps of the Gross University sales system that encompass the closing sequence and tying up any loose ends. What are those 4 steps that encompass the closing sequence and tying up any loose ends? Trenton, once again, he's got a fast buzzer. You got to be quick. Let's get Trenton the mic up front here, right? Stand up. Make sure you get the mic in your hand. What are the 4 steps, without looking at your notes, that encompass the closing sequence and tying up any loose ends?
Tie downs.
Give the mic to somebody else. Minus 50 points. Make sure you're at minus 50 points on there. I know it sucks. You gotta be confident. These are steps of the sales process. Okay, wait. I think we can, hold on a second, I can go. The next penguin, which is Mick. Let's give Mick a hand. Let's give Mick a mic. Let's give him a hand. All right, so what are the 4 steps? I'm not looking at your notes, for God's sakes. Put your tablet down. Don't look down. Come on now. You know it. What are the 4 steps?
The 4 steps of the sales system that encompass the closing sequence are the bridge or the qualification, the major close, the right, you've got the, sorry. Run that back.
Take a deep breath, get some oxygen back to your head.
I appreciate it. So the closing sequence is the qualification. It is the major close, retail close, and button up.
All right, he pulled it together. Let's give him a hand. Nice job. Ding, ding, ding. Retail close, qualification, major close, button up. That's our closing roadmap. So those are the steps. And obviously within the confines of those 4 steps, there's a lot of micro steps and nuances to navigating each one of those. But make sure we do it. So 500, that's a big one. All right. We're going to do lessons from the top 1%. So this is basically from unpacking the data of the top 1% of closers in the world, what they're doing that average salespeople are not doing quite so well. What is the ideal talk ratio in a sales encounter? What is the ideal talk ratio? Everyone has opinions on this, but what is the ideal talk ratio? Butch, got the Wendy Harmeyer avatar. Let's get Butch. Go ahead and stand up. Introduce yourself.
Butch University was direct.
All right. 50-50, right? Let's see if he's correct. Ding, ding, ding. All right, that's ideal. The goal is a balanced talk ratio. Now, what's interesting, we look at average salespeople. Does anyone know what the average talk ratio is for an average salesperson? They talk what percentage of the time? Yes, 78% of the time is the industry average. Now, I want to be clear. When I say average salesperson, I'm not saying bad. Average means you're 20-30% closer, the industry average. But of course, we're comparing that to top performers. The top 1% of closers have at least a 62% talk ratio where they're talking 62% of the time. So when I look at that, I'm like, so I have to be 16% better at balancing the talk ratio to go from average to being a top performer. That's not that hard to wrap my head around. Now, of course, ideally, I want to be even more balanced. I want the spotlight on that homeowner at least as much as it is on me. Ideally, 50-50 is great. The whole thing's a back and forth conversation. If you can really be good, of course, having them talk more than you would be all-star, right? That would be all-star level. That means you're so dialed in on getting that homeowner to open up to you, activating the self-disclosure loop. They're basically eating out of your hand, but in a good way. How many more questions do top performers ask compared to average salespeople? How many more questions on average? So we got the whale emoji, Brian. Let's give him the mic. Stand up, introduce yourself, Brian. Let's give him a round of applause. How many more questions on average? 500%. 500% more. Let's see if that's right. Ding, ding, ding. Excellent job. Give yourself 200 points. 200 points. Arcana will give you 200. Lessons from the top 1% for 300. What is it that top performers do differently in the close compared to average salespeople do? Okay, it's kind of tricky. Like, what is it? What is it? Okay, we got the penguin. Nick again. Wow, he's a fast buzzer, button pusher. iPad must be extra responsive. Okay.
Yeah, so the thing that top performers do differently in the close compared to the average salespeople is continue to get tie downs.
Continue to get tie downs, that's one of them, but there's something else that top performers do in the close that average salespeople do not. It's kind of a tricky question.
Ask great questions.
Well, they continue to ask questions, but there's something very unique that top performers do. I'll give you one more shot.
They refer to their notes.
All right, so we're not going to give you credit for that. Thanks for playing. Minus 50 points. You can afford it. You got some points earlier. Okay, let's see who's next. Okay, we got Justin from Redo Cabinets. Chum, let's give Justin the mic. Where's Justin at? Justin! There we go. Stand up, sir. It's hard to see in this ocean of everyone wearing the same shirt. All right, introduce yourself and tell me, what is it that top performers do differently in the close compared to average salespeople?
So my name is Justin, I'm from Redo Cabinets, and what they do constantly is continually close, right? Continually get close.
So they continually close, yeah, they definitely.
They slow down and they get like the stuff.
Slow down, which is a result of being more.
Oh, shit, oh, sorry.
Oh, shit, oh, fuck, oh, sorry. He's just
They-
keeps swearing on behalf of his swearing.
They slow down and they become more, DJ, they become more close.
It's because the fight or flight response is activated, he's got a little brain fog going on, I know it's in there. All right, I'm gonna give you guys one more chance, so minus 50 for Justin, thank you for playing. All right, one last chance, and then we're gonna go to the next question, it's difficult, we don't have to get them all right all the time, you know? I wanna throw in some stuff, so we got Jacob, Mr. Shark, Baby Shark. All right, here we go, Jacob, Order Construction, what is it the top performers do in the close differently than average salespeople?
They become more patient.
Oh, that's such a great word. Yes, they become more patient. Now, average salespeople, when you look at their recordings, when you look at the AI transcriptions, they talk much faster when price is on the table. Now, why does that happen with average salespeople? They get nervous, they get uncomfortable. When you start getting uncomfortable, you start getting uncertain, you start talking faster. And this is why it's so important that you know this system and the roadmap so well, because here's one thing that's impossible to do. It's impossible to know what you're supposed to say and what you're supposed to do and truly listen to the prospect while simultaneously controlling your disruptive emotions and controlling your heart rate and all these things. You can't consciously do all these things at once. However, if I know what I'm supposed to say, if I know the roadmap to the sale forwards and backwards, now I can open up my mind to not only listen better and truly look at the customer's body language, facial expressions, all those things, but also control my disruptive emotions and slow down. So the big advice here, this is going to be a game changer for you, is when price on the table, slow down. Soften your tonality, right? The words per minute will go from like 180 to like 160, right? You want to keep them what? Comfortable and relaxed? It's gonna be a lot easier for you if you can be more patient. All right, so 300 points for that, great job. Listening is what type of sales strategy or approach? What type of sales strategy is listening? Destroyer, Sean. What type of strategy is listening? What type of strategy or approach is listening?
Well, first off, it's the only real strategy of sales, but it is a active.
Oh, you are amazing. Boom! An active strategy. Why is listening such an active strategy? Is it easy to truly listen to somebody? So I joke about this with my wife. She'll be looking right at me in the eyes. We'll be having a conversation, and she's telling me something that's highly important. Something that I definitely should listen to and remember and try to retain. I'm looking right at her. She's looking right at me. She's talking. But what's going on in my mind? I got this stupid monkey going ding, 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 ding. So loud, or this inner monologue, or I'm off in some distant universe far, far away. And then she asks, "Did you get all that?" I'm like, "Sure, honey." She's like, "Okay, tell me what I just said." I'm like, "Oh, fuck, she got me again." So now, listening is hard because we have this voice in our head, this monologue just doesn't stop, right? So to truly listen is one of the most difficult things, the most active strategies in sales, because you got to practice in your everyday life with your spouse, with your friends, with your peers, with your coworkers, when they're talking, really work on that muscle, shutting off that voice in your head. Really try to focus all your brain power and energy on what they're saying, their facial expressions, their body language. So now when I respond, I can demonstrate that I'm showing empathy, that I truly care, that I was truly listening and have a more meaningful conversation and relationship as a result. So great job on that. These aren't easy questions, so the fact that you do that was really amazing. Describe what it means to practice true deep listening. What does it mean to practice true deep listening? Okay, Justin, Redo Cabinets, coming back. Let's get Justin from Redo Cabinets. Somebody, go ahead and stand up again, Justin. What does it mean to practice true deep listening?
To actively take listening, like the facts that are being said, and use them as material for different questions, basically allowing it to be the root of the conversation.
Okay, I mean, I'm not saying what you're saying is incorrect. We're looking for a specific answer on this one, though. And I'm not sure how in depth we went on this, but let's give him a round of applause. That was really good. Okay, I'm not going to dock you for that. Okay, so to practice true deep listening, does anyone know? I'll give you one more shot. Jacob, Mr. Shark. Let's give Jacob the mic again.
So if you're going to be actually practicing true deep listening, you are taking what that homeowner's true needs and wants are and identifying how you can be empathetic in that time. You're not being sympathetic because you will lead without a sale with sympathy, but finding what their needs and wants are allows you to build a roadmap to accomplish their project and complete their problems in a way that is mutually successful for both.
Okay, so I don't disagree with what you're saying at all. However, we're looking for a different answer, okay? These are great things, by the way. We all have wisdom to share, and you're all sharing things that are really, really important. But that's not correct. I'll give you one more shot. The Destroyer. Come on, don't let me down, Destroyer. Sean, don't let me down. True deep listening is?
Listening not just what they're saying, but the message behind the message.
The message behind the message, and how do we do that?
We not only listen to what they're saying, understand what they're saying, but then we put a label on it and confirm what they're saying with the meaning behind their words.
Very close. All right, I got someone that wants the mic. All right, you're really close. Okay, so here's the answer. You ready? Here's the answer. The answer is you're listening with your ears, eyes, and intuition. Okay. So true deep listening means I'm listening with my ears, I'm listening to what they're saying, I'm hearing what they're saying. What does it mean to listen with your eyes? How can I listen with my eyes? I was just at a dinner with Jeff last night. White Pine, right? Jeff listens with his eyes very well. What types of things can I key to when I'm listening with my eyes? What percentage of communication is the words are saying? 7. Okay, what's the other 93%? What am I looking for? tonality, voice inflection, pitch, rate, facial expressions, body language. Are you truly keying into those things? Are you looking at their facial expressions? Rick Ross always used to say it this way. He's like, their words might be lying, but their eyes never do, or their body language never does. So people can't help but have certain things occur in their face and their body language when they're not being honest or genuine, right? But true deep listening and also your intuition. So we have this amazing gift as human beings to really sense emotion in another human being, how they feel, the transfer of emotion, the transfer of their vibration and energy. But I gotta make sure when I'm listening, I'm trying to engage all my senses. Now, I'm not gonna get too deep in the weeds on this, but I firmly believe we have a lot more than 5 senses. Who believes we have more than 5 senses? Okay. What are some other senses we may have as human beings? Sense of intuition, sense of emotion. Has anyone ever heard of sense of balance? Has anyone ever heard of sense of peripheral awareness? How about range finding senses? Do you have any of those? Can you somehow, when you're golfing, predict exactly how far the pin is? So we are a lot more powerful than we've been led to believe, but we have this amazing gift of sense emotion in another human being. So make sure you use that when you're truly deeply listening. Closing, the 3 steps to the retail close are the following. What are the 3 steps to the retail close? We got Juan. Let's give Juan a round of applause. Let's stand up. Multiple quotes. Love it. What are the 3 steps to retail closing?
Price delivery, financial terms, ROI.
Is that right? Ding, 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 ding. Let's give Juan his points. 100 points for Juan. Price delivery, financial terms, and return on investment. Next, closing for 200. What step in the objection handling framework must occur directly prior to isolating the objection? So we have our 5-step objection handling framework. Which step in that framework occurs before isolating the objection? Right before it. Justin, coming back. Let's go, Justin, you got this. Mr. Chum, redo cabinets. What step in the 5-step objection handling framework occurs directly prior to isolating?
The trial closes or the pre-closes,
the 5-step objection handling framework. So when you get an objection, we have a 5-step framework that we train on how to overcome or isolate that objection. Our goal is to get the emotional origin of what's truly holding them back and getting through the reflex responses. So we have that 5-step formula that we train. So what's the step in the framework that occurs directly prior to isolating? Because how effective is it to isolate the wrong objection? How often do salespeople do that? So if I get think over and I isolate think over, but the true objection was price, what am I achieving? So prior to isolating any objection, which isolated objection is crucial, I need to make sure that I unveil the true emotional origin as to why they're not moving forward, right? But which step prior to isolating occurs in our 5-step framework? Do you know it? All right, sorry, Justin. All right, minus 50 points for Justin. Love you, man. Hey, you gotta give him credit for throwing himself out there, right? It's amazing stuff. Okay, we got Vic, Penguin. What step in the 5-step framework occurs directly prior to isolating the objection?
Repeat. Listen, empathize, repeat, isolate, solve. And then
okay, there's one step that occurs prior to isolating. What's that one step in the formula? You just said all of them, but what's the one right before isolate?
Yeah, repeat. Like you repeat the problem back to them right after providing empathy. So empathy and then repeat.
All right, let's
Or
see.
at least that's how I do.
Let's get from the audience. Is it close enough? All right, let's give him his points. Good job. Thank you so much. That was 200 pointer. So confirm and repeat. So I want to confirm and repeat. Obviously, confirm and repeat also demonstrates that I'm doing what? That I'm truly listening to them. So it's really important. Again, that's my way of demonstrating sincere empathy, because when a prospect objects, they're bracing for and preparing for the fact that they're going to get an argument. What do most salespeople do the moment they're hit with an objection? They jump down the customer's throat and immediately try to solve. And what is the homeowner thinking? Well, guess what? They already have a pattern in their mind, tattooed in their brain from every interaction they've had with terrible salespeople that when I object, I'm gonna get hit with an argument immediately. By the way, who wins an argument? You're right. Nobody wins an argument. So when you fulfill that pattern in their mind, when you actually live up to their expectations, they're like, see, I knew you were the same sleazeball scumbag salesperson that I thought you were when you first walked into my house. And now you see them really start to turn off and you can't close the sale as a result. Whoops. Oh yeah, there it is. I'm like, oh, did I just give an answer? Okay, the next one, for 300 points, deliver the bridge to qualification. So there's 3 steps of qualification. You got the bridge, the 6 questions, and the explanation at the end. What is the bridge to qualification? Destroyer, let's go. Come on, Sean. What is the bridge to qualification? We'll role play through it. Well, I appreciate your time, but realistically, Sean, we still gotta think about this.
Hey, I get you, Dominic. Hey, just for me, you got any other questions before I get out of here?
No, you did a great job, man. I appreciate your time.
Awesome. And obviously that price I gave you is guaranteed for 30 days. You won't be able to get back within 30 days, won't you?
Oh, yeah, easily.
Yeah, just so I'm not blowing you up, when about do you think you'll be able to get back to me so I can expect your call?
I'll call you on Monday.
Oh, Monday, really? And you're super serious about getting this taken care of, aren't you?
Yeah, we've been putting this off for a while. We definitely need to do something.
Awesome. Well, obviously, it seems like you fell in love with everything I showed you today, the products we
All right, we can stop there. That was the bridge. Let's give him a round of applause. I know you can keep going, but we gotta give someone an opportunity. Excellent job. Answer will be given verbally, obviously. I didn't put the whole script in there. What is the 5-step objection handling framework? Yeah, Mick, I'm not surprised. Okay, he's like, I'm locked and loaded, ready to go. Mr. Penguin, just stand up. Give me the 5-step objection handling framework.
Dominic, I've forgotten it since about 2 minutes ago when I answered the question.
Yeah.
I'm bugging you. Bugger off, sit down. Listen, empathize, repeat, objection, isolate, solve. And then repeat the process, repeat the process.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
to
go
solve
through
the
it
problem.
one more time.
Listen, empathize.
Yeah.
Right? Repeat, objection, isolate, solve.
All right, let's see. You be the judge, audience. Listen, show empathy, and relate and confirm, repeat, and isolate and solve. Is that correct? Yes, let's give him his point. Thank you for doing that. And okay, he's like, I already did it very earlier. All right, excellent job. 400 points, that's a lot. Holy cow. Deliver the 6 qualification questions verbatim. Verbatim. Destroyer, Sean, man, we gotta get some faster buzzer pushers in this room. Sorry, Sean, not surprised. All right, go ahead. Not looking at your phone. It's your buzzer.
Yeah. Dominic, it seems like you really fell in love with the products I showed you today.
Oh, yeah, it's the best one I've ever seen.
Awesome. And if we know that sooner rather than later, you're definitely gonna get your kitchen taken care of, isn't that right?
Yeah, you can say that.
And at that time, you know that this is the kitchen and we're the company for the job.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. Well, it sounds like the only thing that kind of way of us moving, getting together and taking care of you here today was just the money, huh?
Yeah, you can say that.
Well, Dominic, if there was a way for me to save you a substantial amount of money, would you want to know about it?
Yeah, of course. I would say money, Sean.
Well,
Sharpen your pencil.
remember earlier when I promised that you go over any special promotions we had going on? Let me explain what that looks like.
Round of applause. Excellent job. That was great. Nice job. All right, so that was a 500 pointer. Wow, it's getting real now. Hopefully people are keeping up. All right, we got some famous quotes from the workbook. Hopefully these are all in there. If not, I apologize. According to Napoleon Hill, every failure brings with it the seed of equivalent what? Fill in the blank. We got, it's Mr. T-Rex KP in the house. Let's give KP, Mr. T-Rex, the mic. There you go. Kevin. Order.
Success.
Yeah! Ding, 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 ding. Nice job. For 100 points. That was an easy one. Let's see if there's any harder. Complete the quote by Errol Nightingale. You become what you blank most of the time. Let's get Barry C. We get some good people. This is fun. Mr. Pineapple. Pen pineapple. Apple pen. Think about? All right. Let's see if he's right. Ding, 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 ding. 200 points. Nice job. Man, we're cruising through these ones. You seem to really retain quotes very well. Complete the other quote by Errol Nightingale. Success is a progressive blank of a blank goal or ideal. Okay, Mr. Crab. Crabulous. Krusty Krab. You got Krabby Patties?
Success is the progressive advancement of a worthwhile goal or idea.
Ooh, you're close. That's not what we had written in the book. Okay, let's go to the next one. You're so close. All right, I'm gonna give one person a chance to answer this. T-Rex. KP, there you go. Go ahead and answer that. Success is the what?
Progressive, advancement of a worthy goal or idea.
Okay, one last chance. We got Mr. Shark. We got Jacob. Jacob in the house?
Success is the progressive advancement of a.
Isn't that what was just said?
Well, it's second blanks are gone.
Yeah, but
I know it.
all right, we're just gonna go ahead and give the answer here. Y'all got it wrong. Realization of a worthy goal or ideal. You're so close. Success is the progressive realization of a worthy goal or ideal. You're progressively realizing and working towards achieving that goal. Now, it's not achieving it. It's working towards and realizing it each step of the way. The journey is more meaningful and actually more gratifying and rewarding than actually achieving it, in my opinion. I like to think of like when you go on vacation, right? Who loves going on vacation and traveling? Who likes traveling to Madison, Wisconsin? So when you go on vacation, you got a little excitement when you're first flying to your destination, right? So you're playing the image in your mind of all the amazing things you're gonna see, do, and experience, the excursions you have planned, the good food you're gonna eat, the good relaxing time you're gonna have, putting your toes in the sand, not a worry in the world, cold beer in your hand. So anyway, then you vacation. How much fun is it coming home from your vacation? So what are you thinking about when you're coming home from your vacation? I'm thinking about my next vacation, or man, I need a vacation for my vacation. So you would think that I achieved my goal of going on vacation, I should feel great, but it wasn't achieving that goal that mattered, it was the journey, the experience every step of the way. It's the same way life is. You cannot close unless you, quote by Dan Coombsbury, you cannot close unless you blank. Okay, let's get John T. I don't even know how to Pteranodon? Okay, John T, stand up, give him a mic. Just go ahead and stand up.
Relax them.
Hold on, you cannot close unless you
Relax them.
Ooh, that's not a Daniel Coombsbury original quote. This is a Dan Coombsbury special. You cannot close unless you. All right, let's give someone else a try here. I appreciate that people aren't just shouting out the answers too, because it's normal when people start shouting out the answers. Penguin, Nick, again, nice. There's some fast button pushers in the house. You cannot close unless you listen. Ooh. The best close is a good. You cannot close unless you. All right, here's the answer. You ready? You cannot close unless you open. That's a Dan Coombsbury original. Some of you know, who knows that? Yeah, we got one person. You should have been buzzing faster. Come on. Okay, we don't have to get them all right, so don't feel bad. All right. What was Muhammad Ali quoted for saying about the repetition of affirmation? So this is the Muhammad Ali quote about the repetition of affirmation. What was that quote from Muhammad Ali? It's not easy. Destroyer. What was that quote from Muhammad Ali? Sean, once again, this guy is a fast button pusher.
I feel like you're doing something different, but it was, I am the greatest.
So that was his affirmation. What did he say about the repetition of affirmation? It's not easy. This is why there's so many points for this question.
Yeah.
Anybody know it? Okay, hold on. Let's see who buzzed in. We're gonna give the next buzzer a chance. Okay, the Pteranodon again. John. What was he quoted saying about the repetition of affirmation?
I have to paraphrase here, but I'm pretty sure it is. I have to believe it before it becomes real.
Okay, that's not correct. Thanks for pointing. Yeah. I'm just gonna share this. I know some of you may know it. He said it's a repetition of affirmation that leads to belief. When that belief becomes a deep conviction, things begin to happen. So it's really powerful. I want everyone to really think about that. It's the repetition. So our mind is programmed through repetition. You cannot think or do something once, think or do something twice, and expect you're gonna formulate a new habit or a new ideal or a new personality or behavior. It takes time. But when that repetition leads to belief and a deep conviction, things begin to happen. So there you go, there's the quote from Muhammad Ali. We'll be selective on that, because some of these we probably didn't cover as in-depth as other things, okay? What is the best clothes in the world? This is an automatic F if you don't get this one. What is the best clothes in the world? Juan. Especially if Juan gets this wrong, I'm gonna go over there and slap him. By the way, we filmed the podcast with Juan out here yesterday. It was an amazing conversation. Can't wait to publish it. Very inspirational story. Get to know him. If you want to get inspired, incredible journey in this industry. All right, Juan, what's the best clothes in the world?
Masterful presentation.
Oh, hell yeah. Let's give a round of applause. National presentation. What is the national presentation though? It's everything I do the second I roll up out of bed, get ready for my day, knuckles on the door, everything is the national presentation. It's not just a product demo. You're always on parade, right? Oh my God, we got a daily double! Ding, 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 ding. Price only becomes a determining factor when you have failed to what? Ooh, this is a big one. Jacob, daily double. Mr. Shark. I think there's like 5 people that really are buzzing in 90-some%. I don't know if it's a signal issue or what. When you fail to what?
Differentiate.
Yes, let's give them a round of applause on that. Price only becomes a determining factor when I fail to differentiate. You know what's comical? I consult hundreds of companies all over the country, some in other countries too. There's some we're really proud of. And it's amazing how most of the companies I consult with will say, well, Dominic, our people in our territory are different. The people in our marketplace, they won't pay that much money for a roof. The people in our territory will not pay that much money for a window. They would fill in the blank excuse. Now, life is a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? So if I'm constantly saying the people in our market are different, they will not buy for that amount of money, what's going to happen? They're going to be different, they will not buy. Whether you think you can or think you cannot, either way you're correct. But truthfully and sincerely, where salespeople are lacking is they're weak on differentiation. They do not differentiate enough. One of my favorite exercises I love doing with my sales team is we get on a dry erase board, a whiteboard, and I'd write down Matt City, and on the other side, competition. Just a little T chart, right? And on the Matt City side, we'd come up with as many points of differentiation as humanly possible and get as detailed and granular as we could. Are there things about you personally that makes it different? How are you different? You're showing up on time, you're dressed like a professional, you're respectful of their house, you're maintaining good eye contact, making them feel special, you're educating them so they can give you their informed consent, right? Nobody takes any pleasure or joy trying to strong arm somebody into buying something they don't need, want, or desire. Those are all ways in which you're different. Are there ways in which your company's different? How many points of differentiation can you come up with just with your company alone? How you service them, how you train your installers, how you give them the 5-star white glove experience. Maybe you incentivize your installers' pay based on their performance and the end result in customer satisfaction. Incentivizing getting it done right the first time. Your labor warranty, how you stand behind your workmanship. Those are all ways in which you're different. The clean work site. We're going to leave your property and your house looking far greater than when we arrived, not worse, right? How about your product, your service, the materials you use? How many points of differentiation can you come up with? If you really got insane about it, really got detailed. Even like on Windows and everything, you can come up with 50, 60, 70 points of differentiation very easily. Guess what? Every one of those bullet points of differentiation is an opportunity for you to ask for more what? Because that's your value proposition. And it's worth it. The value's there. If the value exceeds the price to own, closing is easy. If the value is equal to the price to own, it's going to be a hard close. Might cancel. Right? If the value is not greater than the price to own, you will not close. So the simple formula is I need to differentiate, like killing a flea with a sledgehammer, and make it so damn unique because people desire something that's exclusive and unique. Human beings desire that with passion. Here's another thing I want to share. Homeowners will pay more money for the same product if it's with a company they know, like, and trust. Let me repeat that one more time. Your prospects will pay more money for the exact same product if it's with a company they know, like, and trust. Now, who is that up to? That's up to you. They're buying you more than anything. So I want everyone to think about that. Stop making excuses. Stop getting in your own head, right? Price only becomes a determining factor when you fail to differentiate. In the formula of a master presentation, which step allows you to sell your product for the correct margin? Okay, sure, Jacob. In the formula of a master presentation, which step allows you to sell your product for the correct margin?
Price conditioning.
Let's see if that's correct. Yeah, price condition. Now, price conditioning is a form of what? Price conditioning is a form of what? Because I can't just price condition one time and expect it's gonna work. Seeding and layering. What is seeding and layering? Well, I shouldn't shout maybe one of the questions here, but anyway. How many homeowners are already mentally prepared to pay what your product costs to own when you arrive at their door? When you're going to sell a new kitchen, refacing, cabinet restyling, whatever it is, how many homeowners are willing to pay $25,000, $30,000, $40,000 before you walk into the house? 1 in a million. So why is price conditioning so essential to your success? Because I need to have that homeowner formulate a new belief system. Because again, remember, it's not the thief in the industry, it's the honest idiot. It's somebody that is bidding jobs for cost, and they're unfortunately programming that homeowner to believe they can get work done for XYZ dollars for next to nothing. So those companies that are running a successful ethical business and having a profit margin because you owe it to your customers to be profitable and keep the doors open so you can actually service them if and when they need you. What service are you providing to your customers if you no longer exist? Okay, you need to make money. You will not make money unless you're good at what? You need a price condition. And again, lay it on thick. I want to do a $40,000 demo for a $20,000 project. You want a price condition, so very essential. What is the formula of a master presentation? The entire formula, lay it all out in the field. All right, we got Brian B. Whale. Let's get Brian B. the mic. What is the formula of a master presentation? And by the way, it's highly likely everything you're seeing on here will be on the final exam, so hopefully you're soaking this in. Okay, go ahead.
Exclusivity, differentiation with price conditioning and trial close.
Yes, let's give him a hand. You got them all. Nice job. Differentiate what's in it for me. Price condition, trial close, exclusive. Now, a lot of people have this difficulty with this word exclusive. Because they're like, well, Dominic, it's not exclusive. Yes, it is. Because you're installing an unfinished good. What is the only thing that guarantees the end result of their satisfaction? Not the product itself, but what? How it's installed. How you stand behind it. How you're going to service that person. So you're always going to be able to give them an exclusive experience. And I'm sorry, if the competition doesn't talk about it, if they don't bring it up and make it important, it's exclusive to you. Perception is reality. So that's why it's so important that you take them on a world-class education on every lead. Your competition's weak. They suck. I want everyone to repeat this. There is no competition. And to prove this point, invite your competition into your house to give you an estimate on whatever product it is you sell. You'd be blown away by how god-awful they are. It's going to inspire a lot of confidence in you. But there is no competition, right? This is why I had a lot of success. I would go after companies. They had 2 other quotes. I'd be the 3rd one. I get twice as much money. Because they were doing El Cookie brochure demos, writing price on the back of a business card, and they're wondering why they're not able to build any value. And I'm sitting there dissecting everything. You know what? I want to share this with everybody. Some of you could probably relate to this. I personally wanted to be so damn thorough on every sales encounter with my prospects that that customer could go run a lead that evening and close that shit. I'm so detailed. They're so knowledgeable and informed about what they're investing in. They could go run a lead and close that thing. And I've proven that out. Has anyone ever had a one-party scenario where it's just the husband or just the wife or one of the decision makers present, the other one's not there? And then you had it when maybe the other decision maker showed up an hour or 2 later? Has anyone ever had that happen? So you wait around, you go through the process anyway. So we always incentivize or encourage our salespeople to go for the demo, always err on the side of demoing. Because again, the other person might show up, or maybe there's a situation where I can get that person to move forward with a one-party situation appointment. Anyway, I had it once where I did a Masterful window demo. The wife came home 3 hours later. And when the wife came home, I'm like, man, you're an expert on this, why don't you do the demo for your wife? And I had the husband do the full product demo that he just saw for me to his wife. Which, by the way, as he's demoing my window, what's he doing? He's taking so much damn ownership of this thing, and he's selling the shit out of himself. He's reinforcing the decision, but it was one of the easiest sales I've ever had. But I think about that a lot. Is your customer that informed, where they could literally go run a lead that evening and close that thing? There's been companies we've consulted with, Redo Cabinets had this happen, where a customer was so impressed by the entire experience, what did they end up doing? Working for Redo Cabinets as a salesperson. They're like, I want to work for you. You ended up buying too. Give a feature of your product and sell it to me using the formula of a Mashal presentation. Sell me this pen. So whatever product or service it is that you sell, you can take, if it's like windows, I can take the spacer system, I can take the gas window, I can take the meeting rail interlock, the slope sill, if it's a roof, you can take the shingle itself, the underlayment, you know, the different layers, the ventilation, solar attic fan, whatever it is. Whatever you want to sell of your service. So we got Jacob in the house. Jacob, where's Jacob at? Jacob. So take any part of the Bordner product or service that you offer, and so we want to hear like a checklist. Okay, so we know what the formula is. I want to hear Jacob sell it to us following the formula.
Now, Dominic, once we get done with the starter strip on your roof, we'll start installing the actual field shingles. These are the ones you can see, right? And so for your home, we'll be installing the Owens Corning duration shingle.
Owens Corning, let's round of applause for Owens Corning. They're in the house. Thank you for bringing them up.
I personally love this product because it honestly, technology wise, they are 7 to 10 years ahead of the rest of their competition. And a lot of that boils down into the Sure-Nail strip. The Sure-Nail strip is a woven fiber that's embedded into the shingle, right? No other company has anything like this. One company tried something a few years ago, but they put it on the back. Doesn't really do a whole lot. Right? And so the Sure-Nail strip does some really cool things. Number one, it wraps around the nail, preventing leaks. Because if I poke a hole in something, what's it gonna do, Dominic?
So leak.
Exactly. It also prevents what's called nail blow through, and that's when that nail head and all goes all the way through the shingle. Now, if the nail is behind the shingle, is it doing anything for you?
Absolutely not.
Exactly. Then the sealant strip on the back of the next shingle is going to seal down on top of this and embed itself into it. Honestly, we hate tearing these shingles off, but what does that do for you as far as like that shingle lifting on that home?
Yeah, I mean, it makes it a lot better. Obviously,
Exactly.
having that, yeah, it's gonna be a lot more secure.
So Owens Corning really took an idea behind this that, hey, they are like their shingles just aren't gonna lift, their shingles aren't gonna come off. And that way they can give you 130 mile an hour wind protection. Now, we get over 130 miles an hour, what do we have to worry about?
Well, your roof will be torn off your house, but the shingles will still be on.
Exactly. I think we need to worry about the neighbor's house hitting your roof, right?
Yeah.
I've personally seen this shingle withstand 190 mile an hour wind gusts when I was working up in mine. So if and when you do replace the roof on your home, is this the product that you want protecting your investment?
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Perfect. So next up, we'd be looking at your ventilation system and then the ridge cap.
Awesome, let's give a round of applause, that's really good. Now, did you incorporate good price conditioning in there? So if there's one thing I can advise you on, that was beautiful, by the way. Give them one more round of applause for that. That's awesome. You know, you can obviously simply say, you know, why do you think it is, John and Mary, that a lot of manufacturers don't go the extra mile and invest in the finest materials to do the same thing? Well, initially, to get the finest, initially it's a little bit more, right? But let me ask you a question, putting price aside, would you ever tolerate a roofing solution without that, knowing what you now know? Can you see why that'd be valuable to protect your home? Above anything else, you deserve a great roof, don't you? But you did a great job asking questions, making it interactive, so we'll go out and give them the points for that. Great job. By the way, this is one of my favorite exercises to do in a sales meeting, is get your team together, take any differentiating point or exclusive feature or benefit that you offer, and call. I used to have 2 hats in every sales meeting. One hat had all the salespeople's names, and the other hat had a certain part of the product demo or company story. and I pull a name out of the hat at random, pull a part of the product demo out at random, and that sales rep had to come up in front of their peers and demo that and sell that following the formula of a master presentation. That's why you can train that sales muscle memory in that sales room, so when you go into the house, you can do it without thinking. What is a close-ended question? Anybody? Katie. We got Katie. Alyssa, Avatar.
It requires a yes or a no response.
A close-ended question. Okay, so you are correct. I'm going to give you the points for that. So we define it as an information-seeking question in which there's only one correct answer, typically resulting in a yes or a no. Now, it's not always a yes or no, though, is it? So close-ended questions can be 1 or 2 word answers. But make sure I'm incorporating these frequently into my sales arsenal to keep the spotlight on them, to keep them mentally involved in the conversation, so I can hold that listener's attention for long periods of time. Give me an example of an open-ended question. Okay, Sharp, Jacob, what's an example of an open-ended question?
Dominic, is there anything on this roof that you'd be willing to sacrifice?
No, I mean, everything you have on there seems, yeah, that was more of a, no. Okay, we'll move on to someone else. Please try Jacob. Minus 50 for Jacob, he can afford it. Destroyer, Sean. Is it just Jacob and Sean playing against each other? I'm just curious what's going on here. Y'all have buzzers, right? We gotta get better Wi-Fi connection. Jacob. Or Sean, yeah. Sorry, Sean. Destroyer. Is it a coincidence you picked the Destroyer avatar? He's just dominating. All right.
That wasn't an accident or coincidence.
Yeah.
So when you're looking at a contractor, what are the main things you're looking for?
I want somebody that is reliable, somebody that does what they say they're gonna do and does quality work.
That makes perfect sense. What would you say are important about those things to you?
All right, let's give him a hand. That was really good. Okay, open-ended question. Now, what is an open-ended question? What is an open-ended question? It's an information-seeking question in which we do not know the answer to. The answer is open-ended. And that's so important, right? Because prospects are like icebergs. 80% of what I need to effectively influence them is buried beneath the surface. And the only way to dig that information out is by what? Asking those open-ended questions. The one controlling the conversation is the one who is what? Okay, let's get Jacob. Let's see if he knows this one. It's tricky. The one who is controlling the conversation is the one who is what?
Asking the questions.
Ooh, let's see. Ding, ding, ding. Excellent job. Let's give him a round of applause. Points are racking up. Asking open-ended questions, maintaining eye contact, practicing true deep listening, and layering the response can activate in the prospect. Can activate what in the prospect, causing them to reveal personal information about themselves. So you activate this by practicing all these different things. Asking open-ended questions, maintaining eye contact, practicing true deep listening, and layering the response to activate this. Let's get the Destroyer, Sean, again. Do you know Wendy Harmeyer? It's a fast buzzer button pusher.
What is the self-disclosure loop?
Oh, let's give him a round of applause for that. The self-disclosure loop. So what did the self-disclosure loop teach us? Everything.
They won't stop until we know them.
Human beings get pleasure from what? Revealing personal information about themselves. And we've all had that experience, right? So you meet somebody at a family reunion, or you meet somebody at a bar, or maybe at this conference, and you're having a conversation with somebody you just met, and you're doing a good job at maintaining eye contact, asking questions, because maybe you're genuinely or sincerely interested in them. And then all of a sudden they get really personal, almost to the point of too much information very quickly. So why does that happen? Because you activate their self-disclosure loop, and they get dopamine and serotonin and feel-good neurotransmitters fired in their mind when they start revealing personal information. So it's a very interesting phenomenon, but we can do that intentionally. And then you know when you pulled that off in the house in the discovery, when you've activated that self-disclosure loop, because all of a sudden the customer will just open up to you in ways that is so powerful. But it's such a good thing for both parties, right? Because when they feel comfortable enough to open up to you and activate that self-disclosure loop, now you're really starting to build that foundation of trust. What is the definition of seeding and layering? This is why I didn't want to give that one away. Wow, Sean, again.
Seeding and layering is when you plant a seed in the customer's subconscious mind, and through constant reinforcement and repetition, it grows into a part of their belief system.
Audience? Yes, let's give them a round of applause, amazing. So seeding a layer, when I plant a thought or an idea in a prospect's mind, and through constant reinforcement or repetition, you allow that thought to nurture and grow into belief. And repetition is king with this stuff. Okay, so we've got some of our points, right? Who enjoyed Closure Jeopardy? Okay. Putting the points aside, the most important part of this is we need to make sure we're having a good recap. You should know everything that's on that Closure Jeopardy forwards and backwards. If you don't know it, you're gonna have some time to study over lunch. So I know I'm eating into the lunch break here, but it's okay. We can fail forward together. Okay. So what time is it? Lunchtime. So over lunch, I want you to study, role play, read through the book. If there's anything that was on that Closure Jeopardy you do not know, make sure you do know it. And then when we come back, we're going to go through the first part of the final exam, which is going to be a link that's going to be sent to all of you. You're going to get a link to your email, and you're going to be able to take the final exam on your cell phone or tablet. And I'll explain more of the rules of the final exam when we all come back. But go ahead and get some food, get some sustenance, and when we come back, we'll go through the final exam together. Who's excited? Let's go.
Hey, when are we coming back, Tom?
Let's, just for the sake of time, let's try to do a 45, 50-minute tops lunch. I'll make an announcement out there when we're ready, but let's just say 50 minutes from now.
Thank you.
So just after like 1:10-ish.
No, I was gonna tell you the same one.
But like people was like a vision, they ain't on, so give you just this vision, a little devil, you know, they do this, music, when everybody on a mission.
How's everyone doing?
Podcast, I'm Dominic Caminada, CEO of Ross University and industry-leading sales trainer. In the world of business, we firmly believe that volume is for vanity and profit is for sanity. And the mission of this podcast is very simple: to bring on the brightest minds in the home improvement and home services industry that can educate our listeners on how to grow and scale a more profitable business. Today we have an extraordinary guest that I'm super excited to talk to, who has truly mastered the art of lead home sale at a very young age, and has an impressive track record in the home improvement industry. We're going to be dropping an absolute bomb on this podcast. So make sure you get your notepads out, get your popcorn ready. It's going to be a good one. And starting his sales journey at just 11 years of age, our guest, Bobby Key, Bobby Bolio, and his relentless drive and pursuit for talent in sales led him to become a top performer in many different verticals. And the transition to the home improvement industry was guided by a mentor of mine, someone near and dear to the Ross University family, Rick Rosso himself. And over the past 2 decades, we've mastered the really called full sales process, selling things like vinyl windows, selling building protection, and in fact, in his final year, Bobby became the top income earner
for the Lead Culture Network, out of 2,677 independent sales representatives, she was the top implementer. Today, Bobby offers advanced sales training to reach 5 next level sales mastery. And he's here to share his wealth of knowledge and experience to help underprivileged companies just like you build a profitable business. So first of all, Bobby, I just want to thank you very much for coming into our Boston studio. And I want to announce publicly, Bobby is our first podcast that we've ever filmed in a brand new studio. So thank you very much for that. So you drove down from the Dells, right? It's nice to have not only an industry legend in my studio, but a local Wisconsin.
Well, first and foremost, thank you so much for having me on and sending me that invite. Well, this kind of has taken full circle that you and I spoke of, that when I graduated from that, it was my mentor, the first time ever that I doing this was Rick Rosso. So I want to thank you for carrying on that legacy and changing the way, continuing to help salespeople grow on high skill levels so that they're not just putting pressure on people.
So Bobby, if you don't mind, obviously you have an incredible background and experience. And one thing that I absolutely admire, I always love when people have a background in door to door and then they get into one call closing and the ability to overcome constant rejection and people slamming doors in your face, like you develop quite the obstacle immunity against being rejected, right? But kind of going back to 11 years old, how did that start? Some magazines door to door, and then what are some of the things, the skills you think you learned at a young age you still carry with you to this day?
Well, I wasn't a kid, so I didn't mean to tell you much, that's for sure. There was a group of guys that basically came into the community and they would talk to different kids in the community, ask them if they wanted to make some money, give them a little script that they had to follow. We went in van and we went out and went door to door. What I found that you asked, what, how did that carry over into sales now and what did I get? Very much of what you taught, right? They used to tell us that we had to develop alligator skin. Now, when I think of those things that took place back then, it goes to how today we have to extract ourselves from the emotions of that sale, right? We have to learn how to deal with those rejections and understand that those rejections are not rejecting us, but they're just rejecting that offer, that product, or that service at that time. At 11 years old, it was like the Green Beret of sales, right? Because at that time, you're the most impressionable. You're not handling rejection as well as maybe you should. You're maybe a little more insecure and waffling at that age. But I feel like doing that at that age, it was an absolute privilege and kind of was the segue of where I am today. And dealing with that rejection and knowing that that next door could be it, that the next door could be it. And learning very early on to, shake it off, shake it off. I feel absolutely privileged that I started out in door to door that way because it enabled me to learn how to deal with rejection quickly. Now at 11, I didn't know that I was emotionally, extracting myself or detaching myself from the situation. But in order to succeed doing that at that time, that's something that I can do.
That's amazing. I actually preach that to a lot of owners is if your salespeople are having a hard time and don't know, obviously going through true rejection, because let's be honest, in outside sales in this industry, what I'm seeing is very few salespeople actually get rejected. They get objections. Now, there's a big difference between an objection and being rejected, right? And you get rejected a lot in door to door because you're interrupting here. In outside sales, they have a preset appointment, they're expecting you, right? They have at least some sort of understanding as to the terms of the meeting, and they understand that you're gonna be walking through your process. So, but a lot of salespeople, unfortunately, they pack it up and leave over objections, right? The problem is though, psychologically, salespeople fear objections in the same way they fear being rejected. And they never really fully develop that obstacle immunity they need to tighten up their belt, throw away their wishbone, grow back, while both of them know where they relax a certain confidence. And that's what, with what you were exposed to at a young age, you're able to kind of develop that strong obstacle immunity, that alligator skin. And what a phenomenal priceless gift to have in outside sales. Because I just read a study recently, they said 82% of consumers buy after the fourth objection, after the fourth no. Yet most salespeople give up after one or two nights, one or two objections. If you could just be a little bit more assertive, a little bit more confident, a little bit more obstacle, you go for the no a couple more times, you tap into a vast ocean of opportunity where most people buy. And I don't know if you know my background, but when I first got into sales, again, my first month I struggled. I sold like 45,000 net, and my second month wasn't much better, I sold 42,000. Quite honestly, I was on a chopping block. Thankfully, I was competitive though, and I had this salesperson that went through the same class with me. This guy was highly annoying. I couldn't stand the way I talked. The thing is, the month I sold 49,000, he brought up 115,000. Along with being highly annoying to the copy, we were rubbing in that face. I can't stand this guy outselling me. I said, you know what, screw this, I have nothing to lose. I'm either walking out of the sale from now on, or I'm being physically removed now, so you're gonna call the cops. I'm gonna get fired anyway, I have nothing to lose, right? And that's where the epiphany happened. I realized with that newfound thick skin, that alligator skin, I was walking out with sales, I wasn't getting thrown out at all. I was walking out with orders, contracts. I'm like, that was the missing link, I was too timid. So yeah, that is such a crisis background, and then obviously advancing still at a crazy young age, 16 years old, already started selling vacuum cleaners. How did that transition take place, and what were some of the lessons learned now doing in-home presentations and things like that?
So that's a great question, and it was kind of instrumental because things kind of changed there from a sales perspective. I'm a little older, right? I got the alligator skin. I'm doing well, but the thing that really transitioned was understanding results-based selling. If not is there selling a vacuum cleaner, I'm selling the results of that vacuum cleaner. But that's not selling, really.
We're not selling what it is, we're selling what it does.
We're selling what it does. So the big transition with vacuum cleaners, it was a bigger ticket sale. So I needed to understand that sales process a little better. I needed to listen to the mentors that I had in order to figure out what that system was.
What was your training like when you first got into like Rainbow and Kirby? I'm just curious. Was it pretty high level or was it pretty basic?
Both. I think it was basic, but it was high level because one of the things that I endorse now, big time, is role play. And what they had us doing was constant role play.
Drills for skills.
A lot of drills for skills, as Rick Ross would say, practice, 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 repetition, praise for theory.
Here's his voice in my mind.
Yeah, I can't quite do it as well as him, but boy, I remember that practice, 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 for sure.
How do you get to Carnegie Hall? Right?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. You know, I like to say, how do you eat an elephant, one bite at a time? People are trying to eat the elephant whole when it comes to the sales instead of breaking it down. But they had phenomenal, and we were kids too, right? So we listened to what they were saying, we didn't question what they were saying. And if they were a little aggressive with the role play, they wanted it right, back and forth and back and forth. So that was what was great about it. And that's, like I said, brought me to a place where I really understood that I'm not just selling the benefits, I'm not selling all the great things it does and the flips and the switches on this, but I'm really selling what it does. And the base, the presentation on Kirby, it's drawn all of the dust mites out of there. So if you got allergies or if you got, you know, sicknesses in your home, it's gonna help that. So just
Lifestyle, personal enjoyment, and key to all the emotional reasons why they desire this product or service they offer, right? And that's what's lacking. You know, there's so many people that they're just so factual and logical about how they sell, instead of key to the emotional reasons why people want it, right? People don't buy what they need, they buy what they want. And that whole aspect of passion and desire is kind of lacking in the world right now. A lot of people, in terms of the masterful presentation, they're kind of falling into this trap more of an order-taking type sales model and selling at price and
drop, drop, drop.
I will never stop believing that the best tools in the world is masterful presentation. Yeah, so I don't care how technology, AI, all this stuff, like, I know for certain that now more than ever, like, we gotta be super dialed in how we're creating need, want, desire. Again, I was the one where it said, the homeowner should say 3 things after your presentation. Okay. That's something that needs to be worked on, needs to be excessively trained in this whole element of role playing. Often in organizations, I see they have a pretty decent initial onboarding and training experience, it's okay.
but then there's almost no post-training molding and support for these reps. And a lot of these reps that get out there and start running these independently, and they're literally alone on an island by themselves with no support. They're not getting together with their peers. So that's a reflection of leadership, right? It is. So leadership needs to cultivate that type of culture where your peers or your team, everyone's getting together as a mastermind group. And we're growing together as a unit, right? Teamwork makes the dream work. Absolutely. You're gonna have minimal results if you're just trying to wing this and do it on your own. It's ego or whatever it is, a lot of people try to do things, I'm a little green, I only work alone. You're only holding yourself back. So that's a great lesson to take away from that experience. When you're 11 and 16, you know, in that time period, having that success selling, how do you think that impacted your school or just like your confidence level as a young kid or a young man?
Overwhelming change. I was like a super nerd, super quiet, super small, super timid. Like I tell people that I got bullied so much the nerds picked on me, right? Even they picked on me. It just changed the quality of my life completely, right? And I think that that is part of why you and I do what we do. It's one thing to teach, and train salespeople to get better at making money, right? But I think that, I'm sure you would agree, that we see lives change just the way that I was. It absolutely changed my life, especially when I graduated to frozen food sales, which I'm sure might be one of the questions.
Yeah, that's definitely next in line. Like obviously as you transition from vacuum cleaners to frozen food sales, what made that transition possible and what were some of the things that were different, unique, and lessons learned going to that different type of product or service?
I think that one of the biggest things that changed at that time was that I started to understand systems, right? I started to understand that, you know, I couldn't just wait every time I went into a home. I started to realize that there were some things that I said every time I was in home. So I started to say to myself, maybe since those things are working, if I start to implement more of those same things and kind of create a system, I don't think I was calling it a system back then, really. But when I started to develop a system, I learned to do the same thing over and over again without bias to the result.
Building sales muscle memory. So basically create success patterns in your mind that are replicatable and duplicatable. And it's just like, you know, if I want to learn how to shoot a basketball, right? I'm going to get to a regulation size court, a regulation basketball. I'm going to do thousands of repetitions, different parts of the court. You know, I mean, if I want to work on my free throws or my 3-pointers or my quick shot, whatever, do thousands of repetitions. And the goal is not to focus on the shots you miss, it's recreating what happened when you made the basket. And this is what a lot of salespeople in my opinion don't spend enough time doing. They tend to dwell on their negative results, you know, my pitch misses, and then it kind of bogs them down, you get stinging thinking. Are you spending time after you close the sale, journaling those results and writing down as much as you can? What the hell did you just do? And I want to continue to build on my successes because if it worked once, it could potentially work again. And then you start creating these success patterns in your mind, and you build upon it's replicatable. And then you don't have to think about it. You get, just like an athlete playing basketball, they've shot that basket so many times that it's muscle memory. So you build the same set of muscle memory. It's like a tattoo on the brain.
Indeed, in fact, Dave Joel, it's the other OG in the industry, right? One of the titans for sure. He once said to me, this was quite some time ago. He said the same thing you did about people making a mistake about doing these autopsies on dead sales all the time and just constantly those. He said, you know what? I'll just ask you something. What do you think the federal government does when they're trying to find counterfeit money? Guess what they study? You think they study all the different counterfeits out there? Or do you think they study the real deal? They study the real deal. And that's kind of the same concept. So most people are looking for what they did wrong out there, when really they should be looking for what they do right, right? Just like you were talking about the compassion that our world needs, right? And I think that it's kind of the same thing. I think that when somebody is taught through a sales training program to be looking for those things that are right in their sale, that moves over to their life. Right? Because sometimes we as sales trainers, we become psychologists and marriage counselors as well. And it's the same thing in marriage, right? If you're looking for what's wrong in your life, you'll always find it. But guess what? If you're looking for what's right consistently, you'll always find it, right? And now you just talked about building, muscle memory, right? Now you build muscle memory, and instead of looking for what's wrong with your life, you go look for what's right. Yeah. So it converts over from sales into life as well, which is, I think, you agree, where we both get the most gratification, the impact.
I'm constantly preaching, like, to be a top performing salesperson, to be a shining star, obviously learning sales is good, but also requires being just a good person.
Yes.
Now, you got more systematized when you got into the seafood and like selling the steak, lobster and all that stuff. And then when was that first transition into like home improvement selling, and when did you first get exposed to the Grasso system?
There was a part of the frozen food sales. It was down south where I was doing that. They kind of said, hey, come down south if you want to do this. This is where we're having the most success. And one of the biggest things I learned was cherry picking. When we were doing door to door, was what is the house like that? What are the kind of cars in the driveway, right? So I would see that all the time because we're driving these trucks in these neighborhoods. And most of the time there'd be two of us in the truck. And one time we went up, I think it's Sand Mountain or something out in Atlanta. And we get up to the top and there's a trailer up there that has literally no doors. It's sitting like this. The kids are running around in the neighborhood and let's just say around their nose and mouth wasn't very clean, right? Long story short, I didn't want to pitch that guy, right? Guess what he bought? Everything. Now Bobby G coined what was now and forever called freezer deal.
Oh,
I come from the philosophy that if you can convince yourself that your only job is to give a masterful presentation every time, if it happens to be, in home sales and you're on the porch, or for some reason you can't get in the door, and I teach people how to get in the door because I got in the door to door, right? But as that's I did. And if your goal is just to do that masterful presentation every single time, that's when the law of averages is going to catch up.
those are the two promises I made to myself before I went to every house, just because obviously I was programmed at the beginning of my sales career by Rick, master presentation. So I made two promises because I also believe in making people feel good, making people feel special. So I'm gonna deliver the best presentation these people have ever seen in their life. That was the one. Number two, I'm gonna make them feel like the most important people in the world for the next couple hours. I'm gonna make them feel special. And I promise you, you can just accomplish those two things, you're gonna walk out of the lines.
Yeah, and we have this program.
When I get over 10 million. Okay, the new Grasso, so, yeah, you wanna keep past your road, new Grasso. It's not only just a sales system, it brings so much more to the table, again, it's methodology, mindset, health, management. He has the stepping stones to get you from A to B, but again, he can't do the pushes for you, you have to do them yourself. But again, Dominic is the key to your success, and that's the sales process through Grasso.
We started training a couple months ago, it was maybe December, two or 3 months ago. It's kind of when I first heard about it, but then I started following a lot of stuff that he was doing, either online, on Twitter, or wherever, on LinkedIn, wherever, and it's really made a difference.
If you're the owner of a home improvement business looking desperately to build a high-performance sales team, Ross University has the solution you need. I'm Dominic Caminata, CEO of Ross University, the industry-leading sales training and consulting group. We know better than anybody that providing professional sales training while running your business can be an absolute challenge. And this is why we created a brand new program called the Sales Academy Masterclass. This program is absolutely changing the game for sales professionals and sales leaders alike. It is designed to elevate your team without disrupting business operations. Led by our expert sales trainer, Daniel Bloomsbury, this intensive 2-week sales training opportunity combines live coaching, role-playing, and a proven 11-step selling system to absolutely transform your sales team's performance. Participants will receive our exclusive 160-page workbook, access to high-quality video modules, and a daily live Zoom session with our world-class trainer to refine their skills and ensure they absolutely master the art of the in-home sale. More than just learning how to close sales, we educate sales warriors on how to sell on value and become expert negotiators so they can ensure they're delivering long-term profitability for you and your company. If you're ready to elevate your sales team and experience the kind of growth that will set your business apart from the competition, now's the perfect time to contact Ross University and start your journey towards a more profitable future. We can't wait to work with you and your sales warriors, and on behalf of our entire Ross University team, yes, you are a closer.
Improvements catching up to other industries as well in terms of utilization of technology. So if you're not utilizing things like this, you're gonna be behind the 8 ball because your competitors certainly are. And if you're not grading those calls and getting those really quality reps in, you're gonna let those appointments fall through the cracks, and the other companies are gonna get out there, and they're gonna be the ones that sell it because they were able to handle and process that really efficiently because their call center reps are just that much better, right? So I love that. So a little bit more about LACE in its application. You know, when you're implementing this at organizations, what do you feel like is the top issues that everybody's having right now? Like, what do you ask that calls to your manager or that leader in marketing for that company to uncover, you know, where you can fix those gaps for them?
Yeah, we've been looking to grow extremely fast in visibility on the entire industry. And working with one of the best companies in the space, ranging from revenue from 5 million dollars to $3 billion revenue. So we're confident. So what we're seeing are the top 3 issues in the call center are: number 1 is mainly listening to phone calls that you're making, right? So it's very time consuming, it's inefficient, very expensive. Number 2 is inaccurate data. If you don't trust the data in the call center, how can you take action? And then number 3 is so we know that every percentage is equal to millions of dollars additional. So those are the top 3 issues. If you contact and you go, number 1 issue is mainly listening on phone calls. So a while back, one of the customers came to us and said, "Hey guys, we're getting 20,000 calls per month. 90% of our revenue depends on those calls. And today, our head call center, back to your point, listens to 5-10 calls per day, which is less than 1% of the total call volume." And they said, "We don't feel comfortable about making decisions about 90% of our revenue based on less than 1% of our data." So what they were planning to do is to hire a QA people to listen to those. So the role of the QA person is to listen to those calls and manually create those calls, like listening whether we mentioned the customer name, whether we mentioned the company name properly, what are the objections, how are we handling those objections, and scoring manually. But the problem is that this is practically impossible because how much of the volume we can cover with people, because if you want to cover 100% of your 90% revenue, you need to actually have a same amount of people to listen.
Right, yeah, 1-to-1 ratio.
One will talk on the phone, the other one will be scoring. And then
It's like a candy when you're golfing, right?
So it's practically impossible, and that's pretty bad problem. That's the to make phone calls a pretty issue for everybody. The number 2 issue is the data, the quality of the data in your call center. So here, a few months ago, in one of the conferences, one of the companies came to our booth, and the owner mentioned the story saying that, "Hey, our marketing budget is blocked on the call center." And I was like, "What does that mean? Can you elaborate on your case? What does that mean?" And so he shared, "We invest a significant amount of marketing budget in to be able to generate those leads, and then the call center is supposed to close the appointments." So what happens today is that the way we calculate our booking rates in most of the dialers in most of the CRM systems is by the agent after the call manually clicking and saying, "Was it qualified lead, not qualified lead, was the call booked or not?" And what we're seeing is that there is a up to 30% discrepancy between what's the data and what's the error. So they recognize
There's also a little bit of sugar going on, right? You know, somebody is going to not necessarily mislead, but if you have the opportunity to say that it was unsettable lead and you failed to do that, you know, the human condition is probably going to have to utilizing that correctly a little bit more than data-driven AI is going to how you can use it, right?
Yes. So yeah, that's there. We need to take the best case scenario is purely human error. It's still a problem. Yes.
So I'm a little bit more cynical. I've been managing people. I manage software. I manage people. I know. So, they said, we don't trust the performance of the person, and we don't trust the actions in the call center, so this blocks our marketing revenue because we ask the customers to leave it. And this is our feeling. I was gonna ask you, you might have talked to the CEO of the organization I used to work for, because that was a huge problem that we had. In my last role as CMO for an organization, we were blocking some of our marketing budget because the call center couldn't efficiently process those leads. We were blocking that because we didn't know how that was going to present itself as revenue back then. The data wasn't there, it was not projectable. We were having some quality control issues. Now, if we were able to grade 100% of those calls and know that we had aces in their places and we were allowing people to do their job.
Yeah, like Jeff.
You guys, are you sure Don makes it better ready to use this thing? Yeah. Yeah. Oh.
So I went through Grosso probably about a year and a half ago. I went through their first sales academy, closer academy, like webinar. And I was with Matrix at the time, selling basement. I sold over $1 million in a month using the Grosso methodology. So I believe in it. I love it. I think it's a great foundation for anybody when it comes to in-home sales.
That we've been working with it even before radio cabinets was a thing. Probably Home Pros was working with Grosso, and it worked. I mean, that's the best I can say. We've been using it for 4 years and it's worked, and we just had our biggest month in the history of the 70-year company. So I think that speaks for itself.
People congregating and gathering, we were there, and sometimes we would be able to get into these very value, but so we're in a car show. We would basically have very low raffle off to get a free set of tires and wheels. So that we actually event, and in exchange for that, they allow us to sponsor it for free. And then we get like 100 of these out of this stuff for free. And it's like, wouldn't you, how much is that configure marketing spend? And it costs per show, and so being creative, so we get, for example, the sub windows, and they have all our investors.
And also with you.
And the odds everything you're saying, like that, and some of those are really good too, because they're not as competitive. Maybe they're the only home depot company or home service company there representing. The one thing I love that what you're doing though is you have the choice between hiring some paid actor to do a live content, to be on video, or do it yourself. So I guess, why did you make the decision to do your own content and make your own videos, have your face be the face of your business? And how do you feel that maybe is helping your cause?
I wish I could fucking.
Well, I'm telling that part, I think you can go.
I kind of think that's only my income. Yeah, fair enough. You know. You got 3 kids, you kind of gotta make a lot of money. Yeah, 3 kids and the mother's not big. Alrighty, crap. I gotta make money. I got 3 kids. How the hell do you manage the house? With a lot of. No. Twice that. No, making money's good, but it's like you still gotta watch the ads. What was your question?
Really, not do this because I boast about it.
Turns out if it's going wide.
They know you're not an actor, they know you're being authentic. That's really awesome. They get small about the stage there. They get small. Knowing that people are gonna.
I really
Embarrassing about that.
But when you're not used to it, it's something, you know, just be, you know, it's okay.
Right, exactly. Maybe if he wasn't, if you just.
I guess I haven't tested it yet, so I don't have the stage yet, I'm gonna be doing it, but. Right now, being the spokesperson of that company, professional about it.
Yeah, thank you for this.
Either I want to make or buy, it's that little box with a red light.
And it's important that I see a lot of business owners, a lot of contractors, a lot of leaders investing in content creation. So I see a lot of people that are pushing more content out into social media, out on TV. I have some people that I never thought that ever really function. I have some people I never, these are companies, fully growing companies that have no podcasts. So they want to basically condition their territory, their market, and interest in advisors. It's almost like, you know, it was that show on TV with Bob Vila, the Soul Mouse. So it's like you become like the Soul Mouse of your territory. The more content you push out there, the more they can get a sneak peek as to the key leaders in the company behind the scenes of the inner workings of your business. They can see on TV or social media your crews get the job done. Every homeowner or prospect or decision maker is going to play movie mind hypothetically of all the things that they're personally going to experience when they haven't come out to their house and visit all this. So the more content you push out there, the more they can see your face, and it could take 7, 8, 9, 100 commercials before they're okay. I gotta pick up the phone and see what these people are about, because I'm seeing this guy everywhere, and they're already playing this hypothetical picture in mind of getting their kitchen done or their window project done. So I just think it's really impressive to see how you kind of jumped right into there, put your face out there, and see how it's impacting the results. And I think that content's also great for sharing in the home presentation. So this is the owner and leader of a company, put space out there, social media or on television, and even done some interviews on the news and stuff like that.
Yeah, which is so odd, there's a lot of stuff that gets your face out there. But honestly, the online content marketing, there's some companies in our industry that are very good at. You know, just sending raw footage off their phone, whether they're in the house talking on or taking videos. You just send them, you put it together, they'll create it, they'll launch it on your social media. I mean, there's things out there for very nominal cost. They don't have to be an online.
A lot of people don't know this, but I got a pretty talented multimedia team. So we actually are content creation and we actually edit the podcast. So it's similar to your content, so or any company, there's a lot of resources out there. We can send me cell phones, I think that I know and also business owners and players that I talk to where every now and then they send a video from a facility or spot a few days with them, and I'll visit some job sites, to get some clips and actually get it done. And then it's priceless content that you use for video and like
process, culture, money, and then they got again, from now to be offended, for this one month.
It's actually, when I consult with companies, it's amazing how many do that, marketing, consultation, on your website. So one piece of advice I give everybody, obviously technology is important, training is important, but investing in content. Content you push out there, I mean, we are consumers of content in this day and age. How much time do you personally spend on your phone looking at content from other people, right?
make sure you're front and center, and there's all kinds of ways you can strategize with, team targeting, different marketing strategies, or literally get those devices in their house. But at least get the content created instead of once. I want to segue over to my favorite topic, which of course is sales. And a lot of companies that I've seen are out there, they try to kind of promote sales for me without having a foundation in place. So what do you feel has helped you with your sales foundation, or some of the pillars you feel applies, whether it be through your leadership, your technology, your process, and how you really feel it's helped to kind of get your job.
Well, there's a lot of pillars for sales, that's for sure. Sales support system. Call centers,
And I just want to piggyback on that. In order to have a high performance sales team that's held accountable, it's vital that you have a very professional, organized, and call center. So the call center is most likely the sister sales team. They keep on track and hold them accountable, and they're there obviously a lot of the communication elements of it. But I don't want to even make accusation about a lot of sales teams that systems turn to lead babies, they start making excuses, they refuse to take responsibility. And the right call center is properly trained to live that right away and keep your sales people. So it's absolutely.
say a call center, support call center is extremely vital to the sales support system. Right, sales system, university sales system, make sure.
Testing. All right, let's make our way back into the Madison Ballroom, all you sales warriors. We're gonna get into the favorite part of this entire event, the final exam. Who is absolutely thrilled to death about taking a final exam? So I just want to explain some of the rules. Of course, while you're taking the final exam, I'm gonna request all of your workbooks be put away and shut. We're not gonna be looking at the notes, we're not gonna be cheating. There's about 70 some questions on this. They're mostly fill in the blank, multiple choice, select the missing words, stuff like that. So you should be able to breeze through that pretty quickly. But just remember, every question you get right or wrong matters. That's ultimately what's gonna help you have the highest cumulative point score. But once you take your final exam, it's gonna show you what your total score was. You wanna write that down in your workbook. And we're gonna have all the evidence on our end, so make sure you write down the honest to goodness number, because we're gonna cross-reference it with our data. We're gonna get everyone's test scores live as soon as you're finished with the final exam. But write down your total point score, because you get points for every question you get correct. And then at the end of the final exam, we're gonna take the top 3 cumulative point score, the highest cumulative point scores of all the top 3 sales warriors, and the top 2 from the Spanish side. And we're gonna have them come up on stage and do a role play challenge. You're gonna role play some of the crucial scripts of our sales methodology in front of the studio audience. And the one that can deliver those scripts almost confidently verbatim will be able to qualify for additional points towards Closers Camp Champion. So who's ready? Who's excited? Who learned more in these 3 days than you expected when you first came here? Raise your hand. Okay. So it's amazing what you can do. Now, what if you had that level of determination to learn all day, every week, every month? How quickly can you grow into a top performer? It doesn't have to take forever and a day. You can shorten the learning curve just by having that relentless passion for growing and learning every single day. All right. So now, Grosso team, are we ready to email the link to everybody? Everyone's got it? Okay. Let's put on some background music, just some light, easy listening music if we could, stimulate a nice, relaxing, calm feeling in the room. But take your time, get it done, but hurry up. I think there's a 1-hour time limit on it. But good luck to everybody. Okay, we're waiting. Okay, let's make sure we have all the correct emails. If you don't have it, we can get you the link. Yeah, we can actually send it to you. So we can put the code up on the screen too. It's just a website link. Can you put that up on the screen? The website link? It's the one that's displayed right here on the confidence monitor. Yeah, that one right there. So you gotta enter that. It's kind of, can you zoom in on the testimos.com/1463948 Yeah, there you go. And then the password is 8675309. Cause why not? So go to that website, enter that passcode. Let me know if that works, by the way. Those of you trying that. Does it work if you just type it in? It should. Testimos.com/. That works? Working on it. You're in? Okay, now it goes without saying, make sure you write your full first and last name, ideally company name, before you enter the test, so we know who the hell you are when the final exam results come in. Full first and last name. Don't write your nickname or abbreviate just your initials. We need to know who you are, so you get credit for your points. If you don't know who you are, we can't give you credit. Is that working for everybody? I got some thumbs up. Okay, if it works for everybody, I'm gonna start a timer. I'm gonna start the timer to end at 2:15, so that means you have 2 minutes to get it together. And you will have an hour. So at 2:15, the final exam will expire. Okay, ready? Set, go! I wish you all the best of luck. And if you're having issues, we can go around and troubleshoot that. So if anyone's having a problem, maybe we can help you out. Just let us know, let our team know. You're not having trouble? Good. You guys breezing through this bad boy? I like the headband.
Yeah. Don't know how to take off.
yet? Any, 100%? 90% or better? What? 90? Okay, 90 spot. Yeah. got over 85%.
Yeah, you're gonna read the right more next time.
Do the best you can.
Testing. Can someone do me a favor and find Daniel Coombsbury? I know he's a very short guy, it's hard to see.
Matt Burke would help too.
If someone can please find Daniel Coombsbury, and have him come to the Madison Ballroom, I would greatly appreciate it. How many of you are finished with your final exam? Finish? Okay, no rush, you still got time. I know there's one gentleman that, for some reason, half of his test got erased, so he's just gonna go back through it real quick. I think the second time around, you can see it faster.
Thank you, Wendy.
Daniel Coombsbury, where's Daniel Coombsbury at? So I did want to make an announcement, one of our diamond sponsors for Closers Camp was Angie. Most of you know who Angie is, you probably have used Angie in the past, they're doing a really generous thing here, they're actually giving away a Yeti cooler. Absolutely free, you just gotta scan this QR code to win and register into the raffle. We definitely want as many people to scan into that parcel, and then after the break, we're actually gonna pick a winner of the Yeti cooler, so that could be yours, and I think they'll ship it wherever you live, obviously you don't want to be carrying that on the airplane, so. So make sure, if you're done with your test, you come up and scan this QR code for the free Yeti cooler. Yeah, well, nice try. The odds just got a little more challenging.
Yeah.
Did anyone do better than 90% of the final exam?
What?
Anyone do better than 90% of the final exam?
No.
90 is the best, that's actually good.
No.
Yeah. I wanted to make it challenging for you guys, not gonna be easy. If everyone got 100%, I feel bad.
What's going on? So each of the axes has like an axis on it, and not only the like an
Got a little makeshift dedicated to you, look at that.
Want you gotta unlock it, and then lock it right there, but you're also gonna want to release the plate where putting it yeah, it won't be in any of the big sections or anything like that.
Raise your hand if you're still taking the test. Again, no rush. Got time. Raise your hand if you're still taking the test.
Yeah, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, man.
Oh, you put it in there.
Yeah, we're good.
I thought. This is all.
And if you haven't done it, make sure you scan the QR code and win free Yeti.
I would.
It's very generous.
For another plate. What? Might also be a place for something else, I'll have to fit it, 'cause I know the plate does go with the gimbal up there.
If you could all do me a favor as well, when you finish your test, you're gonna get a score. Write that number down in your workbook, your total score that you received on your final exam. It's gonna factor into your cumulative total point score.
Point score.
Yeah, make sure you're writing your total cumulative point score in your closers camp workbook. So if you got 500 points on the final exam, write that down, add it all up. You got 600, 700, like 800, 900. What game is that? That looks fun. Gave that level of effort. All right. Who's excited to see who wins this Yeti cooler? Well, we got Angie, they're one of our diamond sponsors. If you're not using Angie in your business, make sure you talk to them. They are obviously the powerhouse lead aggregation company in the history of this industry. I didn't know this, but Angie had, I think, 6,000 employees at Angie, like something like that. Oh, 2,000, okay. AI replaced about 4,000 recently. So, but yeah, amazing people. Make sure you get to know them. But they actually had this amazing thing where they brought a Yeti cooler to Closers Camp. And 35 people you'd be happy to hear entered into the raffle, not 5. They're like, oh, okay, Dominic. But we're gonna pick a number between 1 and 35. And that number is gonna tell her what name it is. And we're gonna basically draw that person as the winner of the Yeti cooler. So what number should I call? 33, 6, 10. Okay. Dan, what number should we call?
13, 35.
13, that's a good one. What's number 13? Drum roll, please. Drum roll. Okay, and the winner of the Angie Yeti cooler is Colton Nelson. Come on down. Colton Nelson. Congratulations. Now Angie also said
You're 16, you gotta tell her.
you can either bring it back with you, or they'd be happy to get your name, address, social security card, credit card information, birth certificate, and they'll mail it back to you. Yeah, just grab it. It's yours. Well, let's get some pictures. Do you want to get a picture with them? I can get a picture. Why don't you get up on stage there? Get up on stage. The winner of the Yeti cooler. All right, let's give him a round of applause. Congratulations. Why don't you pick it up? Hold that thing with pride. Look at that. That's awesome. Congratulations. All right, man.
Hey, special shout out to Colton here. I just found this out today. I had to tell you guys, you probably already know this, but Colton's 16 years old at Closers Camp. I could not have done this job when I was 16. It's very impressive. So well done, man. Good for you.
I definitely had no clue what sales was at 16. No clue. I was just excited to get my driver's license and have some sense of freedom there. And that's actually when I started dating my beautiful wife at 16 years old. That's really the only thing I remember about being 16, really. Meeting the woman of my dreams, right? Let's give Kelly another round of applause. Give my whole beautiful family back there. Her sister Kiana, very helpful. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you. Whole Grosso team. How did the Grosso team do at this event? Really good? Obviously, thanks to Lisa. Those of you that don't know, Lisa, we kind of call her the Queen of Grosso University. She wears about 15,000 hats. Really does everything, but one of her real big goals is to make sure that every event we do is truly world class. So about 95% of the stuff you see here is because it came from Lisa's vision and orchestrate and organize it. So can we all give Lisa a big round of applause? Thank you, Lisa. We're all gonna decompress after this a little bit. We actually got a plan, my wife and I are gonna go to Sundar Spa. If you have never been there, it's actually in Wisconsin Dells, where they have the world's largest water parks, but they also have this amazing spa. And it's constantly rated one of the top spas in the world. And it just so happens to be about 40 miles from our house, so when we're looking to get some R&R and get rejuvenated, that's where we go. You can see I got the t-shirt cannon loaded up here. We turned it into a makeshift confetti cannon. Who do you think gets to fire that bad boy off? The Closers Camp champion, bad boy. That's gonna be fun. So, what we're gonna do, I want everyone to stand up, please. Hopefully by now you have your total cumulative point score from your punctuality, from your homework, from your Closers Jeopardy, from your final exam, okay? So what I'm gonna do, anyone that's less than 1,000, go ahead and take a seat.
Quick question.
Yes, sir.
We never specified how many points you get for the,
It's the number that was given to you, so if you got a 600 on the final exam, if you got a 500, 700, 800, you wanna write that number down and add that to your total point score. Okay, if you had less than 1,200, have a seat. Okay, didn't hurt a little bit. If you have less than 1,300, have a seat. Okay, 1,400, have a seat. Okay, we only have one, 1, 2, 3, is there 4 left? Oh, 5. Oh, yeah, sorry. These lights are so blinding, I can't see anything. So less than 1,500, have a seat. Less than 1,600. We have our top 3. Dude, let's give them a round of applause. Let's come up on stage, gentlemen. I can't say I'm surprised whatsoever by those being the top 3. So absolutely exciting. Again, let's get some music playing in the background. Let's get some energy up. So this next segment here is going to be the role play challenge. Daniel Coombsbury is going to come up, and Daniel Coombsbury is going to call out a script that you learned from the system, and you'll get me the microphone. And your goal is to deliver this script the most confidently verbatim. Can everyone do me a favor though? Can everyone just move to the front of the room? So let's fill in all the front tables here. Let's get nice and cozy. Let's fill in the front of the room. I want to make sure these guys feel as much pressure as humanly possible when they're going through this final exam. When they're going through this role play. Even you, Kiana, Kelly, Elijah, Aurora, come up front. Get involved. They're all here. They're all staring right into your soul. All right, we got another mic. Perfect. Juggle. Yeah, move to the front. Everyone move to the front. Make sure if there's anyone out there too, bring them in. The more the merrier. The more eyes looking at these gentlemen, the better. I want them to be terrified. They're gonna be trembling. And here's what's fun, right? I used to say this to my salespeople all the time. There's gonna be certain scripts that I know you know, but you're gonna come up in front of your peers, and you're gonna get your fight or flight activated, and you're gonna go brain dead. You're gonna feel blank. They're like, thanks, Tom, I'm looking for the vote of confidence. You can tell I'm really trying to scare the shit out of these guys. All right. So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna go ahead and hand the microphone. Again, introduce yourself, company, partner, all this stuff, and then Dan's gonna call out a script. And then you need to deliver it as confidently verbatim as you can in front of the audience. And then the audience will judge the shit out of you. All right, here we go. Dan, take it away.
All right, you gonna introduce yourself?
Mick Bubblegum, Boardner in Kansas City.
Let's give him a round of applause. Barnard.
All right, man, give us a qualification, all 3 of them, right through.
So Dan, any questions for me before I leave?
No, I think you answered everything.
Okay, great. Well, Dan, that proposal that I gave you with the total investment, that's gonna be good for 30 days. You think you'll be able to get back with me in 30 days, won't you?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Oh, really? Great. Now, just to make sure that I am serving you best and doing exactly what you need, I know you're busy, I'm busy, right? So to make sure I'm not hounding you, how quickly do you expect to get back with me?
You know, we're probably gonna talk about it over the weekend, give me a call middle of next week.
Middle of next week? Wow, that soon. You must be pretty serious about getting this done then.
Yeah, we gotta do something.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nice, good job on the bridge, keep it rolling. I want the whole
Oh,
thing.
sorry, yes, my apologies. Okay, so full thing, yeah, so you must be pretty serious about getting that, you must be pretty serious about getting this taken care of then, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Now, Dan, I really feel like when we were sitting down and we were talking about it, you really loved the window solution that we presented for you.
Beautiful window.
Yeah, it really is, and I think it's gonna serve you well, right? Okay, great. And from talking with you earlier, this is definitely a project you're gonna be taking care of. It's not a matter of if, but when. It's something you're gonna be doing in the pretty near future.
Yeah, absolutely. Retiring this whole thing.
Yeah, no, I absolutely can see why that would be the case. And then, I know you said earlier, but Bordner is still the company that you absolutely would prefer to have tackle this project for you.
You guys are right at the top of the list, yeah.
Perfect, thank you so much. That's the biggest compliment. So it sounds like the only thing that stopped us from moving forward on this this evening while I was here is just simply the overall investment. Is that the case?
Yeah, it costs a lot more than we thought.
Yeah, you know, I hear that pretty regularly, that it's more expensive than people think to do things the right way, right?
Yeah.
Now then, if I could save you a substantial amount of money on your project, you'd want to hear about that, wouldn't you?
Well, yeah, like I said, money.
Yeah, everybody does, right? Well, remember earlier when I told you that we do have some promotions going on? Here, let me explain.
Okay.
And then, so the explanation too.
Explanation of promotion, nice, there you go.
Lovely, yep, just making sure I'm doing it right way. So, yeah, so then we have a promotion that I like to go over with every customer, but it's not for every customer, right? And so what it is basically, we could not just reduce cost by doing, you know, without reducing quality, which we would absolutely never do, right? So what's the only way we can reduce cost? We have to maximize our efficiency.
Okay.
Right? And we have to find a way that we can serve you and make sure that we are saving time and of course then providing you with the operable solution.
Sure, that makes sense.
So I'm gonna go over.
Sorry, that's my kid.
Yeah, so I'm gonna explain this. We always take every no just as graciously as we take a yes. I just simply want you to tell me if this is something that you think would work for you. Fair enough?
Sure, sounds good, Lane, I mean.
Okay.
Nice, give him a round of applause.
Now, I have a question. Do you use that in the house? That's great. Have you delivered qualification in the house? Sure, right. So why do you do it in the house?
I do it so I can pull, if there's any objections, I want to narrow this down to price. And then that way I can overcome, or I narrow it down to affordability, as you previously coached me. I want to narrow it down to affordability because that's what I want to solve.
Does it work?
All the time.
Alright, that's what.
60% of the time.
Every time.
It works every time. It works, it will work for you, it will work for you, master it, I promise, it'll blow your mind at how effective this is. You think, oh, some of this stuff sounds silly, I swear to God, you feel like the customer's role playing with you through this script. It's like, how does it work so well? But yeah, definitely master that, so continue, sorry to interrupt.
He's stretching out. And it's showtime, what are you talking about?
We do the same script for everybody, or you want to mix it up?
Hey, you're the coach, man.
Yeah,
This is your show, Dan.
I'm Sean Stone, otherwise known as the Destroyer from Reader Academy.
All right, I want to mix it up, so we're gonna go major close.
Oh, yeah, the guy who knows how to do them, okay. So, here's the thing, Dan, when I first started at Reader Cabinets, my manager, Jim, came over and he said, hey, Sean, come on, come work for us, we don't have to work half days. Little did I know that meant 12 hours. You're technically correct, right? I'm running 3 appointments a day, 6 days a week. And that's each and everybody on my team. I mean, we are just flooded with new business, which we're of course very thankful for, but we can barely keep up with calls coming in. It doesn't help that our area is all of southern Wisconsin and northern Illinois. I'm driving all over the place. Now, the good news is that 40% of that comes from referrals, repeat business, so you know, we know they love what we got to offer, and everyone is, and I'm hoping they're included, is that right? Fell in love with the products and services that we have to offer, is that true?
Yeah, for sure, I love all of it.
So we've been super fortunate because of that, 50% of the people we talk to actually choose to go ahead and do business with us. That means 9 new people, 6 times 3, 18, 9 new people are saying, hey, we want you to work for us every single week. That's just for me, right? That's awesome.
Pretty good.
Yeah, it's why we're doing one of the fastest growing remodelers in the area. We're super grateful for that. We're super fortunate for that. The biggest challenge we face is just, 50% of people say, hey, we're ready to hire you. The other 50% say, hey, that sounds great. We just need to digest, we'll have you back out in like day, week, month, year, decade, whatever. Right? And obviously we're happy to come back and earn that business because we know we're getting business. I'm coming to you first anytime, any day of the week, as opposed to somebody I have no idea if they're going to show up, right? Just makes sense. But because of how far we have to travel, that means if I'm going to come back here and make this business, I have to reschedule another appointment. I don't have extra slots. I don't have a way to tell her, which I did. Which means I'm rescheduling another appointment, and even the people who are 100% certain that they are going to hire us at some point, which once again sounds like you fall into that category. Still trying to digest, we get it, right? But now if that happens each and every time, each and every day, 6 days a week, instead of meeting with 18 new people, I'm only meeting with 9. And if I'm only meeting with 9, now 50% of them go ahead with us. I'm only doing 4.5 people who are now working with us. I don't know what that had to do with half person to you. See, the main issue is that now we're spending twice the amount of time, effort, and money to only write half the business. That's just no good. So, our owners at Freedom Cabinets, they got together and they did a little power. They said, this is a problem. How the heck do we solve this? So they actually called in a business consultant. And they said, hey, what the heck do we do about this? And they said, well, what are you offering these people as what's called an initial visit? They're like, what the heck is that? Well, it's an incentive for the people who know they're gonna hire you anyways to go ahead and take the plunge and, trust you to do the work while you're there. You don't have to come back and reschedule it. They said, well, we'd love to do that, but our margin's already paper thin. We don't have a way to get them extra money. It's like, well, yes, you do. You're already spending it. You're spending all this money coming back out, going to the same people desk when you could be running a new business with the same marketing spend. And like, really, you did math and turned out it was right. They said, well, fine, if we're gonna do this, we're at least we're not gonna give it to, corporate, upper management, we're gonna give it back to the people who gave us that trust. Right? And that means you guys. So we call it a special incentive called the initial visit reward. And you told me that you love the products and services we offer and you told us you trust us, and Dan, I knew you would be sincere. So if we can put our heads together and find a way to make this work out while I'm here, save us an extra visit, let us keep moving. I've been authorized to take another $1,837 off your order value. That's a lot of money where I come from. So that's gonna save $1,837. That brings you down to $19,336. This is the monthly investment of $242. In fact, one other thing I'm allowed to do for you. That same 10-year program you were looking at, because you were trying to get the lowest monthly, make sure that you could be comfortable. I'm actually allowed to knock that interest rate down from 9.99 to only 7.992. Just as a thank you. Obviously, it costs us a little bit more, but we want to make sure you're comfortable, keep it efficient. I mean, Dan, I know that's got to work for you. I think it's safe to say I'm opening a new Freedom Cabinets.
I think you're dead on. Well done. That's a long one. That is a long one. All right, last but not least, I want to hear the full introduction script. Intro at the door, transition to the table, and the full introduction at the kitchen table.
I'm Jacob with Board of Improvement out of Kansas City. Knock, knock, knock.
You want to do it on the door? Sit on the door. And slam the door in his face, please. I mean, obviously. We don't want any. Did someone change the door swing? Yeah, swing's the other way now. It's for egress, dude, safety.
Dan?
Yeah.
Hey, Dan, my name is Jacob with the Board of Improvement. I'm here for our 10 o'clock roof appointment.
Hey, it's really
You mind to come in?
No, come on in.
Thank you so much. Hey, Dan, before I start my inspection of your property, I've got a few questions to run through with you, just to make sure we get on the same page. We truly want to be the most efficient with your time as possible. So if you have a kitchen table sit down, that'd be great.
Sure.
Awesome. We'll do. Let me kick my shoes off.
Oh, you don't have to do that.
Hey, if you wear shoes in my wife's house, she might skin you.
Fair enough.
Dan, I want to say thank you again so much for having us out. At Warner, we truly appreciate the opportunity that you give us just by having us out to take a look at your project. I want to be as efficient with your time as possible, but a lot of this is going to be education. And we're gonna go through all of our products, our materials, how we do what we do. We're gonna go through Boardman as a company. And then I will go through and design out your project exactly the way you want it. And by the end of it, I'll have it down to the dollar proposal that's good for 30 days, so we can relax.
Sounds great.
Okay, we'll go through all of our discounts and promotions, anything that can apply, right? And then we just truly want to make sure whether you're pulling the trigger on this project this afternoon or in 6 months, that you have all ducks in a row for your project. Because I'll be honest with you, I'd be lying to you, I told you I was not trying to earn your business. But when it boils down to it, we want to make sure that you are getting exactly out of this project that you get. Sound like a plan?
Sounds great.
Awesome. So when you are looking at a contractor for this project, what is important to you? Like, what are your hot buttons that are going to make or break, what makes you go, that's who I'm gonna pick?
I'm gonna hit time out right here, because now we're rolling right into the survey. That's a clean transition, yeah. Well done. Good job. This is a nail biter. What do you guys think so far?
How they doing?
Pretty damn good. We're gonna have to mix it up a little bit, because I honestly can't decide. Can you guys? They've all been pretty much spot on. It wasn't even just the scripting, it was the tonality, the pacing, the eye contact, body language, it's all been great. Dominic.
All right, so do we feel they all did pretty evenly on that one? For the most part, okay, they all got 100 points on that one, so there made no progress. Okay. So a little quick, rifle round, what do they call it?
Lightning round?
So lightning round, there it is. Lightning round. So let's give me the 5-step objection handling framework. Let's give them the mic. Yeah, 5-step objection handling framework.
Listen, empathize, confirm and repeat, isolate, solve.
All right, give yourself 100. 100 points, so you get 200. All right, give me the formula of master presentation.
Differentiation, what's in it for me, price conditioning, trial closing, and exclusivity.
Let's give them a round of applause. 100 points. What's the SRLR acronym?
Smile, repeat their name. Listen, sorry. Smile, repeat their name. Relaxing is the last one, and listen, mess it up. Smile, repeat their name. Bloody hell.
All right, 50 points. Let's give them a hand though. What is it? Look you in the eye. It's hard up here. It's hard up here. Okay. So let's do another one. What is the definition of a salesperson? What is the Gross University definition of a salesperson?
A master of influence who can influence others, view, faith,
All right, let's give him a hand. What's the definition of a salesperson?
Salesperson is an agent of influence who can influence others in the direction in which they want them to go.
All right, let's give him 100 points. Excellent job, Glenn. All right. What is the 4 pre-closes, or what are the 4 pre-closes at the end of our master presentation?
The 4 pre-closes are design, company.
So let's role play through it. Deliver the 4 pre-closes. I'm the prospect. You just wrapped up a master presentation. You're doing your pre-close before you get into working up the investment.
Okay,
So
great.
we'll deliver the script.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so Dominic, now after seeing everything that you've seen, and getting a chance to talk with you and look at this project with you, what I heard you say earlier was this is designed exactly the way you like it, and you wouldn't change anything about the design. Is that still true?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, perfect. And then the windows that we're going to install in the home, when the way they have the double pane filled with the argon gas, and they're reinforced by fiberglass in the framework of the window, that's exactly how you like that. You wouldn't change anything about the windows we're going to install, would you?
No, not at all.
Okay, great. And then when it comes to Gordner, the company that we are, you like everything from the lifetime warranties and our specialized craftsmen who are manufacturer trained and certified, and there's nothing that you would add or change about that, is there?
No, I'm really impressed with you and your company and everything you share.
Okay, great, so I'm fine, you're not kicking me out, right?
No.
All right.
You haven't even showed me the price yet, so we might kick you out after that.
Absolutely. So with all of those things, if we can narrow this down to a project that's gonna meet your affordability needs or even exceed those, would I have the right to ask for your business?
I think so, we'll see what it comes in at, but I'll see why not.
Absolutely, well, affordability is our best feature.
All right, let's give him a hand. I'm gonna give you 50 points for that. You want me to give it a shot? 4 pre-closes? The 4 pre-closes? What are the 4 pre-closes? After the national presentation.
It's company design, product, and affordability.
So there's 4 questions we ask our homeowners in the book at the end, right before we get into the closing sequence, to funnel any and all objections down to what? And to tee up the what? Where are we teeing up? What type of close? The assumptive close, right? So we want to tee up the assumptive close and funnel any and all objections down to money. So what are those 4 questions that we ask? There's 4 questions that we ask at the end of our national presentation. Let's give Sean a hand, give him the mic. The destroyer. All right, what are those 4 pre-closes?
Well, Dominic, not to see everything, how would you rate a product on a scale of 1 to 10?
Man, 10 for sure.
Just a 10, really?
Yeah.
I get 11.
Okay, 10. 1,000. I had one person give me 1,000.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. I agree. I think they're awesome. I'm glad you can see that. How did the design we came up with? Are you excited to see this actually in your home, in your kitchen?
Yeah, no, it's absolutely beautiful. I mean, we can't wait to transform this kitchen. It's been on our minds for a long time.
Oh, I know your wife looked like she was ready to kill you when you said that being said, so when that time comes, of course, you're confident that with you, or when you hire us, you're gonna have the positive outcome that you want.
I think so. Yeah.
Awesome. Good. You know, we have this all the time, huh? It all comes down to affordability, doesn't it?
Yeah, we just gotta.
So as long as we can show you an affordable price, I think I've earned the right to ask for your business, haven't
I think so.
Awesome. Well, Dominic, the great news is that affordability is the easy part. I think you're gonna be very happy with what I have to show you.
All right, let's give him a hand. All right. I'll give you 50 as well. You guys are really close. All right. So the 4 pre-closes. Again, let's scale 1 to 10. Now that you're a window or kitchen expert, how would you rate our exclusive window system kitchen offering, our product? How would you rate the product on a scale of 1 to 10? Now, assuming I've done a master presentation, what number should I get? Occasionally, I would get that guy, I would give you a 9, and I would chime in. Well, if you're like a lot of customers, if we could exceed your expectation on the installation, we would have earned the 10. And when they say yes to that, is that a strong commitment? Okay, that's really powerful. But you want to get that commitment. Now, what if they give you a 7? What does that tell you? What type of demo did you do? Is that masterful? How much desire is there? So that's really your report card, right? And we joke, again, we're injecting humor, making it light. One thing I admire about a lot of these guys, Sean especially, you smile really well as you're going through the script. You see how he's smiling, he's making it light, having fun. So scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate it? If I hear you correctly, and I think I do, this is the window, we're the company you want for your home. Or this is the kitchen remodeling program, we are the company you want for your home. This is the kitchen, we are the company. This is, we are. You know, so I don't say this is the type, we are the kind of. So if they say, you know, they love it 10 out of 10, this is the product, we are the company they want for their home. Again, this is how we're funneling it down. Now, the third question, this is one of my favorites. So John and Mary, at this point, all of my customers tell me, why am I saying all of my customers tell me? Social proof, yeah. They don't want to be the only weirdo that doesn't feel this way. All of my customers tell me the only thing keeping them from moving forward and scheduling the work is affordability. Is that what we're saying? We don't want to use price, right? I was just about slap skipping. No price. John and Mary, at this point, all of my customers tell me, all of them tell me, the only thing that keeps them from moving forward and scheduling the work is affordability. Is that where we stand? In that case, if we can make this affordable and fit into your budget, would there be any reason we couldn't get you started, get you in a busy schedule? Okay, now I'm getting them on the yes train, but I'm also drawing out an intentional no. Now, Dan, why does that matter sometimes? To ask questions, intentionally get a yes or a no.
Yeah, because if they see a pattern of yes, you can see when you trap to them, yes can be a trap. And for us, salespeople, sometimes yes means no, yes means moving along, it's counterfeit yes. No is definitive. If yes is a trap, you get a definitive no. Would there be any other reason I couldn't ask for your business? No. That means you can. Well, get it. That's what everybody says at this point. Let's see if we can make the numbers work.
Yeah, because think of how confident you are getting into the closing sequence if you get all 4 of those questions answered sincerely by that homeowner, right? 10 out of 10. They love the product, they love the company. They basically, agreed if it's affordable, there's no reason they wouldn't do it. You basically give them, they're committed. If it's affordable, there's no reason they're not gonna do it. So that tees up the assumptive close. You have earned the right at that point to assume the sale. Because assuming the sale has to make sense, you gotta earn the right. Okay, so we'll talk more about that. So how are we feeling about these gentlemen so far, though? Pretty talented, right? So Nick, you haven't gone in a minute, right? Alright. Oh, you did that, okay. Okay, so at the end of the company story, give me the major commitment on Bordner at the end of your company story, the major trial close commitment to get him committed to working with your company.
So Dom, after we've gone through everything with Bordner, shake it up, go, go, go. Okay, so after we've gone through everything with Bordner, assuming that you like our product and that we see your expectations on affordability, would I have earned the right to ask for your business?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, and just to make sure, is there anything about Bordner that you are willing to do without?
No, it all makes sense to me.
Perfect. Well, then let's talk about your actual project and start designing out this roof.
Okay, that was pretty strong, right?
That was great.
What's your game for that? 100? Oh, okay, we'll give him 100. All right, Dan, your turn. I'm getting tired. These guys are working. Their brain, imagine all the fire going on with neurons in the brain right now.
What are the 4 keys to holding a listener's attention?
I don't know if this is gonna be in order, but it is engage their senses, stories, engagement, or what is it?
No.
Wait, I said. It's
That was your fault.
Yeah. Engage their senses, tell stories, make it fun, entertaining is what we use, and then.
See, if you want me to take a shit in the box, I might
Yeah.
tea. I got spare time.
Yeah, right.
All right, let's give him 50. Let's give him a round of applause. There. Come on. All right, man, come on. Take him on.
And ask questions.
Oh, well, do the whole thing. Do all 4. And ask questions. You're not gonna get points just for saying it and ask questions.
Sure. Yeah. So you go to make it entertaining, you go to engage their senses, ask questions, and be a great storyteller.
Nice. Good. Yeah, that's good. Let's give him 100. Is anyone keeping track of this? How many points do you got? I'm just throwing points out there. So somebody's keeping track of this stuff. So,
Where's Kiana at?
Let's go to record check.
okay, how many points did you get so far up on the stage? Okay, how many did you get? 250?
Let's round it up to 1,000.
Oh. All right. Does anyone have a pen and paper?
Let's keep track of.
Dom, I got 1,000. It's not that big of a deal. It's only money, guys. They print more of it every day. All right. So Dan, any other ideas? How about give me an example of how to effectively use a label in the house? How do you effectively use a label?
Dominic, it sounds like you've had some really pushy salespeople here. Has that been the case for you?
Yeah, you can say that.
Yeah.
All right, good. Let's give him a hand. We do 50 for that.
I want to comment on that. When you make a label, you don't want to follow with a question, don't step on it. You just make an observation, button the lip. Sounds like you've been dealing with some pushy salespeople.
That's right. Excellent. All right, Dan, you're up.
How about 4 keys to building trust?
Empathize, listen. How they perceive you. It is authenticity.
Nice touch.
And 5, 4, gone.
Yeah, 2 out of 4.
Yeah, I've got, yeah.
All right, Sean, you got this.
Empathy, integrity, accountability, and confidence.
Ooh, you're so close. You're so close. All right, Nick, finish strong. Nick's just cleaning up the mess after these two. Just gives us the one word again.
I really would like to.
All right, what's the 4?
Integrity.
Okay, give us 4.
Oh, I thought you said what's the fourth? I was like, oh yeah, I'd like to do that. Really?
What's all 4 of them?
Yeah, so it's integrity, it's authenticity, it's empathy, and it is bloody hell, what? It's empathy, authenticity, integrity, and both of you literally just said it. What am I lacking? Confidence. Appreciate that. That's good work.
I'll give you each 50 for that.
That's a shame.
You know what? Sales is a team sport.
Maybe
So well
we should get 3 different together out of it. These guys are getting burnt out.
Iron sharpens iron.
Okay. So give me an example of the best way to transition from the retail close to, so what I'm saying, price delivery into financial terms. So how do I transition professionally from price delivery, so I've delivered the total investment?
Yeah.
How do I transition that into financial terms?
So
What does that word track sound like?
So I've already paused and given them the opportunity.
Yeah, so you give them the total investment, they're looking at it, you're zipping the lid, you're in a receiving position. They respond, they say, okay, well, we'll get back to you.
Awesome, perfect. And now obviously, most people tell me that, don't have, a whole bunch of money sitting around to hand me, even if they do, they don't wanna. So most people are gonna break this down into bite-sized pieces. Now, typically, the bank usually asks for about 20% as an additional investment. And then they're gonna break it down into 1 of 3 options that they're typically gonna go with. You obviously have your longest term option. You just want the transition, right? Or do you want me to actually do the finance?
Yeah, the transition, yeah, good.
Okay, cool.
So what do you think about that? Sound good? I'll give you 50 for that. Let's give my hand, okay? I want to hear Nick's transition from price delivery to financial terms. How do you transition?
Okay, yep, absolutely. All right, so.
Yeah, all right, we'll be getting back to you then.
Okay, great. So you'll be getting back to me? Absolutely. Let me just confirm your information here. That's been confirmed. Lovely. So now what I hear generally at this point is people generally are like, okay, we've received this total investment, and now they're like, well, how are we going to pay for it? That's one of the things you guys are going to be talking about. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, absolutely. Now I have over 65 different finance options. Now, are you guys typically the type to finance a project of this size?
Yeah, I think we'd have to.
Okay, absolutely. So are you generally the type that would like to finance at a lower total monthly value? Or are you generally someone who's looking for something more along the lines of 0% for a period of time?
I mean, it definitely have to be a lower monthly investment.
Okay, absolutely. So I'm gonna have a few different options here. What I always love to do is I want to go ahead and we can run the application for you at this point, and then that'll tell us exactly where you land.
Okay, is that how you do it in the house?
If I give them the option to say no, then they could say no. I just dive right into that.
All right, I'll give you 50 points as well. I want to give Bordner a shot at this. I want to hear how you do it. Then I want to turn this into a training lesson. It's important, okay? It's a very important moment to get dialed in. So you just deliver your total investment, you're gonna transition to financial terms. How do we do that?
Now, Dom, so way back when I first got here, we talked about kind of being that monthly investment on this project. You told me you wanted to keep this below $400, right?
Yeah.
So I already have that built out for you. I know it's a big number to begin with. We do have a few different options that might fit what you and your wife are looking for. First up is your low monthly payment option. That's a 9.99% interest rate for 180 months. That does sit us right underneath that at about $382 a month. Now, I know 9.99% can be kind of heavy, right? So we also have a 6.99 for 60 months. So it's a lower interest rate, but it's also a lower term. So you are bumping that monthly payment up to about $640 a month. I know that's higher than where you guys wanted to be, but it does get you quite a significant savings on interest over long term. I also have
0% interest for 12 months. And so that actually gets it to where, hey, you get next year's pricing on windows for today's cost. Okay, so which one of those three would you guys like to move forward with?
Probably the 6-9.
Awesome. So I'll get you guys written up. Would you and your wife grab your driver's licenses for me? I'll need those for the red application.
Okay, let's give him a hand. I'll give you 50 points as well. Something closer are good, by the way, the old driver's license. So now when you're transitioning to financial terms, I want everyone to write these words down if you have a pen and paper handy. If and when. If and when. And also, is there any word in these word tracks that I heard a few times that we should omit from our vocabulary? Right. Raise your hand if you love payments. Nope. How many of you love payments? How many of you love an investment that gives you a return? Okay, so you gotta omit the word payment, you gotta omit the word price from your vocabulary, even financing, you know, I like to say our monthly investment, our budget plans, right? Our flexible monthly investment options. Anytime you can insert that word investment, it's pretty much impossible to look at any investment in a negative way. Obviously, there's bad investments, but that word investment is a very positive word, and those little things can make all the difference, right? Because I'm sure some of you are starting to feel that now when you hear the word payment. What does that make you feel when you hear that come out of the mouth of these salespeople, right? But if and when you were to move forward with a project like this, how would you handle it? Is this something you handle as a monthly investment, like most of our customers? Or is this something you handle as a cash investment, so they have check or credit card? If and when. If and when. Now, why am I saying if and when? Why does that matter? If they know you're just trying to close them right this second, what's gonna happen? Their guard's gonna go up. What do I wanna do? I wanna keep their guard down, keep the pressure off. They're far more likely to give me honest answers in financial terms if they feel and believe like I'm not there to close them whatsoever. Again, it's the belt and hammer approach through and through. Now, it comes to something close pretty quickly, but as I'm discussing monthly investment, very personal information, initial deposit, not down payment, it's initial deposit on their monthly investment program. As I'm discussing personal information, I want to make sure, because it's very private, people aren't always comfortable talking about this, that they feel no harm, no foul whatsoever having this conversation with me, because it's just for the future consideration, right? So I just wanted to explain that very quickly. So how many points are we looking at so far for these gentlemen? All right, so I think we just gotta do one ultimate, one dance. So what would be a really big one we can put a lot of points on, where all three of them can have a shot at the title?
Get push-ups. Let's bring it full circle.
Is there a certain subset close you want to throw with these gentlemen? They each gotta do a subset close?
Yeah, why don't we do this? You guys can pick your own subset close. One of them out of the book that you're most comfortable with, but we want to see who delivers it most effectively.
All right, this last one is gonna be worth 300 points. And the crowd is gonna judge which sales representative did the best. And I'll tell you what the objection is. The objection is I still gotta think about it. You gotta come up with your best subset close to overcome that. And again, what we're looking for is who can deliver this with a relaxed sort of confidence, right? Those confidently verbatim, or at least smooth, with a relaxed sort of confidence in front of the audience. Go ahead, man. I gotta think about this. It's way too much money.
Yeah, it is a big decision and a big investment in your home. And not one I would take lightly, so I totally understand why you can't take this lightly. Now, when you're thinking about it, right? Are you thinking about the product? Because I know earlier you said that the windows we're gonna install is exactly what you want in your home. Is that still the case?
Yeah, no, the window's amazing.
Okay, perfect. And there's nothing you change still, right? Like that's absolutely what you want?
Yeah, the window, yeah, I definitely love it.
Okay, perfect. And then the way that we've got it designed, where we're gonna do the insert installation and we're gonna do the white interior, black exterior, that design, that look, that's exactly the way you want that. You wouldn't change anything about that, right?
Correct, yeah,
Okay.
that's what we're looking for.
Perfect. And I know earlier you said Warner is absolutely the company that you trust to handle this project. Has anything about that changed?
No, I'm just saying you're a great company.
Okay, great. So when I hear you say that you need to think about it, it sounds like to me, what you're really saying is you need a moment to sit down and talk with the wife and discuss amongst yourself without my face in your business. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, you could say that.
Okay, so you know what? I actually do have a few emails that I need to reply to. I have a phone call that I need to return. So how about we do this? I'm gonna go out to the truck. And what you guys do, sit down, take all the time you need, discuss it. I'm gonna be right up front. And then when you guys have reached your decision, and remember, I take a no just as graciously as I take a yes, right? So as soon as you guys have made your decision, whatever it is, just go ahead and flip on that porch light, jump up and down, come flag me, and I'll come in and I'll answer any additional questions you have at that time. Fair enough?
Fair enough. How do we feel about that? Okay, porch light. Alright, you know, we just gotta think about this. It's a really big decision.
Yeah, no, it makes sense, it's a big decision, it's long. You gotta make sure you're making the right decision for you and your home, is that right?
Yeah.
Absolutely, and we just, you wanna make sure you have some time to digest, it's not about, let me just confirm, you're saying you're gonna go over the details, just make sure that this is 100% something you're confident with, it's not the products that we're gonna be putting into, is it, the exclusive door core, the, exclusive E32, anything like that, is that it? Do you find yourself having any loose ends when it comes to that?
No, product's great.
Perfect, well, I'm glad to hear that. How about the design we chose, obviously you picked a very beautiful kitchen, shaker style doors, beautiful colors, open up the space. Do you have any kind of misgivings about that, are you confident that's the design?
No, the design is great. It's really beautiful.
Perfect, I'm glad to hear that. And let me just make sure, I know I asked a couple times, but let me just be sure. Do you have complete and 100% trust that when you hire us, you're gonna get the result that you want out of this project, that we can do the job, how it needs to be done?
Yeah, no, your company, there's no question. That's why we call it because you're the real deal.
Please, be honest with me. Have I offended you anyway? I'm just trying to, have I offended you anyway? Are you unsure if you could justify giving Sean Stillman that jerk off from Radio Cabs? Are you unsure whether or not you can justify doing business with him?
Well, in fact, your name takes says destroyer, that's me, but.
Oh, yeah, okay, I'll go get somebody else.
You've been great.
Awesome, well, it sounds like that if that's everything else, I mean, the only thing left that I can think of is, it sounds like we just haven't quite checked the box on affordability, have we?
Yeah, you can say that, yeah.
I see this, Dominic, is it that overall investment, or is it that monthly investment that's giving you the most problems?
I'd say it's the total.
Okay, gotcha, I guess how, when you say total investment, I guess how far away would you say we are? Obviously, I put all my cards on the table.
Yeah, we had in our mind that we could get done for like under 15 initially, but obviously. After what you presented to us, it makes sense why it's not, but yeah, 15 would have been the number we thought.
Oh, yeah, 15 would be great, wouldn't it? I wish you could talk to you 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Hey, you want me to look for
No, that's good. How you doing? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I get that. So there's one element there that's really important that he did really well. So a lot of salespeople make the mistake when the homeowner says the money, they always inevitably assume it's total. Is it always the total investment that's stopping them, or could it be something else? So what else could it be? So you did a really great job. You say, now, just to clarify my thinking, when you say it's the money, was it the total investment, the monthly investment, or was it more the initial deposit that stopped us from running your business? And by the way, it's really powerful to use past tense language in this situation because it keeps the pressure off, right? So those little things can make all the difference. But make sure you isolate it down. I've had so many sales I've made because I did that little vignette, the isn't closed funneled down to the money affordability and getting clarity that it's just a monthly investment that they couldn't afford. And how easy is it to sell a job when all you gotta do is modify the monthly investment to fit into a budget? Right, that's a really exciting place to be as a salesperson, right? But you gotta make sure you're asking those questions correctly. It's not always the total investment. Okay, so last but not least, you're gonna go through the same objection, think over, what's your best way to overcome it? I appreciate your time, we just gotta kick it around, we gotta sleep on it.
I completely understand, Dom, and so I do always like to double check, make sure I've done my job the best I can before I get out of here, and so as far as the corridor goes, if and when you do this, we will be the contractor you're calling.
Yeah, no, I'm really impressed by you and your company. It seems like a company we want to work with.
Awesome, and then as we went through that Owens Corning duration system, you know, we're not just hodgepodging a roof together like, you know, Chuck and a truck is. That is what you guys want protecting your home.
Yeah, I got this friend of mine, Octavio, and he works for Owens Corning, and he's definitely one of my best friends. And he'd be offended if I didn't say it's the best roofing system in the history of humanity.
Well, and honestly, if it's the best roofing system ever, you would expect it'd probably be a little more, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so the way we designed it out, is there anything that you wanna change, just so I'm making sure I'm sending with that proposal correctly?
No, everything we were looking for, looks great.
Okay, awesome, and so when you say, hey, like, we just gotta think about it, I wanna ask something really, I'm just gonna be, earlier I told you, hey, the military made me a very candid person, right? I'm gonna be fairly blunt with you right now. Can I ask Dan a question real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Dan, if you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that Dom was 100% ready to go for on this project with where we are for this in total investment, what would you say?
Well, I can never say no to Dom.
Now, Dan, I want to ask Dom a question real quick. You mind?
Sure.
Dom, if you knew that Dan, beyond a shadow of a doubt, was ready to pull the trigger right now with this total investment, with this monthly investment on that, what would you say?
Just giving me the puppy dog eyes. Yeah, I'd be comfortable if he was comfortable.
Awesome, guys. Well, hey, welcome to the family. I'm really excited to take care of this project with you.
All right, let's go to hands. So, what we put on that one, 300?
Yeah.
Who did the best in the role play? What does the audience say?
Sean! Here's what we're gonna do. Make some noise for Mick if he was number one. That's what I'm doing. All right, moving right along, Sean. That's exactly what this is.
No, we gotta get more audience participation, so who thinks that Sean did the best in the role play? Okay. Keep going.
Pretty strong. Last but not least.
Jacob.
Thank you. Coming up. You know why? This has been important all week, dude.
All right, let's hear it from the studio audience. Who thinks that Jacob did the best in the role play? It's pretty resounding, yes, 300. So what I need all of you to do is take your newly found points, and we need to determine who has the highest cumulative point score in the entire event. All right, how much did you have? 3,000, okay.
Ooh. You guys are buying?
We're giving out points, yeah, that's right. We're bribing people for testimonials, by the way, that's a good strategy.
Hey, Mark, it's still, guys, that's what you gotta do.
Okay, what was your point score before this? 2,600? 3,000 million? 3,036. So are you all standing in the correct order already? It looks like you are. Wow, what a coincidence. Is that a coincidence or is that a plan? How the universe works in mysterious ways. First of all, can we give everyone a big round of applause? You guys have been working your butts off. It's not easy to do. And you see, they're trying to really persevere and push through that fight or flight. It's not easy. But I promise you, if you can role play in front of your peers, is it easier to role play in front of the homeowner? Is it easier to go through this with the actual customer? So what I want to do, we're going to go ahead and do the 2025 Closers Camp Award Ceremony. And then we get to do this with the Spanish group as well. It's exciting. They're ready to go. All right. So Dan the Man, why don't you give out the third place of 2025 Closers Camp Award to Mick. Let's give Mick a hand. And Mick, you're gonna get a check for $1,000. Congratulations, buddy. Take pictures. And we'll take your pictures. My phone? Okay, there you go. Take some pictures.
We'll get some video once we sign your names on there.
Yeah, we'll sign them, we'll sign them. And second place of the 2025 closers can goes to Jacob from Gardner. Gardner's cleaning house. You got the money. There you go, we'll put your names on here for sure. Congratulations, you are the proud winner of $2,000. Congratulations, Jacob. Take pictures from all of you as well. All right, last but not least, drum roll please. The winner of your 2025 Closers Camp is the one and only Destroyer, Sean! All right, Sean, you get to do the honors and shoot the t-shirt cannon. Hold on, let me make sure. What PSI do we want?
Crank it up, shoot it through the roof.
Make sure you keep it up, don't spill it. Okay, hold on, I'll hold the award for you.
Hold it up.
All right, here we go. Closers Camp. Point it down a little bit so you can see it. There you go. Let's go, Closers Camp, baby. Yeah. That was awesome. They don't get hurt. Nobody got hurt. All right, I'll give you that. Dan, you want to give him that big fat check for $5,000? Gentlemen, all three of you, can you come together, please? Be next to each other. Make sure we can see your trophy and your checks, displaying proud. Let's give them another hand, everyone. Amazing job. All right, Dan and I can get in here as well. We'll just get in between all of you. All right, let's do another group picture. All right, another hand, please. All right, congratulations to each and every one of you. You worked your tails off. Congrats, congratulations. So Lisa, Lisa's in the room, right? So take your checks back to Lisa. She'll sign your names on them. And then that's gonna be a real deal. We're gonna cut you a check for that one. So that's something you can take back with you too. I'm not sure how you travel, but we can have it mailed to your house. Right. So make sure you take care of those trophies too. Display that loud and proud in your office or at home or wherever it is. But I'm really proud of all of you. Proud of everyone in this room, by the way. So amazing stuff. Do we have any Spanish closers in the room? Spanish closers, come on down. Let's do it. Wendy Harmeyer. Wendy, do you already have a Closers Camp champion? You're gonna make a role play? All right.
Your mic's up, Wendy?
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna get off the stage.
No, Wendy can speak both English and Spanish simultaneously. That's her superpower. Here you go, Wendy. The first Spanish sales trainer in the history of the home improvement industry. Can we give it up for Wendy Harmeyer? Well, we shared this. This is the first bilingual sales training event in history. Obviously, it's our goal to really grow this program. We want to provide legendary sales training and business training for people of all walks of life, and the Spanish demographic of our country has been neglected for far too long. What's up? Sorry, just waiting for the. There you go. What? Yeah, they're gonna bring the checks up shortly. But I just want to make sure you all know that what's happened today with Wendy and this amazing group of ladies and gentlemen is history in the making. Can we just give them all one last big round of applause? I'm going to hand the mic over to Wendy. She's really making history. And congratulations to all of you. It's amazing to have you here. Thank you so much. Congratulations. All right, Wendy, the floor is yours.
How are we feeling, everybody? Congratulations to the champs this year. I know how challenging it is to do like role playing in front of people. But you know, as Dominic said, these ladies are making history. So it's already very difficult to be a woman in the home improvement industry and to be a Hispanic woman and be here to win the first ever Closers Camp in Spanish. That deserves a big round of applause. Come on. So we have Odalis and Zaira here. And how many points did you have, Odalis?
86.
No. Like all together.
Altogether. So just a little grace for me. I missed the first day because I was with the leaders. So some people were ahead of me by some points, but I think it was 886 points.
Okay, great. And then Zaira?
1,380.
There we go. So we have that now. Look, I'm gonna start speaking in Spanish and English so everybody has enjoyed.
Let's do it.
Lo que vamos a hacer ahora es algunos de los guiones que practicamos en la clase. We're going to start doing some scripting that we did on class. And the first script, el primer guión que vamos a hacer es la introducción en la puerta, transición a la mesa de la cocina y la introducción formal en la mesa de la cocina. So we're going to do the introduction, transition to the kitchen table, and then formal introduction. So, ¿quién quiere primero? Who wants to go first? Vamos, dale. Hola.
Hola, buenas tardes. Soy Evalis López. Estoy aquí para la inspección. Los administrativos acerca de su techo.
Ok.
¿Puedo pasar?
Claro, sigue.
Gracias. Bueno, estoy aquí para darle un poco de información, pero antes de que me empiece a conectar a la inspección, las fotos, me gustaría darle un poco más de información. Para eso, requiero que por favor me den una explicación. Si es tan amable de mostrarme a su mesa de documentos, por favor.
Claro, sigue por aquí.
Ok, bueno, muchas gracias por invitarme a su hogar el día de hoy, señora Wendy. Como le había mencionado, a San Luis le fascinaría ser acreedor de su negocio, pero lo más importante para nosotros el día de hoy es brindarle información acerca de nuestros variados servicios y productos. ¿Ok? Entonces, nos gusta que usted esté bien informada para que tome una decisión adecuada, ¿verdad? Entonces, basado en eso, le quiero dejar saber también de que vamos a hacer un estimado basado a lo que usted desee completamente su proyecto, ¿verdad?
Ok.
Una vez que ya tengamos ese precio bien definido, usted tranquila, va a ser válido por 30 días, ¿ok? Solo quiero que se estrese.
Ok.
También, durante este proceso, yo le voy a dejar saber si la compañía tiene alguna promoción, algún descuento o algo incluido en el programa de
Ok.
Entonces, cualquier pregunta que usted tenga para mí, con toda la confianza estoy para ti.
Muchas gracias. Give it a clap. That was great. That was awesome. Vamos con Zaira. ¿Sí, hola? Sí.
Hola, Zaira, mucho gusto. Estoy aquí con San Luis Roofing. Estoy aquí para la inspección que tenemos citada día de, disculpe, a las 10 de la mañana.
Ok.
¿Puedo pasar?
Claro, sigan.
Perfecto. Sí, mire, antes de empezar mi inspección, lo que me gustaría hacer es, necesito colectar un poco más de información para yo poder saber cómo, qué manera le puedo ayudar y asegurar de que busco la solución óptima para usted, ¿ok? ¿Me puede guiar a la cocina, por favor?
Sigan.
Llegué a tiempo, ¿verdad? Y vamos a comer.
A ver. Veamos cuánto me cobra y vemos.
No, me va a quitar para la carne asada. No, pero muchísimas gracias, Wendy, por dejarme estar aquí con usted el día de hoy. Le agradezco mucho su tiempo y poder convivir con usted en su hogar. Y también le agradezco por la oportunidad de poder ganar su negocio el día de hoy. El propósito de mi visita el día de hoy es para que yo pueda enseñarles, informarles de todos los productos y opciones que tenemos para usted
Y no se tiene que preocupar, esto va a ser válido el precio por 30 días o se puede relajar, no es que le vamos a torcer el brazo el día de hoy, ¿ok? Y también sabemos que nuestros consumidores típicamente, ellos siempre, quieren tomar una decisión informada, entonces también les dejaré saber si tenemos alguna promoción o descuentos disponibles para ustedes, ¿ok? Y como les expliqué, ¿verdad? Sabemos que siempre es mejor tomar una decisión informada y nos gusta hacer el negocio de esa manera. ¿Está de acuerdo?
Sí. Great job. I'm like, they had a pretty good teacher. No, it was fantastic. So, from my Hispanic people, who else here speaks Spanish? Octavio. Vamos a hacer de jueces de aquí. Ven para el escenario. Octavio. Aplauso para Octavio, a big clap for Octavio from Owens Corning. Just so you guys know, Owens Corning as a sponsor for the Spanish program, where it's fantastic. So, Octavio, ¿de cómo les fue a las muchachas? Les vamos a dar 100 puntos a la primera y 50 a la segunda. ¿Tú viste de acuerdo al delivery? ¿Cómo les fue en la puerta? ¿Cómo les fue hacia la secta de la cantina? A ver.
Un poco más apretado. No sé, los dos estuvieron muy bien. Creo que por mí, con la introducción perfecta de las dos maneras, creo que lo hiciste muy bien. Fue la amistad, como de el chiste del asado y todo eso, a mí me cayó bien. Pero sí, 50 que nos quedamos por eso.
Sí.
Bueno, está bien, perfecto. Y después la parte, los dos se hicieron muy bien, de hablar de la inspección, de dejar claro lo que van a hacer en el día y tener firme lo que quieren sacar de la junta. Sí.
A ver, ¿a quién le dan los 100 puntos entonces?
Saida.
That is 50. Great. Okay, vamos a la segunda. We're gonna do number 2 here. I want the whole qualification. Is correct. From the bridge, el puente, las 6 preguntas de calificación, the 6 qualifying questions. Ahora Zaira empieza. And the explanation of the promotion. So let's sit down on the table and we'll go from there. El puente de calificación, 6 preguntas de calificación y la explicación de la promoción.
Wow. Okay, bueno, Wendy, ¿tienes una pregunta antes de que me vaya?
No, la verdad es que le agradezco muchísimo por el tiempo. Es una de las mejores vendedoras que he tenido en toda la vida, así que muchas gracias por educarme.
Muchas gracias. Sí, si no estoy mal, ¿verdad? Estoy notando, ¿verdad? Que está muy feliz con los productos que se le enseñaron el día de hoy, el sistema de techo y luego nuestra compañía San Luis Roofing, ¿cierto?
Sí, todas las cajas de ustedes, la verdad es que ya había visto algunos videos en línea y algunos de los reviews y me gusta mucho lo que he visto.
Thanks.
Give me a round of applause.
Wow, I totally didn't have.
Let's go. 30 días.
Okay. Entonces, okay. So, entonces, podemos decir que estarían listos para contactarme dentro de los próximos 30. Como les había dicho, este precio es fijo por los próximos 30 días. Puedo esperar una llamada en los próximos 30 días, ¿cierto?
Sí, seguramente vamos a ponernos en contacto con ustedes en los próximos 30 días.
¿Qué tan pronto se estarían contactando conmigo? Solamente quiero saber para saber cuándo esperar su llamada.
Debe estar fin de mes.
¡Wow! ¿Tan pronto? ¿En serio?
Sí, usted ve el techo. It's leaking my roof. ¿Cómo voy a? Ya no sé qué más hacer.
So, eso quiere decir que definitivamente piensa reemplazar el sistema completo de su techo.
Sí, ya parece que le hemos dado demasiados años y ya no aguanta más.
Perfecto, perfecto. Ok. So, puede decir, estaría de acuerdo, ¿verdad? Que nuestro sistema de techo y nuestra compañía, si en el futuro ustedes, deciden adelantarse con el proyecto, nosotros seríamos la compañía que eligieran para hacer el proyecto.
Sí, la verdad es que estoy fascinada, me gustan mucho sus garantías y el proceso que están tomando siempre para cada techo.
Qué buenas noticias, me encanta. Podemos estar de acuerdo que definitivamente la única razón que no ha podido seguir adelante con este proyecto es la parte económica, ¿cierto?
Sí, todavía es más de lo que estábamos pensando gastar en este techo, por eso tenemos todavía que pensar y ver cómo vamos a pagarlo por completo.
Entiendo. Bueno, si hubiera una manera que se les pudiera ahorrar una cantidad significativa de dinero, ¿seguieran adelante con el proyecto?
Al menos quisiera verlo.
Ok, perfecto. So, no sé si se acuerda que les había mencionado que si hay alguna promoción disponible, yo les dejaría saber.
Sí, me acuerdo.
Déjenles digo.
Muy bien, vamos, dale.
Never mind.
Ok, bueno, señora Wendy, antes de que me retire, ¿usted tiene alguna pregunta para mí?
No, la verdad es que respondió todas mis preguntas. Me gustó mucho la presentación y agradezco por su tiempo.
Ok, perfecto. Tengo la impresión de que, bueno, antes que nada, ¿verdad? Me di cuenta que le gustó el producto, pero quería recordarle que tiene 30 días, ¿verdad? De su precio. Así es que de esos 30 días, ¿usted cree que me va a dar una llamada nada más para que yo se entere, ¿verdad?
Sí, seguramente. En 30 días es mucho tiempo, así que sí, seguramente.
Ok, ¿en cuánto cree que me regresaría la llamada? Sí, 30 días es mucho.
Estamos 9 de julio, debe ser el 15.
Al 15, ok. ¿Son aproximadamente una semana más?
Sí.
Ok, perfecto, gracias. Ya me iba a poner a llorar. Ok, perfecto. Entonces, pasado lo que hemos estado platicando, ¿verdad? Estoy bajo la impresión de que le ha fascinado el producto.
Sí, la verdad es que el sistema de techado que me enseñó de Owens Corning con la garantía está de lujo, es el mejor sistema de techado que he visto.
Ok, perfecto. Me encanta eso de que usted esté fascinada con el sistema de Owens Corning y también con nosotros, ¿verdad? Una pregunta. Entonces, vamos a reemplazar el techo pronto, ¿verdad?
Sí, ya está gritando, sí.
Esa es una muy buena idea. Y una vez que usted decida reemplazar ese techo, ¿usted está confiada de que el producto de Owens Corning y nosotros, al mismo tiempo como compañía, somos los adecuados para ayudarle con ese proceso?
Sí, la verdad es que estoy impresionada con el producto y con el precio.
Ok, perfecto. Entonces, quiero entender correctamente. Creo que lo único que nos está impidiendo que sigamos al siguiente paso es básicamente el aspecto económico, ¿correcto?
Sí, es más dinero del que estábamos pensando.
Ok, perfecto. ¿Sí se acuerda que al principio yo le dije que se habría algún descuento, un programa, el cual le podríamos ofrecer a usted? ¿Usted estaría interesado en saberlo?
Sí, claro.
Ok, perfecto. Entonces, tenemos algo que nos permite pasar, la compañía nos permite pasarle a usted por eficiencia, ¿verdad? Entonces, déjeme decirlo, ¿verdad?
Ok. Great job! Muy bien. Ok, Octavio. Está reñido las chicas, en serio que están.
No,
Sí, they're doing a great job, guys, just so you know. They've been like learning this and they mainly speak English, right?
Could have done this.
Like to relearn it in Spanish, they're doing great, because they come from Dallas, Texas, where there is a lot of Hispanic people. So let's go, so this is gonna be a 500 point. 100, so 150. So, 500 puntos de la primera y 250 para la segunda.
Tremendo, bueno, un desafío estar acá, así que te respeto el esfuerzo que están haciendo los dos, porque no es fácil. Pero en esta se lo tengo que dar a Danis.
Sí, la verdad es que la fluidez.
Muy natural y sí, tremendo. Así que,
La fluidez. Y ahora, por 1,000 points, por 1000 puntos, el cierre mayor, the major close. Esta es la decisiva. This is 1,000 points, so anybody can win. So, we'll see. Okay, who wants to go first? Let's go, Dennis, cierre mayor, the major close. For 1,000 points.
Ok, bueno, señorita Wendy, como le había mencionado, déjeme ahora le explico un poco acerca de nuestro programa, ¿verdad? Para ahorrarle a usted un poco de dinero. Entonces, nosotros como compañía hemos estado creciendo bastante, ¿verdad? Ok, a la mayor parte, yo diría aproximadamente el 40% de la gente referida a nosotros es por la voz, ¿verdad? Ya sea la vecina, la prima, gente que le hemos hecho trabajo y que están satisfechos con nosotros. Y así como vamos muy rápido en ese crecimiento, pues llegan muchos referidos, ¿verdad?
Okay.
Aproximadamente estoy viendo unos 3 clientes al día, que sería por semana lo multiplicamos. Me tienen trabajando desde lunes a sábado, ¿verdad? Sin descanso. Entonces, como yo estoy súper ocupada y veo aproximadamente unos 18 clientes a la semana, la manera en la cual yo le puedo pasar y la cual ya usted ese descuento es por ser eficientes. ¿Ok? Entonces, ¿qué significa eso? Que yo al venir con usted y cerrarle la primera vez, bueno, esta mañana, disculpe, esa eficiencia le puedo pasar ese ahorro a usted. Entonces significa que yo no puedo cancelar o cortarle mi visita a una persona más y así no tengo que estar viniendo una y otra vez aquí con usted. Al hacer eso, nosotros tenemos la capacidad de pasarle ese descuento. Ahorita estamos ofreciendo el descuento de 7.4%, que equivale a 1,200 y algo, ¿verdad? Que como habíamos platicado, cuando yo vengo, eso es mucho dinero, ¿verdad? Y no sé qué usted opina.
No, sí, entonces está bueno, sí.
Ok, perfecto. Y como le digo, no quiero que se sienta que la estamos forzando, ¿verdad? El precio que ya le había dicho se sostiene por 30 días, pero aún así nosotros queremos pasarle esa ganancia a usted, ¿ok? Para que se sienta valorada y puede tomar esa decisión esta tarde. ¿Tiene claro que sí. Lo único que voy a necesitar de usted, si es tan amable, por favor, va a ser su identificación y si me puede firmar aquí.
Let's go, make your flow. Outside up. Por 1000 puntos. 1,000 points.
Bueno, bueno, como les estaba explicando, ¿verdad? Tenemos este programa disponible que tenemos una promoción y la manera y forma que le podemos dar esa promoción, pues déjenles explico. Cuando yo inicié con San Luis Roofing, a mí me dijeron que yo iba a estar trabajando parte del día.
Ok.
Pero no me dijeron que eso iba a ser 12 horas al día. Okay. Lo que quiere decir es que me tienen de lunes a sábado visitando 3 personas al día. Obvio, cuando hacemos la matemática, eso nos está dando 18 dueños de casa a la semana, ¿verdad? Típicamente, la mayoría o el 50% de esas citas, los clientes deciden seguir adelante con el proyecto, ¿verdad? Lo que quiere decir es que cuando tenemos clientes que deciden no seguir adelante, ¿verdad? Esos otros 9 clientes deciden no proceder y nos llaman ¿verdad? Entonces nos está quitando, tenemos que llamarle a esos clientes, ¿verdad? Que ya tenemos citados para poder darle esa conveniencia al cliente que ya está listo para seguir adelante, ¿verdad? Entonces eso quiere decir que me reduce la probabilidad de los nuevos clientes y proyectos por semana de 9 a 4.5, ¿ok? La razón que podemos darles ese descuento a ustedes, ¿verdad? Es porque la compañía se ahorra tiempo. Yo manejo 1 hora a la oficina de mi casa y de la oficina típicamente 1 hora o 2 horas para la casa del dueño, ¿verdad? Entonces, obvio, pudiendo ahorrarme ese tiempo de tener que regresar múltiples de veces con este cliente, entonces lo que viene pasando es que les podemos traspasar esos ahorros a ustedes, ¿verdad? So, típicamente que se transfiere a un % de 7.4% que viene equilibrando a $1,480, ¿verdad? De descuento, que es un buen monto, ¿cierto?
Sí, está alto.
Ok, so si se le puede ofrecer eso el día de hoy, ¿usted estaría dispuesta a seguir adelante y podemos agendarla en el proyecto?
Suena bien, en pagos, ¿cómo cambiaría esto?
En pagos, lo que viene siendo, ¿verdad? Es lo que podemos hacer, es que le podemos dar, el pago sería un depósito, ¿verdad? El día de hoy, $1,000, ¿verdad? Y luego el pago mensual sería como de 200 al mes, ¿verdad? Entonces, cuando les damos ese descuento, típicamente viene siendo $400, ¿verdad? Pero se le puede reducir y obvio ese monto se le baja a usted por cada mes, ¿verdad?
Ok.
Eso se le hace un poco más fácil para ustedes invitarle comida de su familia, de la mesa, que ustedes estén bien como familia.
Sí, la verdad es que parece que nos vería mucho mejor con eso.
Ok, perfecto. Estoy muy feliz de poder ver su nuevo techo, el nuevo color. Nada más necesito que me firme aquí y su licencia de conducir, por favor.
Okay. Okay. Octavio. Need to think this one through.
Hay mucha responsabilidad, no puedes tener como decir. No puedo tener algo de ayuda, ¿no?
Sí.
¿Te parece?
Sí, a ver. For you guys hear like body language, you hear how they did it, the body language, the words were very spot on both. So I want from body language, tonality, and facial expression that the audience tell us which of both girls clothes me better just by that interaction with me, who made me laugh more, who like to stay more calm and collected. So let's hear it for Odalis! Saida! I think we're gonna call the man, the myth, the legend, the one and only, my good friend, the great man, Dominic Caminada, to really give those 1,000 points. Because it's the first ever Spanish one. Octavio and I are like really thinking about it, Don, but you've seen it all, you've done it all. There you go, so. Well, that leaves Dominic has given you the 1,000 points to you. So, how many points do you have before King Zayden? 1,381. And Odalis? 8,886. 800 what? Okay.
I thought Don taking note, that Duolingo is paying off. Yes.
There we go. So, where is Katia from Lace AI? Can somebody bring Katya from Lace AI? Dan Gooseberry, can you help me? We're bringing Katya or Noah from Lace AI. So for somebody that doesn't know, Lace AI is also a sponsor of the Spanish program that we're having here at Gross University. Is one of the absolutely best AI corporations, and for somebody that didn't know it, they can actually transcribe every call in your call center in English, Spanish, and French. So they are actually believing early on in what we have going on. Boris and Katya have seen the big dream that we are putting, like here at Gross University. And it's really an honor for me to work with them hand in hand. So I want Katya or Noah to come and help me give the check for $2,000 for the first ever Closers Championship. Are they available? What? Oh, but we have Noah, where is fantastic. Come on, Noah. Woo! Woo! So, Noah, can you help us say why Lace AI is the best AI company in the industry of the home improvement, just real quick?
I think it really just boils down to what are our customers actually experiencing, with Lace, our product's awesome. But what's even better is one, the people that we're working with and the success that they're bringing. So us being able to help out like Wendy and your crew and hundreds and hundreds of other businesses to succeed is why we're the best. It's the results speak for themselves.
Yeah, and you guys also translate things in Spanish, like this why you are the Spanish diamond sponsor here for Gross University. So the champion of the 2025 first ever Spanish Closers Camp is Odalis Lopez. Te llevas a Dallas el cheque de campeona de Closers Cup. Venga, Octavio. Always Corning también es nuestro sponsor, is the sponsor of ours. What Octavio and Kate are doing for the Spanish community is completely inspiring for me. I'm very honored to work with you guys. I help train all the contractors in the Always Corning Spanish division. Thank you so much, Octavio. Tell everyone why Always Corning is the best roofing, shingle, and company in the history of humanity.
Thanks, Wendy. I don't know if I even have to because they've been doing it for me all week. Huge shout out to Grosso University. Round of applause. They've been amazing advocates, partners for our brand, for the materials. I think you guys have heard a lot about the shingles, the technology that goes into it. We're made in the USA, we're patented technology. We've got plants all over the country. So we can get you guys connected to a rep. And we have the Spanish program, which Kate and I are leading here to try to connect the Hispanic community, the contractors, and also your clients. So even if you're not Hispanic, you're the homeowners that you're working with on a day-to-day basis, making sure that you have the tools to reach out to those communities. So that's what we're here for. We'd love to empower you to do that and happy to connect after this. Thank you guys. Let's go sign up.
Yeah, just to reiterate, the first Spanish Closers Camp champion in the history of the world. Let's give her a hand. Woo! Congratulations. Yeah.
Let's take a picture with both of the ladies. congratulations.
All right, everyone stay up here. Congrats. One more big round of applause. Absolutely incredible. I'm gonna ask everybody in the room to come up on stage right now. If everyone in the room can come up on stage. If there's anybody outside, can you please tell them to come in? If you're out in the hallway, if you're a sponsor, I want everybody up on stage. Get everybody, the whole Grasso event. We're gonna do a nice group photograph of all you beautiful human beings who are now sales warriors. And by the way, obviously, we give away prizes, we make it fun, we have t-shirt cannons, but I hope you all feel that you truly win by coming here and investing in yourself and taking your sales skills to the next level. You are all winners in my book, and I'm just really honored to be a part of this experience in your life. Thank you so much. Look at this. Yeah, come on up. Come on. Yeah, just come here. You got a nice long legs. Big step. Come on, Elijah. Yes. Come on, Kelly. Yeah, you get up. Well, yeah, you get up here too. Find one of those guys to take a picture.
Yeah,
Can you guys come up here and take the picture for us, please? Brett, you need to be in the picture.
Take it.
Let's get everybody. Oh, all right. Got it.
Everybody says, I love Grasso University. 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. I love Grasso University.
Okay, cool. One more thing. You guys stay where you're at. So I'm gonna say, Grasso University, who are you? And I want everyone to scream, yes, I am a closer. How does that sound? Okay. All right, here we go. We got it? Video recording? Grasso University, who are you? Let me hear it. And yes, you are a closer. Just a friendly reminder that at 5:30 p.m. tonight, we're having a rooftop closeout party. All of you are invited, drinks, hors d'oeuvres, bite-sized stuff. We're gonna celebrate all your hard work, all your effort. You all deserve it. Thank you so much. So make sure you meet us at the rooftop, Manoa Terrace here, 5:30 to 7:30. If you haven't been on the rooftop of the Manoa Terrace, it's a hell of an experience. Absolutely stunning views. We're gonna have some music. We're gonna share some laughs. Gonna get a little weird. In a good way. Might be some arm wrestling, you never know. Karaoke for sure. Absolutely, I'd love to.
Do you have the 12 receipt? No, it's here.
If it had like the.
I don't know.
Okay, yeah. Well.